Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. How's everyone doing today? I hope everybody's doing great as I'm doing. Um, but we got two topics today. Hold on one second. Hold on a second, everyone? No, we got the right ones. I got two new topics today. The first topics is are African, are French Africans, um, French immigrant Africans more resilient than the American immigrant Africans or the black diaspora? The reason why I asked that question is because black American immigrants, I'm sorry, the black American immigrants. I'm talking about from the Caribbean islands, I'm talking about from Africa, I'm talking about Afro Latinos. What's going on, SP? Salute, salute, salute. What's up, Akatas? Yeah, I knew SP was racist, but anyways, before we start talking about this taco slave, we're gonna have a great show today. That's the first question, and the second question is being called African American offensive to as a Black American. You know, and the reason why I asked that question, I gotta fix it because give me a second. I forgot to add the N offensive. You know, is it offensive? The reason why I asked that question is and this is just me. I believe that I believe it could be offensive, culturally offensive. And the reason why I say it could be a culturally offensive because you're calling somebody something that's really not um that really is not and don't know that land. Like let me ask y'all a question. Like we know the words like negro features and stuff like that, but let's just personally be honest. Can an African be negro? You know, that's the question I'm gonna ask you. Can an African be negro? Um it's a very interesting question because it made me think. I was thinking about this probably a few hours ago. Give me a second, let me turn the heat on. I was thinking about this a few hours ago and I was like, yo, is that possible? Because you really never heard it. I've been alive for 40 years. I never heard an African calls himself a Negro, you know, or even ever said, oh, yeah, they had Negro features. Like when you think of Negro features, you think of Black American features, Black features, you know, not culturally Black. I never really thought of it. And it's very different. And again, salute to everybody who was on the show yesterday. I appreciate y'all for being on the show and stuff. As always, I always appreciate y'all when y'all on the show. So, but salute to y'all again. Um, but before we start jumping into this conversation, like and subscribe and comment in the live chat, and also don't forget hit the subscribe button. When you hit the subscribe button, it helps it lets you get into the live chat. You can't get into the live chat without being a subscriber. So definitely yeah, hit that subscribe button. And it might take 5 minutes for it to process, but it works. And also everybody, I got great news. We're almost up to 500 subscribers. I'm excited myself, but this was a longer wait. The reason why it was a longer wait, and this is just me, it was a longer wait because I never really thought that I would be on this type of time. You know, I never knew I didn't know this if this would work. sometimes when you self doubt yourself, that's why you don't see the pictures. You don't see the main picture and stuff like that. I'm gonna be yeah. It's just you don't see the real picture of you even being that great. Honestly, I thought I would hit like I thought I would probably die before I hit 1,000. So 500 or 1,000. That's just me. Um, but it's I will talk about do I think why I'm gonna tell you I think French African immigrants are more resilient and more powerful than American immigrants, Black American immigrants. And just hear me out. I'm even talking about the Nigerian immigrants who live in France as well, and we know for Africans for scamming. The reason why I will say this, I think French Africans are more resilient and more powerful. I think that's the African warrior spirit that black immigrant Americans don't have. Like just look at it, they didn't get no help. They didn't have no black American civil rights leader. There was no system already put in front of them. There was no system that they had to go through. Um and I'm just talking about help wise. American immigrants, black American, all immigrants had some type of help. If it's from black America or civil rights. I'm gonna be personally honest about that. You know, the French didn't have the African French didn't have that. And this is why I give them so much credit and I always salute them because they didn't have a Martin Luther King to look up to. They didn't have a Malcolm X that was kicking ass. You know, were there civil rights inspiration and influence? Absolutely. But we're not talking about black Americans. We're talking about what has French Africans have done for their own people in that country. And I'm gonna say this. For the white French people to blame Africans for France being dirty, France was already dirty. You can't blame Africa for it being dirty. Y'all niggas has always been dirty. And I love France. I always vote for y'all in the World Cup for soccer, but y'all niggas have always been dirty. You have always been dirty. This I have only thing I haven't never heard anything about France having great hygiene. So it's I'm gonna be personally honest about that. France, y'all Frenchmen has always been dirty. And I think it's kind of disingenuous yet that y'all blame Africans for it because that's your scapegoat. You know, it's like saying, "Oh yeah, my house is dirt. Your house is everybody come in your house. Your house is fucking filthy. You're gonna blame your kids? Nah, nigga, it's nigga. You got to pick up after your kids, man. You got to teach your kids. You know, like yo, my house is so it's hard to keep my house clean because like my son just throws shit on the floor. My daughter, she don't listen. So it's a I get it, you know. So like I said, I get it, and shout out to the French Africans and all the hood niggas and stuff like that. And we could go down the line and talk about the great things about um black immigrants in America than French immigrants in America. I'll tell you great things about black American immigrants. Black American immigrants, do they help the ecosystem? Yeah, of course. People help the ecosystem, but we're gonna say they help the ecosystem. Some of them help the ecosystem, With American influence, there's already they put it this way, there's already a blueprint in America for any immigrant from a different color. So it's not like, oh yo, you know what? They came here and they didn't know how to get money or anything. No, it has never been like that. What was great about their situation? Hold on one second. So school provider. No, I'm not going to my kid's school. Give me a second, everybody. Mm. Woo. Mm. I just got to see if my TV's coming in. I'm getting a new TV, so it's free, but no, the shit didn't. They still didn't ship my shit out yet. It just takes a year to get, year and a half to get, and it's free. It's like a 55-inch TV and stuff. So, um, but yeah, it's a tough situation with France. France is a little bit harder to live in than America, and I will say that. And the reason why I say it's hard to, I can't really say anything because, and this is just me. Um, Fr- France don't have the benefits as America does. France, um, France, it's so hard to explain. So France have to get everything from the mud. Are there systems for Africans and other people who do come into the country? Yes, absolutely. There's systems for everything, but at the end of the day, they have to get it out the mud. Like they have to get it out the mud. Like they can't be like, oh yo, you know what? I can't pay my rent, so I don't know how I'm gonna live here. And you got the Section 8 people coming in to help. No, it just doesn't work like that in France. That's an American system. Section 8 and stuff, free housing. And you could get free housing if you have kids and stuff like that. That's how Europe is. But and that's why a lot of those people have kids in Europe because you get free housing. But it's different. There is a difference. You have to get paperwork and stuff, and people don't give a fuck who you live with in England and stuff like that. So it's like I said, it's different. Um, but like I said, it helps the system. I think that. Excuse me one second. All right, cool. I think that's the cool thing about American systems that, and the thing about it, we fought for that. Black Americans fought for it, and I'm gonna say this, it fucked us up in the long run. And the reason why I said it fucked us up in the long run, um, because most of that shit doesn't benefit Black Americans, you know. And everybody will be like, "Oh, that's fucked up to say," but it is what it is. That's how American systems are. American system doesn't work for everybody. It works for the chosen, you know. And I'm just using the word chosen because it's only chosen people that can get, like I said, Section 8. I couldn't get Section 8. I couldn't get food stamps. And I know I would have bounced back on my feet within a few months, but it'll be great to have it where, I don't have to like worry or have somebody on my back worrying about how am I going to get food and stuff. So yeah, like I said, it's different. It's a different feeling. It's a different atmosphere. Give me a second. I'm making a payment on something. Today's the 28th. I'm gonna give him 300. I'm just paying my credit card. Everybody. Like I tell y'all, I use my credit card. So your mother and grandmother is taller than you. Oh shit. Nigga say your mother and your grandmother's taller than you. Yeah, but it be like that, everyone. Like I always tell people all the time, like, yo, that shit comes with the system. Oh yeah, let me send my baby mother 500, or I'll just give it to her once you get here. No, I'll send her 500 now. I'm sorry, but I'm sending somebody some money. I totally forgot who. My BM, she needs some money. Pay. There you go, Taylor. All right, all right. I sent my baby mother some money. But yeah, everyone. That's how that's how certain things be. Give me a second, everyone. I just want to put this down because I don't know if I'm leaning back or I'm not close enough. But yeah, yeah, that's how certain things be, man. I will say this though. Great thing about Frenchmen and stuff like that, the French Africans, the African French, is that they can get along with each other. Do they bump heads? Absolutely, they bump heads, but they get along with each other. And I'm talking about streetwise. And this is why I always say those African French are niggas. They're not Afropeans like in America. In America, them niggas is Afropeans. You know, because first of all, the French they still know their culture. That's why if you ever watch a a French music video, like you still see them doing their cultural dances and stuff like that. So it probably look like meth curry. Oh shit, nigga said meth curry. Oh man, you gotta run them out of the show. But yeah, you'll be surprised. Yeah, Africans and like France, yo, they're lit. I'll say that. And like I said, they stick together. They're like black people. All jokes aside, even those other cultures from like Albania and all those other places, they're like black people. You know, the muscles, tattoos, fucking probably gold teeth. You know, it's just like yo, niggas be lit out here, man. You know, so it's yeah, you get that. So he's built like a 5-year old Samoan. Oh shit. Yo, them Samoans be big, man. Give me a second. Let me fix my table. Hey, yo, I'm actually thinking about doing a show on Saturday. I don't know. I don't know why. I think I want to do a show at night on Saturday. I don't know, man. Yo, lately I just been wanting to do shows and I just wanted to talk and stuff. I personally wasn't gonna do videos this show, but I was like, you know what? Let me do like 3 videos. They're decent sizes and stuff like that. So, I've been lately instead of just playing a video, I've been playing the video, stopping and breaking into the video. So yeah, it is what the fuck. Nigdered what? Uh SP, why did you put a D? Yeah. Like, and this is why I always tell people all the time, yeah, Mexicans are racist, you know. They're probably more racist than white people, you know. Um it's just it is what it is. That's why I was like, yo, how the fuck you got a black girlfriend and you don't like black people, you know? Um SP's something else, man. He's another Ryan Garcia. Next thing he's gonna be talking about mental health. So I'm just being personally honest. He's gonna be talking about mental health sooner or later. But yeah, it's just I'll tell people this. That's the most dope thing about Africans in England, you know. I and this is just me, like I said, I think personally they stick together more than the Africans in America do. You know, and it's not a shot. It's just like you can tell. You know, they're more resilient. That's why I say, yo, they're kind of like niggas. You know, they're like the niggas of France. You know, like remember that song back in the days, "Niggas in Paris." That's who those people were. Those are the niggers in Paris. Them niggas in Paris. As his three his 3 inch white vibrate. Soy has a 10 inch vibrator. Yo, Soy, what are you doing with a vibrator? We are where's the moderators? Because they didn't breed us like you. We're moderate. No, you're not. Um SP, do you know you have Asian blood? Like you probably even have Mongolian blood. Like Mongolian genetics. Did you ever think about that? Y'all are not that tall, especially Mexicans. Mexicans are not that tall. Oh, you deleted it? Of course you did. Fucking radio over here. Can't even spell. I like that movie too. Yo, they did that. They did my man Dirty, man. They did the kid with the problems dirty, man. I didn't like that, man. That shit made me sick, man. Oh shit. Nigga said you and your girl fight over the vibrator. But yeah, it's different. Like I told y'all, I've been around both of those type of people. I've been around Africans in America and Africans in France. Like that, like I say, they live like niggas. What they call their projects, I think the Mainer. Like, yeah, they're from the Mainer or some shit like that. Or I think that's England. But yeah, them niggas get busy, especially the Muslim ones. They get busy, you know. And they'll hold the whole projects down like black people. You know, it'll be like, yo, you can't come in, you can't come out. You know, if you have to raid, you'll probably have to raid on the silence. You know, so I got to give the French their credit because they do what they're supposed to do. You know, so we can like this is why I don't get the Europeans. Why the fuck are you mad? First of all, the people in Europe wanted Africans and the Caribbeans to come to their country because they were dying off. They were producing a lot of babies. This is why they had farmings. If you don't know what a farming is, it's like when a white person adopts their kids in another country and they take care of that kid. It's called farming, I think it's called. It's kind of fucked up to call it farming, like them kids as animals and stuff, but um it's different. It's a different like experience. Would I want to do that? Absolutely not. I wouldn't be. And the thing about it, it's not that I don't like white people. It's just I don't. I feel personally uncomfortable around white people. A lot of white people from like the suburbs, and they weren't growing up different like Black Americans or anything. I'll be more comfortable with Paul Wall than the president of the United States. You know, because Paul Wall didn't even know Paul Wall was like me. He didn't know if he was black or white. So um, you know what? So hates about sex when the woman walks in the room. Shit, give me somebody. Shout out to Randall. Randall always gets busy. And thank you for Randall. Randall, thank you for basically supporting my channel for a whole year, man. You know, you and Kwame were the first one to start off doing this. And I like I said, I appreciate that. I remember when I first met Kwame, I was already yelling at the nigga. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck are you talking about? My girl doesn't mess with her own anymore. Even she said, y'all ain't shit. Yeah, cause your girlfriend's a Sambo. Your girlfriend's probably a immigrant too. So I wouldn't be surprised, SP. Y'all both immigrants, you know. Y'all trying to develop an anchor baby and shit like that. Are you trying to get your green card or something? If she's a citizen, are you trying to get your green card? You know, that's crazy. But yeah, your girl sounds like a piece of shit though, SP. She sounds like Candace Owens, And I'm not trying to shit on your girl, it's just yeah, and condemn like you using the N word with E and R and at the end or eat anything related to racism, so I don't support you. I don't support FBA because they follow the neo supremacist racist code, but that doesn't mean I and Latinos majority support racist ideology in comments like you using it. I'll say this. Thank you, be active, but this is how my channel is, man. I'm not gonna get mad about it. It's just that's how Mexicans are. As be active, as I've been warning you, as I told you, be active. This is how the community is. That's how that man's community is. Like we can. I'm gonna say this: be active. It is offensive. Yes, it is offensive. But at the end of the day, this ain't nothing new in that community. Be active. This is what I've been warning you. This is what I've been telling you. Be active. This is what I've been telling you. You thought I was lying. You called me a fucking liar when I told you, like, yo, in your community, this is how they feel about Black Americans. I have seen it. Do I know a lot? I know it's not a lot of you. I know there's some people that don't accept shit like what SP is doing, but at the end of the day, people do like in my community. I got Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans, and stuff like that. We get along fine. We could go to cookouts and stuff like that. And 9 out of 10, most of them niggas don't know how to speak Spanish. I'm gonna be personally honest. 9 out of 10, maybe even 7 or 8 out of 10. If I'm overdoing it, you can't play Uno and with soy. He'll steal all the green. But yeah, SP. That's just how it is, SP. I mean, be active. And like I said, be active. I get where you're coming from. I get what you coming from, be active. I said the same thing to SP. I say, but SP, this is your community, man. I was like, yo, your community does this, man. The majority of Latino. I didn't say the majority. I said the collective. I said, oh, did I say majority? Um, I'll say this. Historically, be active. Nigga, you was born in the '60s. This isn't nothing new. This is nothing new. Be active. I get you, and I always told you I get you. I get you. I get you. Even when I joke around with you, be active. I said I get you, but at the end of the day, collectively, you're not your people are not like that. Collectively, your people is for your or is for self. And I even told you, it's like, yo, I don't see nothing wrong with it. That it is what it is. You know, but this is why there's no correlation. SP even said that there was no correlation with blacks and browns. He even said that. He said, yo, there is no correlation. He said there has never been a correlation. Like your own peoples from your community is saying this as be active. He has said that there has never been a correlation. And at the end of the day, Black Americans right now had to accept it. They have to accept that there was no correlation. You know, as much as we love the Latino community, your foods and stuff like that, even your some of your cultures, even though we joke around and stuff about your culture on this show, we do love your culture. We're not gonna perpetrate your culture, but that's your culture. It's just it is what it is, my man. It's just like be active. We can't get mad about it no more because at the end of the day, I expect, and I'm gonna say this, be active. I expect this out of SP. Her mother is. Yeah, I know that. I told you. She, yeah, yeah, but yeah. And her dad is a big black dude from who? That doesn't matter. Where's he from? SP. First of all, yeah, your girl's an anchor baby. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Your girl's an anchor baby. Your girl is not even black. She's not a black American. This is why I did a second question. Is calling black is being called African American offensive as a black American? That this is something to think about because at the end of the day, I'm saying this, and the reason why I use this question, the reason why I'm saying this question is because this I'm talking about the second question that I just said. The reason why I'm using that question because is that too large? The reason why I'm using that question is because at the end of the day, like yeah, it's cool to it's cool to understand where somebody's coming from and stuff like that and how people feel, but I want to hear from the black community, how do y'all feel about that word African American? The word that has been used for years, for decades, for like what, 2 or 3 decades? No, almost 5 decades. African American. You know, but SP, that's what I'm. This is what I'm asking you. Belizean is not a Black American. You know, that's. I don't know if they're Latinos and stuff like that. Cause you know who else is Belizean? What's his name? Shine. And I love me some Shine music, but he's not a Black American. I'll still listen to Shine. That doesn't mean anything. It's just I know he's not a Black American. I know we don't have the same culture, you know. It's just it is what it is. And he gets busy. Shine gets busy. Now I think he's about to trying to be the president of Belize right now, yeah. Mm. And he did 10 years. Shine did 10 years and got deported, you know, like I said everyone like I always been told you that I don't have a problem. Like I joke around about people's cultures and stuff like that because that's my culture. I joke around and stuff. We like to have a good time, man. We don't mean no malice and stuff like that. When I like, oh yeah, niggas in Africa eating monkey knuckle nuggets and shit like that, I be joking around and stuff. They probably I know some eat monkey knuckles and shit like that. I know, but I know Africans have their own cuisines and stuff like that. It's just people don't eat all of that like that, you know. Not everybody eats that, so it's like in Haiti, not everybody eats cat, you know. So it's just it is what it is, man. It's just black Americans joking around. I feel like Sean did 10 years for Diddy allegedly. Yeah, I heard that too. Oh yeah, and I heard Diddy paid off that girl. She sued him civilly. She got like what half? I think like 600,000. So yeah, she got like 600,000 for getting shot by Diddy allegedly. You know, but yeah, it's just black Americans. We joke around and stuff like that. It's just like I said, a lot of these people don't know how to fit in with the culture, man, and it's sad, but it's not. It's you get why, you know, you get why they can't fit in with the culture, you know. Like me, I would never be mad about it. Like I don't need you in my culture if you're gonna cause, you know, if you're gonna cause a problem. We don't need you in the culture, you know. And that's just me. I have always been like that. Like, yo, if you're gonna be a problem, oh, the lighter. Yeah, like if you're gonna like, I always tell people all the time, yo, black people got enough problems as it is. We don't need these other raggedy niggas just fucking up in life, you know. So it's like you take it how it is, you know. But it's just it's sad, but it's understanding. Like I said, people understand why. People understand why everybody can't get along. You know, I'm just checking out something real fast. I'm checking out Rumble, see how Rumble is right now. Uh, yeah, Rumble's great. But yeah, I always tell people that, like, yo, just be careful. And this is just me. Just be careful who you are letting into that space. So yeah, it's that's just me. You know, and like I said, it's sad. It's a sad situation because. Oh, 1 second. Perfect. Yeah, it's a sad situation because it's like, yo, we tried. Hold on, I see why he's soft on race and deportation. What the fuck is he? All right, I just had to write something real fast, everybody. I apologize, but yeah, SP. I mean, be active. It's that comes with the territory, man. That is a lie, bronze, because there has always been black and brown. Nah, nah. Be active. I need you to watch the show. Yesterday. I need you to watch the show yesterday. Was it the show yesterday or Monday? Give me a second. I'll let you. I'll look it up for you just so you can know. Uh, so the show that I'm talking about, it was Monday. Watch the show Monday. So yeah, watch the show Monday. It's Foundational Black Americans was right about the black diaspora and Latinos. So watch that show. Was Foundational Black Americans I mean Black Foundational Black Americans was right about the black diaspora and Latinos. It was a decent show, man. I'll tell you that. It was a great show. You should have been on the show. This would have been a great show that you could have talked about. Because you're in that atmosphere. You're in the field. So definitely, like, yo, shout out to your community, but at the end of the day, that I'm just being personally honest with you. Be active. They don't really fuck with black Americans like that. you know don't get me wrong. I love Latinos and stuff like that. I love the Latino community, but I know they don't fuck with black Americans. you know I know most of them don't fuck with black Americans like that. And again, grand majority of the Latino diaspora don't support no racism ideology except a small group of no SP. I mean, be active. I'm letting you know. I'm telling you, be active. I'm not lying to you. I don't need to lie to you. That's the last thing I would ever want to do to you is lie to you, SP. I mean, be active. You gotta watch Monday's show and leave comments so I can read the comments. If you notice, I always hit like on your comments because I read it. Just to let y'all know I read your comment. You know, if your comments like super crazy and stuff like that, or if I have time to joke around with you, I'll leave an extra comment. You know, but be active. This I'm just being personally honest. There has never been a coalition. When Black Americans won in a coalition, the Latinos did not want the coalitions. They wanted to be identified as white. Not even Mexican or Latino. They wanted to identify as white. This is why I said that lilac fucked y'all up. That lilac movement fucked y'all up in the 30s. I thought it was the 50s. No, it was the 50s. I thought it was the 30s. The 1930s. It was the 1950s. Um, the time of the civil rights movement. That shit fucked y'all up because at the end of the day, y'all fought to be white, and it is what it is, man. I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, fuck y'all niggas. This is why I say y'all are white Hispanics. Y'all don't really have indigenous blood like that. Some of y'all do, but most of those conquistadors and those Hispanics that you claim killed them off. Lulac, I'm sorry, Lulac. Sorry, Lulac. I think lilac is a it's something. I forgot what it is. Lulac. I mess with this Mexican chick. She likes me because she said I was the closest thing to a black person. She wasn't allowed to date like yeah. Facts, Randall. Yo, I had situations where I had to wait outside of people's fucking houses because I was black. It is what it is. And this is when I left the projects. I was living in the hoods, and this is what was happening. This is why I always wanted. This is why I always tell people I feel uncomfortable when I'm out the projects. I feel comfortable when I'm in the projects. It's dangerous. Yes, it's dangerous, but I feel comfortable. I feel very comfortable. I've I got my firearm on me anyway, so I feel comfortable. So I could walk down the street. I could go get me some red wine, or if I really want to, get a little taste of something, I'll probably go get some Cavassier or something like that. It is what it is, man. I always tell people that. I was like, yeah, that's just me, man. Yeah, it's just. And I seen a lot of people die in the projects. I seen somebody get shot, and I had to leave him. That nigga was too heavy. I was only 150 at the time doing this dumb shit. Motherfucker get shot, died right there. You seen it. You just run. You have to run off. You ain't got no fire. And this is why I do carry on firearms, because I did it the right way. I didn't do it the wrong way. So yeah, it's like I said. Be active. I'm not saying you're wrong. I know some of y'all wanted, or y'all thought there was a correlation, but there was no correlation. Like when you talk about the Black Panther, y'all had your own chapter of the Panthers, but y'all called it the Rainbow Coalition or some shit like that. You were still part of the Black Panthers, but from another organization, or from another movement. And that's cool. That's fine. White people had their own too, their own black form of the Black Panther. It was called the White Panthers. The gay people had the Pink Panthers. Even though I think the Black Panthers shut that shit down because they was like, yo, it's getting too much. This Panther type of shit is getting too. Yeah, it was getting crazy. Yeah, you'd be surprised, man. It, it's a weird situation. Oh yeah, let me finish up on the main topic. Uh, but the bad thing about was it American immigrants is that they're entitled. They don't really have to get their hands dirty as much as of people in France, the Africans and other immigrants in France. They have to get their hands dirty. Like a lot of these immigrants come to America with a handout. You know, it could be any type of race, but most of these people come out here with handouts, and it's cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna be like, oh, yo, that's fucked up. No, nigga, they give it to you. They gave it to you. It is what it is. But it's it's easy to make it in America than France. I'll tell you that, and that's why I say I give so much credit to African immigrants and just regular immigrants in France because it's not easy. It's not really easy like it is in America. Are they a little bit more civil? They're probably a little bit more civil than America, though. I will say that France is a little bit more civil. Yeah, we're savages over here. These niggas might act like, oh yeah, these niggas ain't civil. Like half of these white supremacists, most of them niggas is not civilized at all. Most of these conservatives are not civilized. They got savage ideology. You know, they have savage ideology. They have always had savage ideology. You know, I will say this too. With American immigrants, American Black immigrants, I feel the reason why I say y'all have a handout, and it's not a disrespect, and I'm talking about all immigrants in America, is because of Black Americans or foundational Black Americans, whatever you want to say, Sulan, Black Indians, Black Indigenous, Black Aboriginals, whatever you want to say. We did all the heavy lifting. We're the ones who was cooking the plates and stuff, cooking the food and stuff, and all you thing y'all did was come with a plate and fork. You know, have some of y'all contribute? Yeah, some of y'all contribute. Like, actually, I consider Stokely Carmichael a tether. You know, but Sidney Poitier, he put in a yo. You don't know what? Let me tell y'all something. Sidney Poitier, I think, is from Trinidad. He is considered the first black Oscar winner, I think. I think it's called an Oscar winner. First black Oscar winner. He called himself black, you know. That's the thing. He called himself black, you know. And we know that he's Trinidadian and stuff, but he has given a lot. He did a lot for the black communities, for black communities. Lou Albane, who's from New York. If you don't know who that is, that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. His father is Trinidadian, but his mother is from the South. You know, Lou Albane has done a lot for Black Americans. I'm gonna say this: Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, inspired me to finish. He actually helped. He inspired me to finish college, but he was a component to helping me finish college, but also start a media career. It was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and it was because I watched his speech in my college, at my community college, and I said, "Yo, you know what? This is a must." You know, so 2 years later, after like 8 7 8 years of doing certain things, I was like, "Yo, okay, you know what? It's time for me to do this media stuff." You know, and this is why I go so hard when I do stuff like this. It's because of that. Best I was on here for months, being respect. No, you wasn't. You was a part of the shit show too. SP, why you don't gaslight nobody. You was out here on the shit show too. And the thing about it, I told you, SP, you could say whatever you want to say. I'm not gonna stop you. I'm not gonna be mad at you. I was like, yo, you can say what you want to say. I know you got that racism in you. I've been told you that. Doesn't mean I hate you. It's just you're still a cool guy, but it's just like, yo, my nigga, you don't like black people. The fuck, nigga, you're like a. We'll just say you're like an honest Abe. All right, you're like an honest Abraham Lincoln. All right, my nigga. SP, you're crazy. Don't gaslight niggas. You said it. You said it. So what, my nigga? You don't like black people. You don't like black people. That shit ain't nothing wrong with. It's nothing wrong with that. You just in the black space. You know, killing time. I guess that's the problem with all the racist FBIs. They are all about generalizing. We don't generalize. Okay, what did I just generalize? I just told you. I said if I say majority, I mean collectively. I mean collectively. This is what y'all do, and be active. What did I tell you? Give me a second. Somebody's hitting me up. Can you grab a package also? This fucking girl. Oh, bitch. And I'm gonna say this. Yeah, it's like I said, it's different, man. What's going on, FBA convo? Salute, salute. What if the Africans, Jamaican, Haitian, Caribbeans, and Latinos did not undermine FBAs when they come to America? Yo, if they, I'm gonna say this. Let me answer Be Active's question. And I'll definitely answer your question, FBA convo. So I'm gonna say this: Be Active collectively. Y'all have always been like that. I'm not gonna put that on the majority of Latinos, but historically you have, nigga, y'all have been doing that since the 30s and the 50s. Y'all have been fighting for being identified as white for ever since the 50s. You didn't want to go to school with black people. You wanted to go to school with the white people. And that's all right. Like I said, that's all right. That I'm not gonna say y'all niggas is villains. Y'all niggas don't like black people. Well, some of y'all don't like black collectively, y'all enough of y'all don't like black people, and sometimes y'all half the time y'all don't even know that y'all don't like black people. Reaper, have some integrity and say the truth. I am telling you the truth. I told you I was SP, I've been told you. I was like, yo, you could say whatever you want. When you was arguing with the world's greatest braider, when you was arguing with the greatest braider, I told you, yo, why are you apologizing to me? You don't need to apologize. F Foundational Black Americans know how to defend themselves. I have told you that. I've been telling you that, SP. You didn't want to listen. I said, yo, you could be down with the bullshit. There's gonna be some people that's not gonna like what you say. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why are you complaining? I would never generalize a whole ethnic. Be active. Oh my god. Be active. I get you, man, but at the end of the day, you can't. You can only defend yourself. You can't defend your culture because at the end of the day, historically, your culture have been doing that since the 50s, the 40s, and the 50s. What if Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians, Caribbeans, and Latinos did not undermine FBAs when they come to America? Yo, they would have been straight. Them niggas would have been straight. We would have had a bigger community. We would have been, yo, niggas would have been lit out here. Black Americans would have got reparations already. Uh, Africans, Jamaicans, Haitians, Caribbeans, even if they wanted their own like little town or community, they could have had their own town and community. Niggas would have been yo lit. I'm being personally honest. Niggas would have been lit, but it's just a lot of those people don't like black Americans. You know, a lot of people have problems with foundational black Americans. A lot of people got a thing with a lot of people got sticky fingers. I'm gonna say that a lot of these coaches have sticky fingers. We have been watching. Yo, there was another video I seen today talking about West Africans talking about they created R&B and jazz. The only thing, and I'm gonna say this, the only thing you give credit to for West African is giving them the banjo. Like my nigga, you created a banjo that basically evolved into the guitar. You know, but y'all didn't know how to do anything with it, nationality or race, because the few races in the diet. It's not a few. Be active. That's crazy. That's this is what I'm saying. Be active. You gotta watch Monday's video. You had a whole leader that the Latino community that was following in the 50s named Felix, as I always yell at you about. You got to talk to, and what I always tell you, be active. Talk to your people. Talk to your people. Talk to your people. You got to police your people. You got to police your people. Why is black Americans only policing their own people? Why do we have to police? Why are we the only one doing right? Why are we the only one policing our people? Hold on one second. Yeah, he is playing victim, Randall. That means playing victim. And it's crazy. Also too, let me see what Convo said. I don't hate Jamaicans, Haitians, but they're not eligible for yeah, they're not eligible for reparations. Absolutely. But I'm saying this, Convo, and I'm sorry if it's kind of going off of what you're saying with reparations. We would have been got reparations. They would have been straight in America. They wouldn't have to worry about deportation because they would have had probably one of the most resilient people in the last fucking 400 years, for 1,000 years. For 1,000 years, they would have had the most resilient people, and that's Black Americans. The most resilient people in this world now is Black Americans. You know, everybody, give me a second. I'll be right back. I gotta run downstairs real fast. I'm gonna play some music. Just give me like 40 seconds. All right, I'm back, everyone. I had to run downstairs. But yeah, and like be again, let me see who I was asking. When you say collectively, or when you say Latinos, you're collective. Yeah, collectively. I'm being personally honest. It's like this. Let me give you an example. If you're fighting a battle, if you're fighting like 50 motherfuckers, and there's only 20 of you, and like three black people came in and helped you and the rest said like, yo, I'm not helping. Are you gonna say, oh yeah, a whole bunch of black people help me? Or black people help me? No, you're gonna say, yo, collectively, some black people help me. Some helped. And I'm being personally honest. Some of y'all are down for the cause, and some of y'all do understand what foundational black American is. It's not, and the thing about it, it's one thing you have to understand, be active, and I'm gonna be personally honest. When you're a revolutionist, this is what happens. When you're a part of a group that's gonna be a revolutionary group, this is the type of stuff that you're gonna deal with. I get it, you know. Give me a second. Let me plug my joint in. Give me a second, everybody. I'm just looking for the plug. That So yeah, like it comes with the territory. Be active, man. And you once you start to understand that, where you understand that, like, yo, not everybody's gonna like what you do, then things will be a little bit more easier. Um, have some integrity. I already answered that question. You know damn well I was on here being cool till yeah started disrespecting me and my community. What did you do, SP? SP. You act like black people don't know that you be slick dissing niggas. Like, come on, don't do that, SP. It's just your racism just came out. You know, it's cool, my nigga. It's all right. I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, we should fucking cancel you, nigga. Come on, I'm not like that's. This is why I always tell you, SP. I'll never block you. The most I will do is put you in timeout. That's it. I'll put you in timeout. Because if I was gonna block anybody, I probably would have blocked fucking Ping Fu. You know, I would have blocked Ping Fu. I would have blocked like 50 niggas in February, last February, when niggas dumbed out on me because I called Nick Fuentes gay. You know, I say y'all niggas' leader is gay, and niggas got mad at me. You know, so it's like I get it, SP. Don't worry. Like I get what you're trying to say, but at the end of the day, SP, life doesn't work like that. Uh I'm white. I don't get mad if negative things are brought up about white people. What the baby's going to do. Yeah. Thank you, Robin. I mean Randall. I apologize, Randall. Thank you, Randall. Like Randall understands. You know, it's like this is why I say, like, even like I say, yo, I, if I say collectively to Randall, Randall would know what I'm talking about. Our word, and I'm gonna be personally honest, be active. Were there some Latinos, you know, 10 toes down for Black Americans? Absolutely, we could probably name a few. We still respect those type of people, you know. But at the end of the day, we're not going to save everybody. That's the thing. This is where you have to understand. We can't save everybody. We can't save those people who are getting attacked by ICE. And the reason why is most of those niggas voted for Donald Trump on some negativity shit. They voted for Donald Trump because he thought that they were going to attack Black Americans. And like I said, as I always say, it's cool. Like, I'm not gonna tell you, oh, why did you do that and yada yada yada. Nah, my nigga, you wanted to do that. That's your prerogative. I'm not gonna tell you not to do it or not. You know, because you should only address. No, no, no. Be active. That's not how life works. I do not. I do not address everybody. Address the collective people that do it, and I also and look at me, be active. Whenever like Latinos or Africans or Caribbeans do something right, I say, yo, collectively a few people did something right. They a few immigrants stand on business. This is why I told you be active. You need to police your people. You see how black Americans always say, yo, we don't fuck with that. Once shit happens, we like, yo, we don't fuck with that type of shit. We don't know what type of shit this nigga's on, but yo, we don't do that type of shit. That's not our culture. This nigga's probably on somebody probably slipped something in his drugs or something, but we don't fuck with that shit. When Kanye started doing that monkey shit, what did black Americans say? Yo, we don't fuck with that shit. We don't know what type of shit this nigga's on. This nigga's running up in white areas talking about slavery was a fucking choice. That nigga was running up nigga, we say, yo, we don't fuck with that type of Kanye shit. Kanye's coked out of his fucking mind or he's on some type of shit. And let's see what Shabaka say. Being ashamed of who you are only exists when with Africans in America. Um, that's not the question. As they say, the FBA has been connected. Damn, what's are you okay, Shabaka? I have never seen so many errors in one message in a long time from you. Give me a second, man. And you're making me feel like I'm a fucking teacher too. The history of black Americans is African history. No, it's not. Black American history is um, Black American history is American history. Is because you know why our history is the most valid history in America. Our history is the reason why we talk about African history. Without black history, there would not we would not care. Nobody would care about African history. Only thing niggas would know was y'all niggas had Kuta Kente. That's it. Niggas wouldn't know about Mansa Musa. Niggas wouldn't know about Hannibal. Niggas don't wouldn't know about the real Africans in Egypt. The commits. We would have never knew about that if it wasn't for Black American history. So like I get what you're saying, Shabaka, but there's some holes in your truth. I would say that. Africans in America has experienced no more than any African people anywhere. That the black liberation struggle is worldwide and it's only members of that. No, but I'm gonna say this. The black liberation struggle that you're talking about, the only people who ever fought that black liberation was black Americans. And probably the French Africans that are in Africa. This is why I give them a lot of credit because they didn't have no black. They had black influence, but they didn't have black influence them backing them up. And I'm talking about physically. You know, this is why I said the question: are Africans in France better than immigrants, black immigrants in America? Are they more resilient? The only difference I'm gonna say this: the only difference between the African, the French Africans, and black people are culture, language, uh, probably different society, and tactics. But other than that, all the rest of the shit is the same. All the other the rest of the shit are the same. But if you try to compare African immigrants from France to the black immigrants in America, it's totally different. This is a two different is those are two different worlds. Those African immigrants in France, they fight. They fight like black people. They revolt. People in America that are immigrants, they don't revolt. They don't do none of that. That's why I'm trying to tell you there's a difference. And that's what the difference is. You know, there is 680 million in America, and the racist individuals don't. and will never represent the whole diaspora culturally race. Um, I'll say this: Americans, races. All right, so I will say this: sometimes it could be a cultural thing. Even a Mexican has said it before. He said, "Yo, the reason why a lot of Mexicans don't like black people is because it's a cultural thing." A Mexican said that about his own people. He said it's a cultural thing. He said most of these people don't even know why they don't like black people. You know, they got a million and one words why they shouldn't like them, but they don't have a real reason to not like them. You know, because as I always tell y'all, when y'all talk crazy about Black Americans, you only talk about 10% of Black Americans. That other 90%, they all work. They all trying to do good for themselves. They all have some type of job. You know, they're all trying to make it like everybody else. You know, and this is why there is a foundation of Black Americans, because that ideology that was pushed through the Africans, the Caribbeans, the Latinos, y'all pushed that for years. And Black Americans haven't said anything. But now you gotta understand when y'all gotta understand when generations change, a lot of people um are not gonna deal with that type of shit. A lot of people gonna take that shit differently. Especially when the white supremacists is promoting, like, yo, you see what this nigga just did? He just punched some man in the face. Then when you really now we got the internet where we find out why that man punched that man in his face. Now you figure out why that man did what he did. You know, so it's like I said, it's a this is why I always tell you be active. You gotta adapt with society. And this is one thing I always say. One thing, this is one pet peeve about Marquette I don't like. Marquette, he's a great podcaster. He's a great historian. He's a great teacher. It's just certain things he can't adapt with times. Is the shit weird? Absolutely. Doesn't mean you don't have to do it, but at the end of the day, you just have to understand why these niggas is doing what they're doing. This is where this fairmonger shit came from. Fairmonger came from niggas not understanding. This hatred shit came from people not understanding. This is why I told, and this is why I always say the white supremacists or sometimes even the white race ain't the best leaders in the world. Sometimes they're not the best leaders. And I have to say that because at the end of the day, they had 1,000 different times of trying to, fix problems. Put your pride aside. Let me tell you one thing I learned about a white supremacist. The hardest thing for them to do is apologize to a black man. From a I'm telling you, a white supremacist, the hardest thing they are scared or their fear of doing is apologizing to a black man. And the reason why, I remember so many times I was supposed to get apologies from white people because they thought I was stupid. They thought I would never get it. They thought they could hoodwink me, and it's just because how I act and how I talk. But when they find out, oh yeah, this is a reading nigga. This is a reading type of person. Latinos, which a collective diaspora term you generalize. Well, I'm gonna say this: when you say collectively, you can say a collectively few people. When you just say collectively, I'm not saying how big collectively it is. It could be a big collective of people, a small collective of people. I just say collectively because I don't know the stats, but I know it's a collective. There's a collective of people who do have some stroke that are, putting a whole bunch of racism in your community, and don't forget your leaders. I mean, be active. Look at your leaders. Your leaders are even doing this. How many times all those people in California got caught with doing racial things to Black Americans? How many times that those Latinos in California pushing Black people out of their communities? People in California, I mean in New York. Come on, be active. We can't do that. We can't lie. Pushing people out their own communities. It's just we can't lie. It's say it doesn't exist. It does exist. Be active. This is why I do un these unconventional or these untraditional shows. I do these untraditional shows. This is why. Um, but like I said, I agree with you. Be active about the coalition. It would work, but at the end of the day, y'all have no leaders. Y'all don't have a leader. And if you do have a leader, they're the ones talking crazy. Look what Fat Joe said. Look what Fat Joe's history popping up him doing all that racist shit. Ryan Garcia talk about he want to kill niggers and stuff like that. You sure that's not a culturally? And we're seeing these people doing this. We're seeing these people saying it. We're seeing these people like be active. We can't act like we don't see multiple people saying this stuff on a daily basis. You got people out of your community like Nick Fuentes, Paul Miller, that Martinez guy's talking racial shit, talking about we need to save the white race. Like they're white. Even though I think y'all are white, white Hispanics, you know. And I know y'all want to be the buffer class of them, but come on, we can't do that. Let me see what Shabaka said. I'm about to start in probably like 15 more minutes. All right. FB Foundational Africans in America should be the name. Don't need any more silly names. Foundational Africans in America. Oh my God. I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. Um, again, this is where this fearmonger comes from. This fearmonger comes from not understanding, a lack of knowledge, or a knowledge that you just don't want to understand. I'm just being personally honest. Shabaka, you know what a foundational Black American is, but you intentionally act like you don't understand. Like you intentionally do it. Like, and it's straight. It just like my nigga. We know you. Like, come on, man. It's like being a dead horse with you. I've been, no. He was really. Thank you, Rando. We all knew that SP was a racist, but it's straight, you know. But yeah, it's just Shabaka. Y'all don't want to understand, and it's straight. Like stop, stop Asian you. What? Stop Asian you? What's Asian you? I don't know. Uh, you see, the stupid racism that members of the FBA expose is not held by African Americans community. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna answer your question. I just read half the question. Um, I personally think it's offensive to call me African American. I'm gonna be personally honest. I think it's very offensive. And the reason why I think it's offensive is because it seems like you're trying to take the lineage that my family built in America away from them. You want us to have this imaginary or this invisible family that was in Africa. Y'all can't tell me where they were in Africa. You can't tell me what they were doing in Africa. You don't know. You can't tell me what tribe they're from. And I think that's very disingenuous, and I feel like it's very insulting. Um Not just being African, but you're trying to take what my family built historically in America. You know, and like, let's personally be honest, the cultures in Africa now is all mixed and mingled up. It's all crossbred cultures and traditions, you know? And that's just how I feel. Ping eats orange beetles. Beagles. Randall is white, and because su- superiors come from the white race, that doesn't mean all or not even the majority of whites are racist, because that's not true. I said, but be active. You're saying something that I have been saying for the last probably year and a half. You know, nobody didn't say white people are racist or the white race is racist. We said the white supremacy is racist. White supremacy is a fucking system. It's a system on the top of another system. And people use the white supremacy ideology. I'm just being personally honest, be active. We're the foundation, the people that you talk about, the foundational black Americans, we're the only ones who ever been fighting the white supremacy system. This is why I'm talking about resilient. This is why I'm having a conversation about this. You know, and this is why I keep on going back and forth from Africans in Europe and Africans in America. There's a difference. Most of these people, most of these immigrants in America are entitled. They have an entitlement thing. How you think you deserve something that you never fought for? I'm just being personally honest. And this is why I told you be active. You got to be careful what you claim. You started claiming fucking Hispanics. You started claiming the Conquistadors. And this is where you fucked up at. And this is why I say, yo, be active. You're more of a white Hispanic than indigenous. This is why I say you're a white Hispanic. Don't worry, SP is a white Hispanic too. You know? And like I said, it's cool. Nigga, what the fuck? It's just, it is what it is, man. You can't get mad at what these people do. Um, Shabaka talks like he got a needle on his own. Yeah, man, all that brother and shit, ethnicities and cultures, which is why I would never generalize the white diaspora. I don't do it, but the thing about it, be active. We didn't tell you to do that. We said white supremacy. The white supremacy is a system. You know, I'm telling you, it's a system. I told you 100 times, it's a system, and this is why I always tell you. Sometimes this is why y'all don't. This is why y'all don't like foundational Black Americans, because you don't understand it. You're looking for an imaginary boogeyman. I'm just being personally honest. You're looking for an imaginary boogeyman. You know? And SP, stop calling your girlfriend black. She's not black. She's Belizean. She's an anchor baby, if anything. You know? Her mama did the right thing. If her father is a black American, she she's good. You know, I got nothing but respect the non-racist people on the planet and all races. But be active. This is why I like when you're on my show, because I don't think you get what we be saying, and I be explaining it like four different types of ways. I tell you all the time that foundational Black Americans don't hate y'all niggas. We don't need to hate y'all. It's just like All we want to do is have a clean slate and just handle our own business. We don't need no coalition. We don't need y'all. Like personally, like if you really look at it, be active. If you're against the Black Americans or you don't like Black Americans, a lot of the motherfuckers don't need y'all in the space. They still will do fine without y'all. But y'all, but the thing about it is y'all are so entertained with the shit that we do. Our culture is so cool. The things that we do is so cool. The things we create is so cool. The way how we do things is awesome. And it's great. It's nigga, you know what? I toot my own horn and stuff like that. And it's cool. No, it's not a cultural thing. That's another. No, it is a cultural thing. Your own people said that. Be active. It's like me saying. So that means your own people are lying. Be active. That's what I'm trying to say. Your own people are lying. That's what you're trying to say. Do stop with that. SP, you know I'm not lying. I will tell you this. You know I'm not lying about your people, especially in California. All that racist shit that y'all be saying in California about black people. Are you serious? If I'm lying, why were you calling them niggas coconuts? That's how I know be active. I mean, SB be lying. SB yada yada yada. Yes, program. John program. I agree with. I agree 100% with. I'll say this. Everything to you is a lack of knowledge, Shabaka, but you have no knowledge of what a foundational black American is. You call a foundational black Americans a fade, a fad, let me say fad, um, a hate group, a cult. You called it so many names, but you still don't know what a foundational black American is. It's so bad that y'all want us to be Africans, you know? And like I said, when we said we had a whole ethnogenesis, you act like you don't know what that is. You know? Be active. I'ma say this. A lot of your podcasters, a lot of your leaders, a lot of these people who are this world, they do that. From the Ryan Garcias to the legislators in California to the fucking movement leaders to the gangs. Like it's like I said, there's a lot of them doing that out here. Be active. It's a cultural thing and it's cool, you know. Like I this is the thing. You want me to take static to it. I'm not gonna take no static to that. I'm gonna say this before I jump into this because I'm about to jump into the first video. I want to say this. I believe, and I'm gonna say this out of the defense of Latinos. There are there are some very great Latinos out here, but at the end of the day, culturally, it's not like self accountability. Zero self accountability. Majority of black people couldn't afford to live in the West Side because of the increased costs. No, that's not it. And the reason why SP because we've been through a situation like this. It's never about money. It has never been about money. When integration happens, or when people just try to take over the community, they bring their cousins. They bring like 50,000 people. They always undercutting people. Yes, this is what happens. SP, what's going on, Ray? Ray, salute, salute. So you can't say that it's a they couldn't live on the west side of California or LA. No, it has never been about money. You know, but yeah, it never been about money, SP. And I think what you're doing right now is you're giving a false equivalence, if I'm saying it right. It's a false equivalence, yes. I'm talking about, and this is just hear me out. I'm talking about a correlation and why that there's a lot of racism in in your culture, and like y'all have it in y'all own in y'all own country. Like for example, why do the Afro Mexicans live in another whole community but away from the light community? Why do the parents who are dark skinned tell their kids, yo, only mess with a white man or a lighter skinned Mexican? That is said. They don't worry, SP, because they do it in Africa too. They do that shit in the African community too. Don't fuck with the black Americans because they said what? You're gonna be a baby mother. You're gonna be you're gonna be left by yourself or a drug addict. They say shit like that, you know, and at the end of the day, it's like my nigga, it is what it is. We don't need to fuck with y'all. But at the end of the day, like I said, SP, none of y'all stopped that shit. None of y'all said anything. So now the foot is the shoes on your foot now. You're begging for help. Come on, come on, not Shabaka. I'm sorry, Shabaka. But come on, SP, don't do that. All that crazy shit that collectively that your people have said about black Americans, we can't get mad about that, SP. And you act like you act like we're going 100, we're going zero to 10 on y'all niggas. We're not even going 0 to 10 on y'all. We're just saying like, yo, y'all gotta handle y'all bullshit. Get your fucking shit together. That's all we're saying. Y'all don't even want to do that. Jesus Christ, you know? Like how much work you want us to do, man? It's like, come on, stop it. It's a headache, you know? All right. 5 more minutes, we're gonna jump into the video. Why are the Mexicans even here? Don't they have it to to the south? They fled Mexico and used their racist Chino culture to create their own rat trap en- enclaves. I don't know what that is. Right. I guess you never heard of a place like New Mexico. But New Mexico isn't your country, no, I mean your state anymore. SP, y'all niggas sold it. Y'all sold it. It's like when the French sold Louisiana. It's not French colonies no more. It's American colony. It's like when the Spaniards sold Florida because their ass was getting bust up by the fucking natives, those black natives in Florida. They didn't have the money they didn't have the money for the war. So they sold it to America. You know, so it's not your country no more. So it's you got to stop with that used to be ours. That's like yo, I used to have $100,000 in my check account. That shit don't mean nothing, you know, because I used to have it. I don't have it now. You know, is a name one city or state with a black name? Huh? I'm not the right person to ask that to because that's some weird shit. I'm gonna be personally honest, SP. That's some weird shit to ask somebody. Name a state that was named by a black man. That shit's fucking stupid. Um, you know, it's like you're kind of reaching. You're just mad because your people sold New Mexico and Florida. I mean, New Mexico, Texas. What else did y'all sell? Arizona. Y'all niggas sold mad states. Now you think you then now y'all feel like y'all have ownership. This is the entitlement. Remember I was just telling you about black immigrants in America and I said there's an entitlement. This is the entitlement that I'm talking about. SP, you having an entitlement issue with black Americans. This is why I always tell you I was like the Africans in France are way better than the Africans in America or the immigrants in America. Because at the end of the day, they fought. Y'all didn't really fight for anything. Y'all fought for self. You know? These niggas in France had to fight. Y'all niggas really didn't have to fight because y'all had the civil rights. You had LULAC, and y'all was fighting to be white. You wasn't fighting for a black for the people of color. This is why I said that shit with people of color. It's a fad. It's a hustle. Not even a fad. It's a hustle. This is why I say, yo, you got to stop putting black people in the same category as everybody. Stop saying people of color and stuff. Then asking why black people haven't got anything. You know, that's like me having a thousand. That's like me having $0 and they gave you $1,000. And you ask me why I don't have $1,000, and somebody gave you $1,000. Like that shit's stupid. That's the shit that y'all are fighting over. That shit's crazy. If we were closer, I give you a pit a pit puppy. Shout out to Rando. What's the famous resort in the Southwest? uh, is that Ray Ray on the screen? Like, no, that's not Ray Ray, man. Jesus Christ, this nigga asked me, "Is that Ray Ray?" That nigga's being funny. FBAs are the only group that brags about sitting on the couch and doing nothing. FBA. You know why we bragged about that? Because we didn't do anything and y'all niggas still failed. And y'all failed. You said y'all remember what y'all said? Y'all didn't need black Americans. Y'all didn't need black Americans to do anything. Then when Donald Trump got elected, y'all started crying. Y'all started crying foul and we were laughing. Until this day, we're still not complaining about the situation. We're just putting a plan together, you know? Y'all the ones out here crying, fighting in the streets, fighting for freedom and shit like that. Y'all like technically y'all niggas is out here really fighting for freedom, you know? And that's not no I'm not slick dissing y'all. I'm just saying y'all niggas is fighting for freedom right now. Except the Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans is lit or these niggas is lit right now. Them niggas is the out of the Latinos, those are the most real Americans there in this country is Puerto Ricans, most of y'all, all y'all other niggas is immigrants. Mexicans are immigrants too. Y'all niggas sold y'all land. You know, it's just it is what it is. But let's get into this video. Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat, and also share. But you cannot comment in the live chat if you're not a subscriber. So definitely subscribe, and we're trying to hit that 500 mark. Hopefully, we can hit it today, tomorrow, or even on Friday. For Friday, oh man, I don't know if I should get. Yeah, I'm a, I'm gonna buy a bottle. Yeah, I might buy a bottle. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a bottle tomorrow. I mean Friday, but yeah, this is what. This is what we've been talking about and stuff like that. But the first video that we're gonna watch is why do Africans keep trying to Africanize foundational Black Americans? And I think I think personally this was the biggest problem. You said blacks have absolutely zeros in the Southwest. Oh no, you're crazy. You're crazy. We got roots, especially in the South. Southwest isn't really y'all's. Cause how old is like Arizona and New Mexico? Well, yeah, and you call us fleers. You can't flee. We didn't flee another country. SP. There were some people that fled to Canada, yeah, and they were called Nova Scotians, but those were technically Black Americans, and they have Black roots. Like I think The Rock's father. I think The Rock's father is a black. He's not a foundational Black American, but we can say he's a foundational Black Canadian. You know, he has no roots to no other country. You know, he's a Black American. No, a Black Canadian. So yeah, many of you even fled as far as Mexico. The fuck are you talking about? We don't go to Mexico. Y'all don't like us in Mexico. We'll come back missing. You know? So yeah, absolutely not. You know, niggas ain't trying to go to your country. Niggas is only trying to come to your country, you know, get their dick sucking, probably if a nigga's a drug addict, do some coke. You know, other than that, nah, niggas ain't trying to go to your country. But yeah, we're gonna watch this video. I'm gonna break it down. I've been breaking down videos, so yeah, I'm gonna do it to this video.
After this ice show speed tour, I want to see Black Americans go back to African Americans. Let's not play around anymore now. It's African Americans. That's it. It always has been, it always will be. I don't care if it's 400 years removed. Your DNA is still linked back to the motherland, the continent. None of this Black American stuff. You might be Black American, but you got African in you. African American. African American. The African American.
So that's the thing right here. Everybody has African genetics, you know, because everybody came from an African, a person who lived in Africa, like their genetics did. So, like even white people, like Randall got African genetics. Shabaka got African genetics. Ping Fu got African genetics. SP got African genetics. Be Active got African genetics. Everybody came from African. It's probably not a lot, but they have African genetics. That's why I asked the question, is Africans Negroes? Or is that only a Black American thing? Because I really never heard. I heard of Negroids, but you don't really compare that to a African. So yeah.
They're great people. The African Americans. African American.
That is how I see.
Well, that's why if you really want to not offend people, stop calling people African Americans.
Yeah.
Use the word African, and you're insinuating 12.5% or higher African blood. There's a lot of black races. The Africans are the only ones.
You heard what that man say? Listen to what he just said again.
Calling people African Americans.
He says,
well, that's
the African American.
Really want to
African American.
That is how I see.
Well, that's why if you really want to not offend people, stop calling people African Americans.
Yeah.
Use the word African, and you're insinuating 12.5% or higher African blood. There's a lot of black races. The Africans are the only ones that are fucked. The Moorish people, all these other cultures, all these other bloodlines that would never in a million years be classified as a Negro. It even says right in the definition.
Remember the question I asked? I just asked it like 30 seconds ago. I was like, yo, can Africans be considered Negroes? Now listen to what he
all
said.
Colored in a million years be classified as a Negro. It even says right in the definition, all colored people, Negroes are always colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Literally one of the definitions right out of the book. What that definition is referring to is there's a lot of black races that are not of African descent. When you say African American, you're saying persons. You're calling them a persons. We think that's friendly. We think that's kind. and we don't realize that we're essentially insinuating.
So let me ask you a question, Shabaka. Can a white man say he's a white African? Like Randall. Randall's from Ohio. Can Randall be like, yo, I'm a white African? Never been to Africa a day in his life. He has family in Europe, probably England, Germany, maybe got a little bit of Scottish. I'm just guessing, Randall. Can he say he's a white African? Or Ping Fu? Ping Fu's from China. Can he say he's a Chinese African because he has African genetics? Because everybody has African genetics. Can Ping Fu say he's an African Chinaman or a Chinese African? Can he say that? How can you help us when you can? What are you talking about, nigga? SP, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Nigga, you don't know all the great things that black Americans have done, completed, created, stopped, you know, evolutionized. Like I said, a lot of y'all can't, compare. Y'all can't relate of winning. Black Americans so used to winning, you know. Uh, this nigga's talking about my kids again. Jesus Christ, Pinkful, why do I always got to do this to you, man? Jesus Christ. But yeah, you know what time it is. You know what time it is, right, Pink Fu? It's time out time, man.
That they are a released slave of African descent, and we're insinuating they are a persons and not a people. I mean, I wonder if you'd have more standing as neither than you would as a persons. Like, if I wasn't a free white man and I had to choose between being a persons or being just like nothing, I'd almost say like I'd rather be stateless or have nothing than be a persons than be an African. Let's say a real dark-skinned Brazilian person. You know, what is their bloodline? What is their certain Indian tribes have very dark skin. There were people who were here in America even before us that had dark skin, and they're out in the sun all the time, or what? Who knows what? They look even darker than they really are. All Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes.
So, escaping that matrix.
All Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Do y'all get what that means? All Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. They jumped down that rabbit hole. Not SP, Shabaka, you're jumping down the rabbit hole, and you know what? We're gonna figure this out together. Why not? Why not? They have African genetics, just like Black Americans. They have African genetics. So why they can't say Chinese? I'm African. Chinese African. You know, it's simple. And Mexican is not a Negro. It's not rocket science. Why not? Why not? Black King. Why not? Weren't the Seminoles down there? Don't they claim Africans? Don't they say they came off the slave ship too? So why can't they claim it? This is the question I'm asking, and this is why I always said, I tell you, Black Snow Bunny King. This is why I always say, this is why I stopped saying everybody who is a people of color or black. I stopped saying that. There was a reason why I stopped saying that. So now, yes, we're gonna jump down that rabbit hole. Yes, we are. We're gonna jump down that rabbit hole. Again, weren't there Africans in Mexico? Didn't those Africans mix with the Mexicans? Didn't them Africans mix with the Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the Brazilians, the Trinidadians, the the Argentinians, Belizeans? So why can't they say that they're Negro, but you want black, but you want to say, oh yeah, y'all niggas is African American? We're gonna jump down that rabbit hole, Black King, because you know what? Shabaka needs to hear this. The guy made a perfect point. He said, all Negroes are colored, but not all colored people. He said all Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. There's a reason why he said that. You know why he said that, Black King. Okay, but do they have African genetics? Shabaka, do they have African genetics? No, 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 no. No, no, no. We're not going to do that, Black King. Genetically, a lot of those Mexicans, they have some type of African genetics. They have some type of African genetics. So you could try to deflect where, oh, you're like Tyrone Biggums and stuff like that, but let's personally be honest. Everybody has some type of African genetics. No matter if they're white as fucking butter, or they're dark as of fucking coal. They have some type of African genetics. How are you trying to take their Africanness away from them? But now this is the question I'm gonna ask you. Why don't you have the same type of smoke? Why don't you have the same type of respect for Black Americans then? We're telling you that, like, yo, we're far off of Africa because at the end of the day, we've been mixing and mingling with everybody who was in America. The Fiji people, they're darker than Black Americans, but they don't say they're African. We don't see Fiji Africans. But when it comes to Black Americans and we doing great over here, we got to use African. You see the disingenuous matter in that? It's very disingenuous, and you know that. It's very disingenuous, you know? And I just wanted to show you that it was very disingenuous that the stuff that y'all were doing. There is, this is simple. No one is taking Africanness from anyone you do. Yes, you are. You're taking it from the Mexicans. I told you all Mexicans have some type of African genetics. And you say, I said, why don't y'all call them Mexican Africans or African Mexicans? And what did you tell me? What did you say? You said this: a certain population of Mexicans are considered Afro Mexicans. This has always been around. And I did not say that. You changed the question. I said all Mexican have some type of African genetics. Just like white people. White people have some type of African genetics, no matter how white or how pale they are. They have some type of African genetics. Why aren't we calling these white people white Africans? Why aren't we calling these Mexicans Mexican Africans? Puerto Ricans Puerto Rican Africans. Dominicans Dominican Africans. But black Americans have to be African American. That's the question I'm asking. Yeah, it's boring because you can't answer the question. That's why I said we're gonna go down this rabbit hole. What's the white guy said on the video? Was that it's black FBAs? Let's answer his question. FBAs are not indigenous. No, no, no. You didn't hear what he said. Listen to what he said. We're gonna watch it again.
And we don't realize that we're essentially that you're referring to is there's a lot of years be classified Americans.
The African
Now
Americans.
watch.
African American.
That is how I see.
Well, that's why if you really want to not offend people, stop calling people African Americans.
Yeah.
Use the word African, and you're insinuating 12.5% or higher African blood. There's a lot of black races. The Africans are the only ones that are fucked. The Moorish people, all these other cultures, all these other bloodlines that would never in a million years be classified as a Negro. It even says right in the definition, all colored people, Negroes are always colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Literally one of the definitions.
That's why I said what he just said. No, no, no. Wait. Be active. He said all Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes. Now listen to what he said.
Right out of the book. What that definition is referring to is there's a lot of black races that are not of African descent. When you say African American, you're saying persons. You're calling them a persons. We think that's friendly. We think that's kind. And we don't realize that we're essentially insinuating that they are a released slave of African descent. And we're insinuating they are a persons and not a people. I mean, I wonder if you'd have more standing as neither than you would as a persons.
Listen.
Like, if I wasn't a free white man and I had to choose between being a persons or being just like nothing, I'd almost say like I'd rather be stateless or have nothing than be a persons.
Oh shit, we're going down that hole. Listen.
Let's say a real dark-skinned Brazilian person. You know, they're what is their bloodline? What is their certain Indian tribes have very dark skin.
Hold up. Be active. Listen.
What is their bloodline? What is their certain Indian tribes have very dark skin. There were people who were here in America even before us that had dark skin, and they're out in the sun all the time, or what? Who knows what? And they look even darker than they really are. All Negroes are colored people, but not all colored people are Negroes.
So, escaping that matrix, learning, conditional acceptance, learning.
Remember the question I asked? The question I asked was, are Africans considered Negroes? Remember, I just jumped out and just said, yo, are African Negroes? Are Africans Negroes? And I know you're mad at, like I said, I know you're mad at me because I'm doing this, but at the end of the day, look it. Are they indigenous? You just asked FBAs are not indigenous. What did this man just say? What did he just say? Are you a copper colored American, bro? Don't I look copper colored? The fuck? You should see me in the summertime. I turn burgundy. I turn dark burgundy. Yo, you're bugging. Black Snow Bunny King, you set yourself up for that. I turn burgundy in the summertime. There's no white man in the world that can name us. There no there no white European Britannia. Shabaka, you're jumping off topic now. I'm saying if the white race has African genetics, why aren't we calling them white Africans? In South African, they call themselves white Afrikaners. Now the question I have to ask for you, why are we calling ourselves African Americans? That's kind of offensive. It's kind of offensive. It has to be offensive. And the reason why I'm saying it's offensive because you're not doing the same thing to everybody else who has African genetics. Like Beat Active, let me ask you a question. Why aren't you calling yourself a Puerto Rican African? Or African Puerto Rican? Like, why aren't you calling yourself an African Puerto Rican? Ping Fu, why aren't you calling yourself an African Chinese or African Chinaman? But you want me to call myself African American. I'm just jumping down the rabbit hole with y'all. So it's just, I know it sounds like, yo, it's crazy. It's this and that, yada, 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 all this and that. But at the end of the day, I don't want y'all to be offended, especially you, Shabaka. You get offended a lot and you're very sensitive and you get feminine when we start talking about Africa. You get very, you turn feminine, you know? That's one thing I don't like about you, you know? You can cry for help. Last time was yo, that's crazy. But yeah.
Whatever. There's so many areas to really.
How do you personally view Black Americans?
Oh, Black Americans, my niggas. I miss you, but I don't know you, but you our history. And also you must tell Donald Trump, you must take his Afrikaners, bring back our niggas. Please.
They are great people. They are good and everything.
Good in everything.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
They normal people just like us.
Black Americans are cool, man. Like they
Told
trendsetters,
you.
athletic. Yeah, that's just on the positive side of things. But on the negative side, I think they're very limited in terms of information, like as far as the rest of the world, like geography, history, and all that.
Like, how do you feel?
I feel like they all seem like us here in Cape Town, in South Africa.
I feel like a lot of Africans don't understand the African American experience. I never knew until I came here and started learning the history of what happened here. Like all the way from the end of slavery, Jim Crow laws, redlining, the civil rights movement, the pipeline from the school to prison pipeline.
The prison
Like,
industrial complex.
yeah, like all of this stuff. I don't think Africans have an idea of all these things that are put against African Americans to become successful. Like even the Africans that are brought here, we're brought and we're put into like nicer neighborhoods. They don't put us in Southside Chicago in like the worst neighborhoods where you literally have to get a gun to survive.
My family members in the US, when they go to the bank to take a loan, they will be given a loan. But when their African American friends go there, to take the same loan, they will deny them, from having a loan. When it also comes to jobs, for example, just to apply some jobs, my African family, with African passport, they will give them some jobs, and then the African Americans, they know they will not be able to have the same jobs. So God bless this brother here for explaining these things.
So I'm gonna say this. I know what they're trying to do, and I get it. I'm gonna say this. Like I said, even calling us African Americans, and I know it's just to tether off of us. I feel like it's still kind of disingenuous, even though you are saying great things about us. We already know, and it's where. How do I put this? So I get what he's saying, and like in the other guy, he's saying all the stuff that we have been through. Yeah, we have been through it, but at the end of the day, you have benefit off of it. As I always have been saying, everybody benefits off of the black struggle. But now when black Americans are saying that, like, yo, we can't keep on helping y'all when we have our own battles to fight, there's an issue. There's an issue. It should have never been like that. It should have been like, yo, we need to worry about our battles right now. You should have been like, you know what? We need to help. All the things that y'all have done for us, we should help. At least we owe you that. Or we should have, or you should be like, oh, well, you know what? We need to fight our own battles now. Thank you for all the stuff that y'all have done. We need to fight our own battles. Bronze Reapers kids better not ask. Well, oh, actually, I had a 3.9 in high school. I was that nigga in high school. I had a 3.9. In college, I had a 4.2. Is it a 4.2? Or is 4 is like an A? Because in college, I only got all A's. I probably had like the most I ever had was like B's and C. I probably had like 2 B's and 1 C. I think it was a 4.2, or is it? I think it was. No, it was. No, I think I had a 3.9 too. Yo, I haven't been in school for like almost 15 years. Give me a second. Let me think. No, 10 years. Uh, yeah, my grades was ill, bro. I had great grades. This is the thing. I wasn't like my brother. My little brother was smart as fuck. He didn't have to study. Me, I always had to study hard. So, hold on one second, everyone. Yeah, I always had to study, but when I study, I studied. Yeah, when I study, I studied. So, that was the thing about my brother. My brother was just naturally smart. His father was smart. Like my father was a hood nigga, so but my father had a job. He always did what he was supposed to do in life. So and this is why I always respect my father and love my father. He always did what he had to do. Hold on one second. Give me a second, everybody. I gotta reload. Just give me a second, everybody. I apologize. But yeah, I was very smart, man. I'm not an idiot, bro. Come on. But yeah, I was good in college, man. I was I was great. I was good in high school. I had a 3 point. No, so in high school I had a 3.5. I had A minus. Was it A minus? I had an A minus average. No, B plus A minus average. In college, I always had A's. I always had A's in college. So I was always great. So it's and like I'm not trying to toot my own horn. It's just I had to study harder because I think I was dyslexic or something. I think I'm dyslexic. Um like I still do because I learned so like how I learned from others, I learned differently. Um like the way how people learn, like they can just probably study a few times. Me, I will have to study it. But when I study it, I can ace it. I'll know everything about it. That's the only different thing about me. So yeah, it's bronze is like 400. Is it 400 pounds crying? Nigga, it's like that. Hold on. Also, he is a copper color. No, you could tell by my skin I'm copper colored. I'm. It's like I'm not burgundy right now, but if I stayed in the sun, you can tell. Like, yo, yeah, that nigga's mixed with something. Like that's why I be telling people I'm a black American. And a lot of people don't believe it because my skin is different, my hair is different from others. If I grow up my hair will be curly. Like you can see the curls in my hair. Um like it's weird, man. But let's finish the video.
To the Africans who thinks that they are in the United States and they are better than African Americans, because of their hard works, they are there. As he said, from the time of slavery all the way to the Jim Crow era in the United States, I mean, not only that, but even today, the way the system is built, you as an African with an African passport, the system will favor you than the African Americans. Because of why? The system knows that first, you are not American, and then not only that, but they can also put a pressure on you, just like at your workplace, to do certain things even you don't want to. Why? Because you do not want to lose your green card, or you do not want to lose your job, which might just put you at the risk of deporting.
So I'm gonna say this. I think this is very important of what he's saying, and this is why I say all the time. The black immigrants in France, they're more resilient than immigrants in America because those Africans in France, they're not scared to lose their green card because they'll come right back. They don't give a fuck. They'll come right back, even if it's on a fucking boat or something, or human traffic back. Like look at Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou I think it took him 2 or 3 tries to get him back to get him to France. So it's like that's why I say yeah, them niggas is way back. Like I'm gonna be personally honest, if we had the African French people in America, nigga, we would have been had it. Yo, we would have had America on pack. We would have had this shit locked down. But y'all niggas complies, and I'm being personally honest about most of y'all immigrants. Y'all comply to the system. Y'all was scared of the system. Them niggas in France are not scared of their system. They're not scared of their system. Y'all were scared of y'all were scared of the American system. This is probably the greatest place ever to live or you can be at, but at the end of the day, you're scared of the system. Them niggas in France are not scared of them system. That's why I talk about them French rappers, those African French rappers. And that's why I say, yo, I don't hate Africans because those are probably one of my favorite people to listen to. Nas, I love listening to a lot. Nesca, he be tearing the shit up, man. I can't wait till them niggas come to Massachusetts. If they go to New York, I'm going to New York. I'm driving to New York. And I hate to drive to New York. I hate to drive into New York. But I will go to New York just to listen to them niggas rap and sing and do their little African cultural dances. But y'all niggas, the Afro beats and all this other shit that y'all had, y'all trying to be Americanized, that shit is trash. And the reason why it's trash because it's not your culture. Yeah, this is why I'm saying y'all are diluting your culture. And the thing about y'all not even diluting your culture with black, just black diaspora culture. You're diluting your culture with pop culture. And pop was created by black people, but was infiltrated by the white supremacists. And this is what dilutes your culture. This is why Burna Boy isn't selling. This is why Burna Boy is turning his back on Nigeria. He's saying that like, yo, I wish I was never Nigerian. When I was small, I wish I was never Nigerian. Nigerians are not cool. They're shady to each other. This is what he was saying. So it's just like I get it when you come to America, yo, everything is just handed out to you. But look at the French. Them niggas really have to work to get what they got. Them niggas is living in manors or the projects. This is why I respect the French people. They get put in the situation as a black person. This is why they can relate to black Americans. This is why they can relate to black culture. Even them Arabs and them Albanians in France, they can relate to that type of culture. They can relate to like, yo, we actually have to stick together instead of this racism type of shit sometimes. You know, so this is why I say, yo, these Africans in France, they're way better than y'all niggas in America. Even y'all Spanish folks. Them Albanians in France, them Pakistanians in France, them niggas stay on code with everybody. Y'all niggas can't even stay on code with y'all own people once y'all get to America. That's the crazy part. This is the thing that is going on. This is the thing that dilutes your culture. Y'all are taking away from your culture. These niggas in France are celebrating their culture and black culture. They're not trying to steal from American culture. They're saying, yo, we got this from DMX. We got this from the Chicago drill rap. We got this part from house music. This is why I always tell people all the time, one of my favorite DJs is called Goldie. He was a part of the Metalheads. If you ever seen GoldenEye, it was a black guy with the golden teeth, but he was British. His name is Goldie. He's a DJ. He's a real DJ. He's older now, but he's a real DJ. He was one of my favorite DJs when I was growing up because at the end of the day, he respect black culture. He understood about the cornbreads and the hip hop. This is where drum and bass music comes from. It comes from the hip hop culture. It sounds different, but it's similar. You could tell the similarities from the hip hop culture. The Africans that comes to America, they steal from black American culture. Or black immigrants who come to American that steals from from black American culture. But we're looking at these people in France, and this is why I pay attention to the people in France that are immigrants, because they'll tell you that that's black American culture. They can tell you that they didn't get that from no Latinos or no Caribbeans. They say that's black American culture. They don't say that's black immigrant culture. They're not saying that's Jamaican culture. They say that's black American culture. So if that's your people and your people are saying that, what am I missing? Are they misinformed too, like I am? And they study the culture? They study the 1930s, they study the doo-wop culture, the disco culture, the funk culture. Where you think all of this stuff is coming from? Where's all this stuff coming from? This is why I say I get French rap culture, because at the end of the day, they're not taking black American culture and saying that's theirs. No, they're putting their culture in it too. They're doing their African dances. They got white people doing their African dances. That's That's more than what y'all niggas in America are doing. Nobody's not doing an African dance in America. Nobody's not doing a Latino dance in America. Niggas is not trying to learn that shit. If they see a black American do it, niggas is doing it. They see a black American rapping a certain type of way, they doing it. I'm gonna give you an example. Niggas been rapping so fast for years. Have we ever seen anybody try to emulate Eminem's type of style? People could say, "Oh, yo, I learned from Eminem," but people don't do the same shit that Eminem does. Eminem talks about crazy shit, about killing his mother and doing some weird shit to people. People don't really talk about no shit like that. You probably catch a very few percentage of people doing that. I'm just was it the Hopskin guy with the white eye and stuff like that? You'll probably catch him and his crowds doing that, or what's his name? There's only one person who ever made it, and he's a Nigerian guy, Nigerian American. He's gay too. What's his name? Gay African too. He was on the Clips album. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll tell you the guy's name. Give me a second. I'm gonna tell you what that album's called. I'm gonna tell you what that man's name was. What's my homie's name? I think he's dope, but I don't really listen to his music like that. What's my dude's name? He's a gay Nigerian guy too. And he just came out, he was gay too, just out the blue. Tyler the Creator. He's a Nigerian. He does the Eminem thing, talking about weird shit like that. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying it's dumb. I'm just saying it's not that many people do that shit. I wouldn't do that, but that's his shit. That's his shit, I'm just being personally honest.
You back to your home country. I have seen a lot of Africans, on the internet talking about African American.
Black King, let me ask you a question. What happened to Burna Boy's what happened to his last shows in America? Didn't they get canceled? Didn't most of those get canceled at the end because of low ticket sales? I'm just being personally honest. So hold on, Shabaka, you're mad at France because they produce resilient black Africans. You're mad at France because they produce resilient black Africans that stick together and I'm gonna add one more and get busy. While y'all in America, y'all don't get busy. Y'all don't get busy in America. Y'all sell out black America. These niggas don't sell out their own people. Them Africans in France don't sell out their own people. But most of y'all Africans in America or most of y'all black people in the black diaspora that are immigrants sell black Americans out. That sell their own people out. That will sell their friends out for cookies. That will scam their brethrens. You're mad at me for saying the French Africans And I mean, the Africans in France are way better than y'all niggas in America. You're mad at me because I said that. Y'all niggas is too entitled. Y'all niggas is too entitled right now. Y'all are too entitled right now. Cause you know what? Y'all could have been showing y'all culture. You know what? Y'all didn't want to show y'all culture. Y'all wanted to keep it away from everybody. So now when y'all want to put your culture out because genres are selling, you're mad at Black Americans. You can't you can't do both at once, man. I mean, you can't do two things at once, man. You're not built that way.
Being lazy, being this, being that, I mean, if you think because of your hard work you are in the US, why don't you sit your ass in Africa, to work hard to get what you are having right now in the
Hold
US?
on,
But
hold on.
no,
What did
as
he just
of
say?
green card, or you do not want to lose your job, which might just put you at the risk of deporting you back to your home country.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen a lot of Africans, on the internet talking about African Americans being lazy, being this, being that, I mean, if you think because of your hard work you are in the US, why don't you sit your ass in Africa, to work hard to get what you are having right now in the US? But no, because you can't make it in Africa because of the way our system back home here also is not enough jobs for people, not only jobs, but you, for example, who is from a minority family, let's start with, you will not have the chance, to be able to do something here because it's not about what you know, it's about whom you know. The same system is in the United States put in place for the African Americans, So I want to see all of you black Americans, I want to see all of you black Africans, to work together, to know that we are all families, I am Africans. And then it hurts me a lot that by seeing Africans on the internet in the United States, trying to bully, trying to bully the African Americans, taking them as lazies, or taking them as they don't work. But this is what happens, if you do not learn your history, and not only that, you also think that white man is God, Trust me, so many of African people are brainwashed to believe in this, Sadly, we even have leaders right now in power who are working for the same people who are oppressing the African Americans in the United States. The same people, our own leaders in Africa, are also oppressing us. These people in the United States, these black Africans who thinks like this, they just think the same.
Yo, them Africans in France are not fucking Pan Africans. Them niggas don't even fuck with y'all niggas like that. This is why I tell y'all I fuck with where Africans who live in France, my nigga. Them niggas stay on code. Y'all niggas don't stay on code. Shabaka doesn't stay on code. SP don't stand on code. Be active. You don't stand on code. Black King doesn't stand on code. And Black King is a Jamaican snow bunny lover. So this is yo. This is the shit I'm talking about. This is the shit I'm talking about. Y'all don't like the truth. This is the truth. We went down a rabbit hole. We went down the rabbit hole. We found Africans who live in America that is telling the truth. I'm telling you the truth. In my experience with Africans who live in France, it's different. Them niggas don't mind packing you out. Them niggas don't mind getting busy. Y'all niggas is scared. Y'all niggas is scared out here. Like, let's personally be honest. Y'all niggas is scared out here. Yo, y'all niggas is funny as fuck. Yo, y'all niggas is scared out here. We can't do that with y'all scary niggas out here, man. Come on, let's personally be honest about that. It's Yo, Black King is mad right now. Yo, I'm living in that nigga's mind rent free right now. I'm living in that nigga's soul. That nigga's mad at me right now. It's the truth, yo. Black King is the truth. You from Jamaica. You don't got smoke for the white supremacists, let alone the white community that you talk shit about. But you got smoke for people like me, huh? Let's personally be honest. You ain't down for the cause, man. You ain't down for the cause like that. Oh my God, yo. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, Black King. What made you turn into a Caribbean? A Caribbean that's a, a skin as a Caribbean, but mine as a European. What made you turn into that? What about you, Shapaka? You's an Afropean. You're not even a real African. You're an Afropean. People think that effort has a accomplice all. We accomplish everything, man. We in the bar, man. We in the bar. Yo, my man's mad. Yo, Black Snow Bunny King is mad at me, man. It's not Black Snow Bunny, man. Come on, don't do that, man. Why you acting mad to me? I do live in Boston. Ping Fu, I do live in Boston, so I don't think Larry Bird is the greatest Boston Celtics player of all times. I think it's Bill Russell. So yeah, that nigga's bad. We didn't even get through
As
it.
some of our leaders here right now who are working with these Western powers to oppress the black peoples in general. So I said, it's time for you Africans, who thinks like this, to come on the table, to know that African Americans are our family members.
I'm making this video because my last video got taken down very quickly, and I'm just going to play this video right here, really quickly, and then explain a little bit more why delineation is important.
Where did R&B originate from? Roots R&B? I think roots came from somewhere. You want to go deeply because the difference between we're not popular. That's the difference. Coming from an African R&B.
If you check history, blues, rap originated from Africa. The sound or the genre? Bro, the sound. There's no genre without the sound. The sound is the genre. Yeah, it's slaves used to rap, they used to chant, then it was a chant. They used to sing. So soul, blues, originated from Africa.
The fact that they came here as slaves, people forget the African descendants of it. They didn't just come to America and start developing slave songs. They came from Africa with the slaves they already had, and they brought it to here. So when people think about what makes it popular, yeah, it was popularized in America because they brought it out here. Makes sense. If we never came here, it would only been African.
I don't think that. I think sometimes what we are not differentiating is that it's morphed into something else. So R&B became R&B, and what we know as R&B, that's Black American music that we are now infusing in our Afrofusion.
Africans. Looking at that clip, I hope you guys see the big issue that I see there. It's that non-Black Americans are taking credit for the history and the culture of Black Americans that we've developed due to our absence from Africa, due to our unique struggles here in America. So them saying that is the craziest shit ever. But this is exactly what Europeans do. They like a specific thing about a culture so much to the point where they want to take credit and rewrite the history of how that part of the culture developed. Rhythm and blues. There was no blues in Africa before Black Americans. There was no blues at all.
The 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 15th Amendment. We accomplished y'all niggas to come to America. Without those amendments, you wouldn't be here. be active. they'll probably they'll probably kick y'all niggas out the state and say, yeah, you are a territory, but you cannot come into the state without a passport. We stopped that, so don't get it fucked up.
No country, no soul, no hip hop, no rap, none of that stuff. This is why Black Americans feel so strongly about delineation and setting ourselves apart. Not saying that we're not black, but being Black American doesn't just mean that you're black and American in America. This is why we're saying FBA or Solon, to nip the confusion in the butt, because people love to do that and try to hide behind that and say, yeah, I'm black, I'm Black American, so I can speak on things I don't know nothing about. I can speak on the history of an entire different ethnicity and misrepresent their stances and their situation just for my gain. Yeah, I could do that. Byron Donalds is a good example of why FBAs need to delineate, because he is not a foundational Black American. He is a Black immigrant speaking on things and rewriting Black American history, just like these people in this video. These Nigerians. These are Nigerians. They have no connection to that culture whatsoever, but they feel strongly enough to say that, oh, Black Americans actually didn't create that. Nigerians created that. This is called cultural theft and erasure. We don't need none of that. And we not going to do that. Delineation all day.
Y'all let me know if you're offended by the term African American, bro. Because I've been making videos, a couple videos, about just the whole diaspora war between Nigerians and, Africans and African Americans. So people in the comments are acting like the word African American is like a wrong term to use. I grew up in Europe. I believe like 99% of the world uses the term African American. When I watch movies, top pair movies, African American is what I hear. I have cousins that are African American. I have aunties that are African American. Someone in the comments even said if your aunties have any African in them, that they're not like Black American. Or I was so confused. I still think to myself, like, where do you think your genealogy is from? Like, I know for
Told y'all, man. Hold on one second, everyone. Hold on one second, everybody. Hold on. The white man who enslaved your mind. You are a black coconut. The white man took the chains off your wrist, but fucked your mind up. An African who think he's American. The white man still hanging us. Who's us? Nah, niggas get busy. See, Shabaka? That's why I say use a weak ass dude. Use a weak African. This is why I tell you that, yo, those French Africans are, yo, they're more resilient than y'all niggas. They're like us, nigga, yo. Nigga get hung, nigga get shot. Yo, we fucking shit up. We burning shit down. That's what they do in France. That's what they do in France. They do that shit in France. Why can't y'all be like them? Why can't y'all be like them? Them niggas get busy over there. Them niggas don't be crying for help and shit. Y'all niggas is always crying for fucking help. These niggas in France, even I gotta even give England some credit. Them niggas did not ask Black Americans for help. Them French did not ask Black Americans for help. But know what y'all raggedy motherfuckers did in America? Y'all Black immigrants asked Black, y'all immigrants in America asked Black people for help. Wow, them Africans from third world countries did not ask the nigga for shit. They tie their boots up and say, yo, we getting busy. Them niggas said, we getting busy out here in Paris. Them niggas had the flares. Them niggas running around with their flags, the French flags. They getting busy out there. Thousands of them. Y'all can't even put 50 of y'all niggas together to do anything. I'm being serious now. It's not even 50 of y'all niggas trying to do anything. Y'all niggas just go and hide or flee. Y'all flee to another state. While them niggas in France, them Africans in France, they getting busy. They on code. They fighting. They wish a nigga would. Those are my brothers. That's my brother. Y'all niggas here, y'all niggas is weak. Y'all are frauds. Y'all can't hold a candle up to them niggas. And I'm gonna be person. Y'all Latinos either. Y'all running around here. I'm blancos. I'm blancos. Nah. Them Latinos in France and in Spain, they get busy. Those are the real Latino. Those are the real Spanish. Those are the real Africans. This is why I have to talk about resilience with y'all. I'm trying to get y'all right. I ain't trying to make fun of y'all, but I'm trying to get y'all right. Y'all in war right now. I'm giving you the blueprint. Let me tell y'all Africans is something. Y'all depending on them niggas who took y'all resources, as y'all said. Y'all said them white Americans took y'all resources, and you depended on the fucking liberals. You depended on the motherfucking Democrats. And you couldn't even give Kamala y'all vote, nigga. Come on. How backwards is that? And I'm gonna say this: it was the Latinos who got Donald Trump in office, and them niggas are sending you back. And this is why I say shout out to the Puerto Ricans. Them niggas can't go back. Those are the Americans. Them Puerto Ricans is American. Know how to, no matter how you cut it, how you dice it, how you slice it, them niggas is American. But you other niggas, no Brando, nigga. No Brando. Let me ask you a question, be active. Why aren't you out in the streets fighting for your brothers from Dominican Republic and Argentina? Cause nigga, you don't care. You don't care, be active. Let's be honest, you don't care, nigga. Let me ask you a question, Ping Fu. Why aren't you out there? Why aren't you out there in the streets of Canada fighting for your brethren from Wuhan and shit? Your cousin Wuhan and Jimmy Ho. Nigga, you don't care, nigga. All you doing is human trafficking them niggas. That's all you doing. You making money off them niggas. He has no power. Yo, I just gotta be honest with y'all, man. This is why I say, yo, I'm excited for the Super Bowl performance. I'm glad Bad Bunny's being out there saying fuck you to everybody. Yo, I want that nigga. This is how I want that nigga to come out there with an American flag, start rapping in Spanish. That shit, yo, that shit might be better than Kendrick Lamar's performance. That nigga come out there with an American flag. Them white people gonna fuck him up. Oh shit, my nigga is crazy. It was more than Americans who invaded. Oh, there you go, there you go. We're talking about America right now. Y'all niggas is getting fucked up right now. We got Africans in France fucking shit up in Africa in France. Y'all niggas out here being civil with the devil, nigga. Come on. Y'all being civilized with the devil. Nigga, you being civilized with white supremacy, my nigga. I ain't giving y'all niggas no respect. And I'm gonna be personally honest. I'm not giving y'all niggas no respect. You civilized with the devil, nigga. Come on. You want me to defend you? You're the civilized? Nigga, we already been through that. And those people were called the civilized Indians. The 5 civilized Indians. We're not gonna be civil with y'all niggas. Come on, get the fuck out of here. African American my ass, nigga. Come on.
For white people, for example, white American people, A lot of times they'll be like, okay, I'm Irish, I'm German, or whatever. Okay, they're basically just European American people. Whenever
Let me. Oh, you want to ask some questions? Be active. Why aren't you helping your peoples in the streets who's getting deported? You're Puerto Rican. You should be on the front lines, my nigga. Why you ain't helping them Dominicans and them El Salvadorians in fucking New York? Why you ain't getting busy in New York? They about to call National Guards on y'all niggas. You out here doing fucking Uber while niggas getting ICE is snatching niggas out their lift in their Uber cabs, nigga. Come on.
Americans, specifically ones who say that they're FDA, specifically the FDA is an approving group of people, they'll be like, "Oh no, we're just all Native American." So if you're just fully Native, wouldn't that mean that you wouldn't even qualify for like reparations or whatever? Like, please let me know. How do y'all feel about the term African American? Because if I ask one of my friends, he doesn't care. Aunties use that to describe themselves, and they don't care. I'm just like, where did this come from?
Oh my god!
I've been in America for like 10+ years, almost pretty much. And I've never heard this in real life before. In high school, no one ever said this. Everybody said African American. In school, high school, we're learning history. In school, bro, there was no black kid in the class that said, "Oh, that's what's wrong." So I'm like, where does that come from? Please explain. Listen, people.
Everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. Only way you could comment in the live chat if you're a subscriber. So definitely subscribe. And another thing, I do need y'all to share this podcast, share this channel, share everything. That would be a great help for me, and thank you. Also, too, if you want to give a donation, I will be putting a link in the live chat. So definitely, all you got to do is hit the link and send a donation. That definitely helps the system. Thank you, players.
Make it seem like I dislike or hate African Americans. That doesn't make any sense. I've literally talked about being so inspired by African American people growing up. Like I'm born and raised in Ireland, in Europe, bro. I don't know all of my friends I have pretty much all Nigerian growing up, and I don't know none of them who are not inspired by African American people. We all like when you're in Europe, bro. Everyone consumes American culture. Like everything we see on TV is American, and I don't know. People just act weird. I don't know.
Americans, can you all educate Africans on why you all don't like to be called Africans? Instead, you want to be called Black Americans.
Yeah, Black
Americans.
Americans.
Really want to know as an African man.
So the short answer to that question would be, we're not African. And I know that there is an African somewhere around the world that is just cringing and just shaking in their skin every time they hear a Black American say that they're not African. But let me just explain this to you like this, because I feel like you're asking this question out of genuine curiosity and not trying to force an identity on a group of people that you probably really don't know anything about. Black Americans have been in this country for hundreds of years. Okay, generation after generation on this land, on this soil. I mean, we have pictures of great grandparents who, from like the early 1900s, when pictures first became a thing, right? So there's nothing that we can reflect to or go back to that shows anywhere in Africa in our lineage. So everything that comes from Africa that's in our DNA is purely ancestral. It has nothing to do with culture or heritage or identity at all. Our identity is 100%.
Hey yo, everybody, Pink Fu is mad at me. I don't know why he's mad at me, bro. I'm giving you education, man. We're doing research together, bro. Come on. We're doing some research together. We're asking questions that you're not going to see on other shows. I'm doing topic questions that we're not going to see on other shows. When have you ever heard this question that we're asking? Huh? Well, let me ask you a question. When have you ever heard of a topic question like this? French immigrants are more resilient than American immigrants. When have you ever heard of a topic question like that? Never. We digging deep into it right now. I'm giving you ins and outs of two different cultures. You know, and Ping Fu, you're mad. You're talking about, oh, this is racist, this is hate crimes and stuff like that. Ping Fu, let me ask you a question. What is your people doing for Canada instead of just reaping the benefits? Or are they only doing for self? What's different about Black Americans and what's different about give me a second, everyone. Give me a second, everybody. Yeah, like, let me ask you a question. Like, I'm doing topic questions that we don't see on Tariq Nasheed Radio, or we don't see on Alpha Elite. If we do something, it'll be something similar to it. I'm doing something totally different. I'm surprising you. Look at the topic questions that we're doing on Friday. Like, personally, y'all gotta understand. Hold on a second. This is why I'm telling y'all that as a Black American, I shouldn't have to do these type of questions. This should be somebody who has or does like other topic questions and stuff. Like me. I think out the box when we do these questions. Hold on a second. Give me a second. So, and I'm gonna say this: you should be happy that we're doing these type of questions. You're not listening to the same questions. We're not listening. We're not talking about the Black Lion Pimp Party. We're not talking about the Black Lion Party that everybody else is talking about. We're talking about something different. And you're mad, Pink Fu. If you want, I'm gonna say this: if you want to do the same thing that, or listen to the same thing that everybody else do, then we can do that. I'll do that once a week. How about that? We'll do that once a week instead of me just thinking out the box, actually putting some energy into this. I can do that if you like. So just let me know.
America with the United States. It has nothing to do with we have no cultural ties to not one country in Africa. We don't know anybody over there. We don't have no friends over there. We don't have no family over there. The only thing that we share in common with Africans is our skin colors and some of us and some facial features. That is like the only thing. So I think that when Africans look at us, knowing that we have an ancestral tie to the continent through the transatlantic slave trade, I feel like a lot of you guys just don't understand why we don't feel connected, why we don't want to identify with Africa in the same way that you do, not realizing how identity works. Why would we identify with an entire continent, right? Y'all always say, oh, Africa's a continent, not a country, remember? And nobody said it was a country. But we don't we don't have any ties at all, no connections for hundreds of years. So it wouldn't even make sense for us to identify as an African when that word means nothing to us, because I'm not from there. I don't have no family, no friends. I don't know y'all. It's no disrespect unless you started with me first, but I'm not from there. So I can't identify with no specific place over there, no specific people, tribe, nothing. And then y'all have to keep in mind that we are our own unique ethnic group, just period. We share DNA with a lot of different groups around the world. The natives, some European DNA, we have African DNA, some of us have Asian DNA. So we're a combination of a lot of different things that make us who we are, and we've kind of developed our identity through generations upon generations just in the Americas. So it doesn't make sense for a Black American to call themselves African when that vague term means absolutely nothing to us. And
She has a point. That's why I asked the question. Why don't you, if y'all have African genetics or you have some African DNA, why aren't y'all calling yourself African Mexicans? Why aren't y'all calling yourself African Puerto Ricans, African Dominicans, African Brazilians, not Afro Brazilian, African Brazilians? This is the question I'm asking you, and y'all have no answer for it. But you want Black Americans to call themselves African Americans. It just doesn't make sense. We have no we don't have no we don't have no entitlement to that country. To them, we're just akatas and drug addicts and drug dealers and baby mamas and baby daddies. That's all we are to them. So again, what type of entitlement do we have to Africa?
It has no substance at all. It might mean everything to you as an African because you come directly from there. You have memories of that place, or either that or your parents or your grandparents have memories of that place. If you want to go over there to some specific country, you can go over there and kick it, speak the language, and just fit right in culturally. We don't have that type of connection. So why would I call myself something that I don't have no connection to? I mean, if you want to talk about an identity crisis, that would be an identity crisis. Because you calling yourself by something that you don't even know about. You don't know nothing about. Thank you, sis. But for some reason, that logic only applies to Black Americans. I'm not really sure why. She says that she's Caribbean and they don't even call themselves African. They go by nationality. They know they have African ancestry, but they're not African. And it's actually disrespectful to call somebody by title that they're not, I think is what the rest of it says. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not about like, I feel like a lot of people, like especially Africans, when we kind of reject that term African, I think they get offended and think that we're saying that there's something wrong with being African, but they don't put those type of parameters on anybody else. Like, they don't do that to the Caribbeans. Like, they only do that to us. Like, they're not going to go to a Caribbean person that's from Trinidad and say, you're not Trinidadian, you're African. They're not, because that's disrespectful. Like, come on now. Like, why would you try to take away somebody's nationality and somebody's identity by telling them that they're from somewhere that they've never been, that they don't have any ties to?
Thank you.
And try to basically just rip them away from their culture and their...
That's that rabbit hole shit again. That's the rabbit hole shit again we were talking about. That's why I asked y'all, why don't y'all call yourself African Mexicans? African Puerto Ricans, African Dominicans, African Jamaicans, African Trinidadians. Why aren't y'all calling y'all self African white people? Or African white Europeans? It's just because it's silly. But you want Black Americans to have the goofy shit. This is why I say, yo, I already told y'all, I don't fuck with what's homeboy's name? Jesse Jackson. I don't fuck with Jesse Jackson. I think he's a con artist. I think he's a nickel slick nigga like Don King. I wouldn't be surprised if them niggas is brothers. You know, so it's again, why don't be active? Why don't you call yourself an African Puerto Rican? This is the question I'm asking you. Why aren't you calling yourself an African Puerto Rican?
heritage. This is super disrespectful, but I think that people feel like it's okay because we're American. Like, if you're from the continental US, for some reason it's like anything goes, you know, like you can just say whatever and just do whatever to us, I guess.
Stop using the words Black and African interchangeably, as if they mean the exact same thing. Africa does not own blackness. Blackness does not belong to Africa. The entire planet used to be black. All these European races and Asian races, all these pale-skinned peoples are relatively new to the planet. They only came about 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. Prior to 6,000 to 8,000 years ago, the entire planet was black. Every so-called country, every so-called continent, every landmass on the planet had black people. So every time you see a black person somewhere, stop saying they came from Africa. That's disrespectful.
SB, let me ask you a question. Why don't you say you're African Mexican? Why don't you say you're African or Mexican? Hmm? He don't want to answer that question. He's gonna dodge that question, everybody.
To their history. If you dig deeper, you will find black people everywhere.
Thank you. I just said that. I said that in the beginning
North
of the
and
show.
South America, the Pacific Islands, Australia. Black people are and were everywhere.
Food for thought. Let me put this out in the universe right quick and let me see if anybody catch this. So they say they dropped us off from Africa on wooden boats across the Atlantic Ocean. But when they were doing all this, why is it that they stopped calling us African? That's the part that gets me. At the same time, they call us so many different derogatory names throughout that little time until they got up to 1987, and then they figured out to start calling us African American. Who believe that garbage? At the end of the day, you never came from Africa. That's the thing. That's why you was called so many derogatory names, because they were running out of time and they had to figure out what they could call us. First off. Second off, when they got here and they seen us, they didn't know what to call us. Second off. But at the same time, look.
No. I didn't say Afro Puerto Rican. I said African Puerto Rican. I said African Puerto Rican. I didn't say Afro Puerto Rican. I said African Puerto Rican. You see how you try to play the yeah. No, African Puerto Rican. We didn't say Afro Puerto Rican. We said African Puerto Ricans. Why don't you call yourself that? You here to cape for your because he's a Broncos. Yeah. Give me a second, everybody. Oh shit. I might have to run downstairs for a little bit, but just give me 5 minutes if I have to. Yo. No, African Puerto Rican. I didn't say Afro. I said African Puerto Rican. No, African Mexican. Not Afro, African Mexican. You want me to call myself African American? Why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? What's the difference? Let me ask you a question. Is there a difference between Afro Puerto Rican and African Puerto Rican? Because you're making it seem like there's a difference. If you say if they're the same, tell me why there is a difference.
If you don't catch that, because that's common sense. Like, if we were African anything, they would have continued to call us African when we got here, right? But they didn't call us that. They call us Negroes, colors, other derogatory names, black, whatever the case you could think of. Y'all know what names they call.
Be active. You're being very disingenuous now. You're being very disingenuous. You know why? I said, why don't you call yourself African Puerto Rican? You said I call myself Afro Puerto Rican. If that was the same thing, you should have said African Puerto Rican. You said Afro Puerto Rican. So at the end of the day, you're playing games. Are you an African Puerto Rican? I'm asking you a question. Watch this, everybody. Are you an African Puerto Rican or are you an Afro Puerto Rican? Again, are you an Afro Puerto Rican or are you an African Puerto Rican? I'm asking you a question.
Because they still try to call us a lot of them names still to the day on cool, but they wouldn't call us no African nothing. So at the end of the day, I mean, if you ain't catch that pitch, I don't know what to tell y'all, man, because, yeah, that right there explains a lot to you. Like I say, The wooden boat don't make sense. The not calling us Africans but calling us Negroes and everything else, that don't make sense. Them getting here at a certain time before we got here, that don't make sense. Because on the cool, we already was here. We already was here before anybody got here. When they got here, they seen us. And at first they thought that, oh, we got this for the taking. And when they seen us, they had to figure out another plan. They had to come with a plan B. That's all that was. But anyway, y'all tell me what y'all think about that, because, man, hey, why you just didn't keep calling us?
Watch this, everybody. Watch this, everybody. We're going to see what Be Active said. Be Active. What you say, it's the same thing, SB? Oh, I mean, Shabak, you say it's the same thing? Okay, if it's the same thing. Watch this, everybody. Watch this. I'm gonna make it large. I'm gonna enlarge this. Don't worry, everybody. Africans. Hold on. Is it? Africans refer specifically to people specifically to people or things originated from the African continent, while Afro is a prefix denoting connection to African heritage. Afro-Latin, or commonly a natural, voluminous hairstyle. Yeah. So I'm asking you a question. It means the same thing, right? What did we just read? I just want to know what we just read. So everybody, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm gonna throw some music on for y'all. And SB, Shabaka, and Be Active. Think of it. Think about what I just said. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. I told you about those word games. You saw it when I wrote again. I said, why don't you call yourself African Puerto Rican? Again, why don't you call yourself African Puerto Rican? You want me to call myself African American? Didn't you have the same ethnogenesis that I had? How far are you out of Africa? This is what I'm talking about. We went down the rabbit hole. We went down that rabbit hole. Is to see the unity of African. Okay, Shabaka. So why is he calling himself Afro Puerto Rican instead of African Puerto Rican? That's your brethren. That's the question I'm gonna ask you. Why isn't he calling? Why isn't he calling himself African Puerto Rican? He's calling himself Afro Puerto Rican. Because there's a difference. You said there was a similarity. Now, don't lie and say that you did not say it was a similarity, because you know what? Let me not argue with you. Afro means you are Puerto Rican with African ancestors. They were born in Puerto Rico. Africans is their DNA. Not all Puerto Ricans has African ancestors. Yes, they do. Yes, they do, be active. I mean, yes, they do, Shabaka. You are lying because you know what? Everybody's genetics came from African. So we can't say that. This is why I said we're going to go down that rabbit hole today. This is why I just stopped playing videos and just, you know what? And I'm not going to play the video and just say like, yo, this is why I played the video. No, I'm going to show you why I'm playing this video. I'm showing you why I'm playing the video. This is why I say, this is why y'all are hypocrites. Y'all are hypocrites and fickle. That's what y'all are. I don't see none of y'all Africans are telling Puerto Ricans, yo, come back home. All you, my brothers in my Bowiqua brothers in Puerto Rico, come back home. Come back home to Africa. Come back to Western Africa. We want you. We love you. It's only Americans. It's only Americans. He's killing our leaders to stop Africa from uniting. Nigga, y'all already did that shit yourself, Shabaka. I will tell you that. He just no. I said, are you African or are you Afro? Are you African Puerto Rican or are you Afro Puerto Rican? You say you're Afro Puerto Rican. You picked a side. You picked a side, and I told you there is a difference. You told me they are all the same thing. You can play these word games what you want. You can play these word games all you want with me, but guess what? We got to look it up. We got to look it up. So you can lie, but we got to look it up. You're just going to look crazy. Let me ask the Pan-Africans a question. Why aren't the Puerto Ricans in the Pan-African movement? I'm talking about all of them. Why aren't all of y'all in the Pan-African movement? Why are y'all being separated from the Africans? There we go. Now they want to argue with me. Them niggas is crazy.
Speak on Black Americans. Christina, wow, Anna, Trevor, Napa. Christina, wow, Anna, Trevor, Napa.
Oh my God. Will Christine. Pullman. God, yes. Let's go. Let's go. Pullman. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I asked the content creator, I said, hey, what's the difference between you being on TikTok live begging and the homeless guy down the street standing on the corner begging? What's the difference? Y'all one and the same. You know this motherfucker told me.
Can you prove that, can you prove that, Shabaka? I can prove Puerto Ricans have African genetics. I can prove all Puerto Ricans have African genetics. Can you? I can prove all white people have some type of African genetics. Can you?
Hey, this brother said with a straight face, I have a house to do it out of.
As a person who was born and raised in Jamaica, begging culture has always been a thing. And if you really come from Jamaica like that, you're gonna know so there's no system in place to really help poor people. Other than me know about food for the poor, me don't know about nothing. Yes, maybe if you do my local research, but I'm telling you right now, bro, there's no system in place, so you have to beg. And work in general, to get a work is really hard. If you leave 6 in the morning, sometimes you might get back home at like 6 in the afternoon. Even insurance, Medicaid, and if you go to the hospital.
So you're telling me there was no slave trade going to Puerto Rico? Is that what you're saying? Again, there was a slave trade. So I just read what you said. There was a slave trade. Again, they wasn't mixing and mingling with Africans. This is why I call y'all white Hispanics. You don't want to claim, and I'm gonna be personally honest. Most of y'all people from them Latino countries don't want to claim your black side. This is why we keep on finding y'all blacky blaylas, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. This is why we keep on finding y'all blacky blaylas. Y'all think y'all gonna mix? Y'all think y'all gonna racially mix and get that white Hispanic baby and think that black blood is gonna be gone? You think you're gonna have that pure whiteness? Nah, player. I see that Moreno in y'all blood.
You have to go to the hospital 4, 5, 6
Oh
in the
shit.
morning.
Y'all niggas is
Get
crazy.
call at 4 in the afternoon, 5 in the afternoon, or 6 in the afternoon. You come off fire and all of a sudden you remember about begging culture. Oh shit, what's this? Why is it something like this? You come off fire and you figure out about where you come from and the system and how it operate. Don't do that, man. Please, don't do it. You know, make no sense to do that because you just make yourself look stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I make a video about Jamaica, there's always gonna be that 1 or 2 comment that asks me, why do Jamaicans beg so much?
Oh
The
shit.
average Jamaican makes at least $5 to $10 an hour. $5 to $10 an hour. And first of all, don't even get started with these foreign parties that come into Jamaica. When they come into Jamaica,
they are not paying the people the right amount of money. They will make triple or probably even 5 times the money on one person.
You still don't. You still didn't tell me why you don't call yourself African Puerto Rican. You still didn't tell me why you did not call yourself African Puerto Rican. Be active. I'm just being personally honest. Nigga, you say you have African genetics. Why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? Why are you calling it Afro Puerto Rican? You just said how much you said you got more African genetics than most of your other more than your indigenous percentage. Did you forget that you said that? So why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? Again, we don't want to hear how y'all feel about calling yourself Afro Puerto Rican. I'm asking y'all why y'all don't call yourself African Puerto Rican. Y'all know y'all have African genetics, African DNA. Why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? But you want Black Americans to call themselves African American. I'm just It's just a question I want to ask. Don't forget, it was a very small percentage of Africans that came to America. It was only like 4%. All the rest was indigenous. So now I'm asking the question, why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? He's smart to stupid. Like you said, Puerto Ricans, even those 25 who are not, are very, very proud of. So why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican instead of Afro Puerto Rican? Y'all say that y'all have African genetics, African DNA. Why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? Why are you calling yourself Afro Puerto Ricans? Afro, the word term of Afro just means that you have some type of heritage. But you're telling me you have DNA. I have no heritage. I can't be Afro American. I don't have no heritage that came from fucking Africa. What is my heritage that came from fucking Africa? What, a fucking DNA test that one of these white supremacists gave my fucking mother? Like, come on. Let's personally be honest. What type of heritage does a Black American has towards Africa? That's the question. It's a genuine question. I had to say this question a dozen times because you're not answering the question.
Because you're paying them by contract. And by contract, you're able to give them any amount of money you want to give them. So if you tell them, say, I get $10,000 a week, $10,000 a week in American money.
Be active can't answer the question. He can't answer the question. No. You just said you have African ancestry. Why aren't you calling yourself? Why aren't you calling yourself African then? You saying you came from Africa, but you want me to call myself African, and I have no heritage that come from Africa that I know of. What, I got an invisible fucking cousin that live in a fucking mud hut somewhere? Like, no. Why are you calling yourself African? Why are you calling yourself Afro if you know you got heritage from Africa? I don't know nothing, no African heritage. I mean, ancestry. I don't know no heritage, no ancestry. I don't know none of that shit. I don't have no shit that came from Africa in the what, 1500s. I can't. I don't have anything. So again, I'm asking you the question. Why aren't you calling yourself African if you have If you have lineage, you have culture that came from Africa. I have no culture that came from Africa. This is what I'm asking you. I don't have no culture that came from Africa. What is my culture that came from Africa? That's what I'm saying.
That's $100 a week. $100 a week. The begging culture is gonna get bad because the people who are in charge constantly lie, and they serve their years and they earn their money. The person who is the president, if you look at the things he's signing, he's getting cuts from him. Just like in America, when the man them still got war in America, they may tell.
Well, if he's not African, he's Puerto Rican. I'm not African, I'm Black American. You see how it works? If he's not African, he's Puerto Rican. I'm not African, I'm Black American. We gotta send him. We gotta send him down again. All right, we gotta sit. We gotta sit. Ping Fu down again. See, Ping Fu, man. Damn, how many times you get sent down a day, man? Damn, Ping Fu, you can't sit down for another 30 minutes? Yeah, we're gonna do another 30 minutes, player. Jesus Christ, Ping Fu, you can't sit down a lot. What's going on, Bronze? I mean, what's going on, Dorsey? Yeah, these niggas can't tell me how. I asked, Be Active. I was like, yo, are you African American? Are you Afro American? He said it's the same thing. I told him it's not the same thing. There's a difference. He said there was the same thing. I was gonna argue with him. I said, you know what? Let's look it up. You know what? I'm gonna look it up again. Watch. We're gonna look it up again. He said it was the same thing. Let's read it. All right. African refers specifically to people or things originated from the African continent, while Afro is a prefix denoting connection to African heritage. Afro Latino or commonly a natural voluminous hairstyle. So I said, okay, you know what? Let me put me back on this. I said, okay, you know what? I don't have no I told him I have no heritage that goes back to Africa. I say I don't know nothing about Africa. I have no heritage. So how you calling me Afro? I said Be Active. You have culture that goes back to Africa. I don't have that culture. And he said, "Oh, you're not understanding." I said, "You're African. You're more African than me. Why are you calling yourself Afro? You know your culture in Africa. You got shit that goes back to the continent of Africa. I don't. I don't have anything that goes back to the continent. You got more than just heritage. You have culture. I don't have culture. All my heritage is from United States of America. You're telling me, and I'm being personally honest. You have tradition, you have culture, you have even foods that go back to Africa. I don't have none of that. Everything was stripped from us and we had to create ourselves. So what do we have that goes back to Africa? I'm asking you a question. It's not a hard question. Why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? You're calling yourself Afro. You think you just have a heritage. No, you have culture. You have things that go back to different continents of Western Africa. I have nothing that goes back to Western Africa. I have nothing that goes back to Western Africa. Again, everything you have is originated from Africa. I can't call myself African American. Why are they calling us African American if we're not African American? Shabaka keeps on saying African American. You keep on saying African American. So again, he's African Puerto Rican. Now we're doing the percentage shit now, huh? Now it's the percentage now. Oh, okay, okay.
Let's say doing it. And when you donate your money,
Yo, my
they're earning
man.
from that shit because they got to share or they have portfolios in these investments. If it's a war, okay, they're
Now
going to
these niggas
invest
is
their money
Afro.
into
Okay.
guns, certain supplies. Because my president, why do they care? They don't.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Talking for real. Wallahi billah, I'm talking for real. Someone come take me back home. Guys, look, guys. Guys, wallahi, boy, I can't even see the street. I can't even see where's my house. Look behind you. Atubujakum, please. Please, Asmara, come take me, please. Please, come someone take me, please, guys. Guys, wallahi, boy, I'm tired of this border, boy. I'm tired of Canada, boy. Atubujakum, oh, Atubujakum, Canada's not sweet, my friend. Look what I am. Canada's not sweet. I swear to God, it's not sweet. You guys, you think it's sweet? It's not sweet. In winter, it's not sweet. Yo, please, sir, can you take me back home, please? What? Can you drive me home? No, where do you live? I live just down there. Please, I can't even see the street. I know, you gotta walk backwards.
I hear you.
Hey, everybody, I think we're playing the wrong video. Hold on. Yeah, we were playing the wrong video, everybody.
African, we came from Africa and you dropped us off from Africa. Why don't people come up with anything, man? Y'all better stop being in them books like talking about start using your common sense for real. Common sense trump everything. That's facts.
When Africans come on here and express our feelings about us not being liked, us not liking when you guys call us the Africans, we get backlash for it. Because there's a video of a girl who came on here saying that, so what do you guys want us to call you guys? 99% of the time, the hair salons that you guys are going to, the name is not the Africans. The fuck? It's usually a name. Trust me, I live in Houston. There's lots. Well, why the fuck do you think that that's actually funny for you to? And the funny thing is, y'all don't only do that when your hair is good. Y'all do that when your hair is so bad, and then that's when you take the opportunity to talk shit. Hey, you guys now in the comments talking shit as well. Why do you feel like degrading people that look just like you is what is gonna help you? When we're telling you that we don't like something, and you're trying to gaslight us and manipulate us into telling us that that's the shot.
Shabaka, be active. She called you out. When we say we don't like something, you gaslight Black Americans. Talk about we're a hate group, we're a hate culture. We want to delineate. You call us a hate cult because we want to delineate from all of y'all niggas. We want to have our own. We want to have our own things. We don't want to share our things all the time, and y'all get mad. I'm just calling it out as I see it.
Name. Are you okay? Are you normal?
I see a lot of Black Americans come out to say, oh, we are not Africans.
Thank you. I'm glad he called us Black Americans. This is the type of respect I'm asking for. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's start over again.
Normal.
I see a lot of black Americans come out to say, oh, we are not Africans. Initially, it was a lady saying, oh, we black Americans, we don't like African foods. African foods are not nice. We rather have Jamaican foods, this and that and that.
Jamaican food is bomb. I do like Jamaican food a little bit better than African food. Does Africans got good food? Yeah, they got good food, but I do like Jamaican food a little bit better. I'm not really a big African food type of person. There are certain good things that I do like about African food, but Jamaican foods is a little bit better. And this is the things again. This is what I'm talking about again. Shabaka, be active. Africans in France. Africans in France. And y'all, I'm gonna say this. I think if we're talking about Africans who fled a country, we shouldn't be talking about America. We should be talking about the French. We should be talking about the French Africans or Africans who moved to who moved to France. And the reason why I say that because look it, they stand 10 toes down in their country, and like I said, they have no black help. They have no black American help physically. Everything y'all got in America was it was by black Americans mostly. Mostly black, mostly black Americans. The reason why y'all can do what y'all do in America is because of black Americans. The reason why y'all was anchoring y'all babies over here because of black Americans. And the thing about that law was even for y'all. I'm just being personally honest. That law wasn't really for y'all. So now I have to ask the question. What are y'all doing better than the Africans in France? Because it looks like the Africans in France are winning. Them niggas is really fighting in the streets. Them niggas is really fighting for freedom. Them niggas is really fighting for independence in France. While y'all niggas is hiding under rugs, hiding in crack houses, hiding in your legal fucking immigrant houses. Yo, this is what y'all doing. Now keep Africa out your mouth because the Africans in France is doing better than y'all niggas. Nigga, get you like I told y'all on Monday. Get your fucking shit together. Get your fucking shit together, man. Maybe you don't have to be feminine about this fucking conversation. Why do I have to? Let me tell you something. Why do I have to uplift my brothers? My brothers, and I don't like to use the word brother, but uplift my brothers in France from doing something good, fighting for what basically their country, and y'all niggas begging for help in America. Y'all niggas is begging in America for help from Black Daddy. You're crying, you're begging, you're kicking and crying. You're growing hissy fits. And them niggas out there fighting in the streets, saying you ain't getting me out this fucking country. Nigga, call National Guards. That sound like niggas. That's why I call y'all niggas Afro-Europeans. What the fuck y'all doing different than they doing in France? Only thing y'all niggas is doing different is hiding. Y'all niggas is hiding. And like I said, be active. You want to talk this coalition and unity shit. Why aren't you in the streets fighting for the Dominicans and the El Salvadorians and the Venezuelans and the Haitians and the Africans and the Trinidadians and the Jamaicans? Why aren't you fighting? I'll wait. And the thing about it, we told you this shit was gonna happen last year. This is why I always uplift. This is why I always say I fuck with those Africans in France. Cause them niggas will pack them niggas out. Niggas will do time. Telling them niggas we ain't getting out this country. Y'all niggas do something. Now let me ask you a question. Be active in SP. How is La Raza working for y'all? How is La Raza working for you? Fuck you. You haven't done it. Fuck yeah, I haven't done shit. You know why? Because I don't need to. I can't get deported. I'm not fighting for the weakest link. I'm sorry. Y'all niggas is the weakest link. If you ain't gonna fight for yourself, I ain't fighting for you, nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. I'll fight for them Africans in France. I will. I ain't fighting for y'all niggas. Y'all ain't fighting for yourselves. Y'all niggas is hiding. Nigga, there was a time when fucking Kwame was on the phone. Nigga dropped his phone and ran. He ran. He ran out the elevator. All we heard was elevator music. so only two people who don't have to worry is Black Americans and Puerto Ricans, my nigga. And B Active's a Puerto Rican, but you know he's trying to start a coalition like Paul Singberg. What's his name? Songberg. It is a failure. Y'all are failures, man. That's the thing, man. Them niggas in France, they getting busy out there. They getting busy out there. That's why let me ask you a question. We talk about Africans we say Africans is doing so good. Only thing I know Africans is doing good at is in soccer. And guess what team that they play for? France. This is why I say France. Yo, they are France. The Africans in France are France. That's France culture now. It's Africans. And salute to them niggas for fighting for it. Y'all niggas in America don't fight. And you got multiple different types of people coming from different cultures. But y'all niggas are scared to fight. These niggas is fighting in France. And it's a piece of shit country and they still fighting. I'm just being personal. Now he's trying to change the subject. He's deflecting. It's all right. It's all right, be active. It's all right, my nigga. The real Africans are fighting. And I'm gonna say this to everybody who's watching, and you're an immigrant or you're a legal immigrant, take notes from them niggas in France who are fighting, who's saying we're not leaving this fucking country. I wish a white supremacist would. Unlike these people in America who are come from different countries who are not fighting, who are running and hiding, and letting the white supremacy say anything to them, letting them beat them down, pour milk on them, beat them up, then let them off the hook. I have a problem with that. White woman ran in the man's house, shot him. Me, Tariq, Elite, Alpha is kicking doors down, kicking the woman's back in, and the fucking brother and mother's hugging the fucking woman who killed her brother and her son. I have a problem with that. This is why I say y'all are weak-minded. You need to take notes from them Africans in France. Let them niggas call the National Guard in. If they're gonna get you out, you need to get out with a fight. You need to have them. You need to fight your way out. Don't comply. That's why your country is the way it is, because y'all complied. Y'all blame the government, but y'all are y'all are the majority. We don't want to hear that no more.
And all of that, and I'm like, why all this? Did anybody try to force African food down your throat? It makes no sense. And then talking about foods, I mean, we African, we don't eat processed foods. buy foods that just came out of the ground or have just been harvested, and then we prepare them. We don't, like, you get the yam, you peel the yam from the beginning, the scratch, you wash, you cut, you chop, and then you cook. Same thing goes to gari. Gari goes through its own processes. Cassava goes through the process, and then we make it. Same goes to rice and all of that. Our soup we get from pankannel. Pankannel, you bring it down from the tree. They have a pankannel tree. You bring that pankannel down, and then you extract the red oil from it. That's what we used to make our soup. Or you talking about the leaves we put in the soup, and then the meat. We buy fresh meats from the market. So I don't really know why somebody will come and be speaking ill about African foods. Our foods are natural and healthy. So that's basically that for the food aspect. And then what really drove me nuts was initially I saw one guy. He came out with we all know about Red Indians and how they were the first in America and all of that. And then I saw a black American come on social media, on TikTok, put on the thing those Red Indians usually put on their head. I'm like, yeah, we black Americans, we are from Tamarian. I don't even know what that is. And then when they try to back these things up with facts that they have, it makes no sense. You see paintings of people that looks like Red Indians. Of course, this is Red Indians. And then they say, yes, these are our forefathers. We are not from Africa. The thing is, nobody's forcing you to come from Africa. I don't know where this whole shenanigan is coming from. Because I'm an African, an immigrant to another country. I know how we Africans, we thrive as immigrants. We try to catch up with the society. We try to meet up with the demands of wherever we are. And then when we get there, we try to not let our culture die. We try to make our food, hold festivals and all of that to, keep our culture alive. This is not like a show off or trying to put down your tradition and all of that, but it's more like promoting our culture because it is unique to us.
I get what he's saying, but he can't get mad if nobody cares about your culture, bro. We do the same thing all the time, and y'all try to steal it. We don't want to steal no bushmeat or no monkey knuckle sandwiches and stuff like that. We don't eat that type of shit, my nigga. And I'm gonna be personally honest. It's Jesus Christ. We don't care, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. We don't care about your food. Your food is disgusting. The stuff that the stuff, if it's not traditional, we don't care. Y'all nowadays, y'all, well, you gotta be careful with the traditional shit too. I'm gonna be personally honest. I don't care about it anymore. And the thing about it, there are some certain things I do like that Africans do make, but I'm not a big fan of it. I'm technically not a big fan of it. And I have to be personally honest about it because it's um because most of the foods that I'm gonna say this, most of the foods that you do cook, it's not even traditional foods, you know. And that's just me. It's not traditional foods. Traditional foods that y'all do is like, you can't cook on no stove technically. And I have seen certain foods that look bomb and it's tradition, and some of y'all don't even use forks, for certain foods. And technically, a fork is a European thing. And I'm gonna be personally honest, that's a European thing. So and that's why I say most of your foods is not, traditional. And this is why I say most of your traditions now is all crossbred. It's mixed and mingled, like Tariq Nasheed says. I'm not saying it's not good. Some of that stuff is good. It's just most of that stuff, it's different. It's different. Yeah.
You see us doing these things, and I don't know why the hate on Africans, basically. You know, it makes no sense to me. And then I saw someone else come and say, oh, we the black Americans, we are from Mexico. And then he brought up some pictures of some red looking people, and then this is our forefathers, we are this. I mean, you sound funny to me. The reason why we Africans even think a lot of you are more of us is because we know about the slave trade. Of course, it's not a good thing. We are not proud that, yes, some of the Americans got sold by some of the, like, I don't know if it's Americans, because you guys said you're not Africans, so sorry to say that, but some people got sold by some people, and we are not proud of it. And then on the long run, we've seen lots of movies about American movies of showing how they got moved from Africa down to America and all of that. This is what we see in movies, and then nobody's coming. Are you trying to push this energy to the people who produce those movies? Don't come on social media to try to push it on us. You know, it's giving some kind of weird vibes. You guys sound weird lately. You need to just take your time, watch the videos you make, trying to lay claims of being from here and there and all of that. You're claiming to be Mexican. You're claiming to be red Indians. Listen to yourself. How will these people actually look at you? You know, so I was not going to talk about this, but then it's just becoming something else.
I know what his fear is. His fear is, and this is just me. His fear is that he can't leech off of black Americans no more. That's all, people are kicking and screaming for is because they can't leech off black Americans anymore. Y'all been leeching off us ever since y'all got from y'all country. We. Again, y'all gotta learn from the French. You gotta learn from the real African soldiers, warriors. I'm gonna say it again, the real African warriors. What's going on, Ohio? Salute, salute, salute. Again, you gotta learn from the real African warriors. Y'all niggas in America, and I'm talking to y'all. I'm talking to y'all as a whole diaspora. I'm talking about if you're not from here and you came here and you're worried about getting deported, then you should learn from the Africans in France. Nigga, you ain't going without a fight. You're gonna break some jaws. You're gonna pack niggas out. Why you think? Let me ask you a question. Why you think I support um French hip hop? I support French hip hop because you know what? They stay on business. They stand on business. And I can understand some of that French shit too. And that's why I say always shout out to Niska, Naho, Naza, Gazo, Chali, Boba, Doza, Black, Jims, MHD. This is why I give them credit, man. They stand on business. Those is niggas. I'll never claim y'all niggas in America. Y'all niggas is frauds. Y'all niggas ain't even y'all niggas y'all niggas are pre-African, pre-Africans, man. y'all pretending to be real Africans. Y'all niggas ain't y'all out of that, y'all out of y'all fucking atmosphere. These niggas adapt. Them niggas adapted to fucking France. How look how small France is. They're the minority. You know what they did? They stuck together. Y'all can't stick together. You're doing your cultural thing. You're begging culture. You begging for help. White mommy's trying to save you and she got shot. Your white uncle tried to save you. He got popped. That nigga got packed out and shot. Like, come on, my nigga. Yo, white people are getting killed for y'all niggas. Y'all niggas is not even fighting for your soul. And this nigga still actually talking about prove me wrong, my nigga. So how the fuck is your parasite lad and bush meat healthy? Yo, Dorsey. Niggas is looking bad out here. This is why I always tell people all the time. Y'all niggas in France, man. Yeah, I was just talking to my boy in France too. He's an African cat. I was like, yo, man, y'all niggas be holding it down, man. I don't know about these Africans in America, man, but y'all niggas be packing out the fucking police officer. Y'all niggas be fighting the military. Y'all niggas be having the flares with the French flag. They don't even have their flags. They have the French flags. They have the French flags. Know what that means? I am this country. This country won't be moving. This country won't be kicking and moving without me. I am the blueprint. Look how many trophies I brought home from the World Cup, nigga. Look how many NBA championships I have won ever since I started playing basketball. Now let's look at the the immigrant from America. Help! Help, black man. We are brothers. I love you, brother. We are all the same. Y'all cry and beg for help. Y'all come from the begging culture. They come from the warrior class culture. Shabaka comes from the begging culture. Shabaka, you're from the begging culture. You're the peasant culture. Look at them niggas in France. Hey, I know y'all think I'm trying to start a division between the Africans in France and the Africans in America. No, my nigga, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing warriors in France. Them niggas, them niggas, I'm gonna say this. Them niggas, those people are like niggas. They do cookouts in France. They probably use the French meat, but they do the cookouts in France and they cook their African foods. Putting it on the French bread and stuff like that, eating the African meat. Yo, are you serious? What? Doing their little African dance, listening to their music. That's nigga shit. Shabaka, he wanted to get in where he fit in with the white supremacists. You want to get in where you fit in with the white supremacists and not put in work. You think Black Daddy's gonna help you. You think you call us divisive and xenophobic that we're gonna help you. No, we're not gonna help you. I'm only helping them niggas over there because they're defending themselves. Them white supremacists in French are a joke. And these niggas in America is a bigger joke. And y'all niggas can't defend yourself from these people. We've been packing them out all last year and the year before. They've been crying victim. Now the liberals got the blueprint and now they're bullying the conservatives and the white supremacists. What are y'all niggas doing? Y'all niggas is hiding. Y'all niggas is hiding. Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. When Kwame said, and he was talking about your group, your freedom fighter, civil rights activist group, he said y'all niggas was getting spit on and chased by dogs. That doesn't sound like a black American to me. Now let's ask this question. Can you say the same thing about your Frenchmen brothers over there? That's your big brothers over there. That's your big brother over there in France that get busy. Now I'm asking you again. Why didn't you defend yourself when Kwame said that? And that's why I started calling you a sucker. That's why I started calling you a punk. You said, "Oh, he makes a great point." That's what you said, you punk. Then you try to get tough with me because I pulled your fucking card. You are a sucker, nigga. Your wife should be embarrassed, nigga. Come on. Let's not do that.
You guys sound like you're on some new kind of dope shit. You know, when I see you guys doing these things, I'm like, what's going on? Anyway, that's just it.
Right?
In a way.
Gotcha. So, and y'all on the same continent, right next to each other for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So if you fast forward the tape and you move, I don't know, let's say 500 years from that culture in that landmass and then move to another landmass, there's this thing called an ethnogenesis that happens, meaning you guys aren't the same anymore. So we are very, very different from you guys and we aren't the same. And that's perfectly fine. Listen, it's perfectly fine. We're not saying we're in.
Didn't I say that? You said I was wrong. And I said, yo, we're so far from Africa. But the thing about it, we don't have the culture. But y'all niggas have the culture. Y'all Puerto Ricans have the culture. Yeah, you have the African culture. Yeah. Was it the Day of the Dead? Where you think that shit came from? What did they call it? The Santa Galia or some shit like that? Where you think that shit came from? That shit came from Africa. Actually, Benin. Shabaka's country. Day of the Day, January 12th. I'm just being personally honest. That came from Africa. That's why I say you are African Puerto Rican. That's where your roots came from. It came from the Benin culture. And that's tribal culture. So when you celebrate the Dawn of the Dead, I mean the Day of the Dead, I said the Dawn of the Dead. I think that's a movie. The Day of the Dead, that's African culture. We don't have African culture in America. That's the thing. Y'all kept y'all culture. We're so far from, and the thing about y'all had an ethnogenesis, but y'all still do the same culture that y'all had when y'all was in Africa. So what is that saying? You just had an ethnogenesis and just different new people, or you are African, Puerto Rican. I told y'all had an ethnogenesis. You laughed. And you said, and this is to be active. You laughed, be active when I said, yo, you had an ethnogenesis too. Black Americans had an ethnogenesis. You laughed. You said, yo, y'all niggas is African. I said, I have no African cultures. Tell me what African culture that I still do that they do in Africa now. And I said, that probably could tell me where I'm from. Again, see? Shabaka's mad. Shabaka, you could be mad all you want. Your Pan-African movement, you fake Africans in New York, yo. Y'all niggas is y'all is the peasant Africans that came over here in the 1950s and the 1960s. The real Africans are in France. Those are the real warriors fighting. Those are the real resilient, not giving up type of niggas. Y'all niggas give up. Y'all comply. Please don't send me back. Please don't send me back. Them niggas say I'm not going back, nigga. Them niggas say I'm not going back. I wish a nigga would. Y'all niggas talk about, please don't send me back. Them niggas in France say we ain't going back. And when them niggas grab them, you know what they do? 50 niggas packed them out. Why aren't y'all niggas doing that? I'm asking the question. Why aren't y'all doing that? Okay.
We're just different people. And listen, I'm gonna tell you how I know this. Because if somebody from your tribe or your country becomes a doctor, the first thing out their mouth is they want to thank Nigeria for allowing them to have this opportunity. And that's perfectly fine. All we're saying is, you know what? We agree with you. You guys are you and we are us. I don't understand what the problem is.
The problem is, in Haiti, in the Caribbean, whenever I meet them, they will hug me. They will say, my lost cousin. I did my DNA ancestry because my ancestors were taken also as slave. I have an English name. So
Man,
when
look, what that got to do with us delineating? That's you and the Caribbean. That's y'all business. Y'all have a whole
when I
thing
did my
going on there.
ancestry, I noticed our family in what's it called? The Creole part of America. What was that?
You know, the funny part about this is Black Americans, foundational Black Americans have done a lot more for your country than anybody else around the world. As a matter of fact, we've done a lot more for everybody around the world. So what have you guys done for us? Can you answer that question?
Why only African American denying their blackness? You can't.
So in other words, you can't name one thing y'all
Woman
done
told
for
me,
us.
"Don't call me
got him.
a Caribbean. I'm African woman."
Can you name one thing you guys done for us?
We gave you life.
No, you did not. Okay, let's try again. Strike one. What have you guys done for us?
The culture. We gave you the culture.
No, you did not. Strike two. What did you guys do for us?
Don't ask me that.
Oh God, that was terrible. Hey, yo, real quick, yo, Flex. I was talking to one of these guys. You know what their new line is? They say that they say that we were sacrifices so they could live a better life, and they try to make it a religious thing. And I had to explain to them, sacrifice is not a compliment. Our people sacrifice for us, and y'all just so happen to benefit off of it. We are a kind-hearted people. Because when Black Americans fought for rights in this country, everybody got it. And when they were doing that nonsense down there in South Africa with apartheid, it was Black American entertainers and activists who went to their senators in these red states, by the way, went to the president and said, hey, you got to do something about this, or else you're going to be on the wrong side of history. So we actually do a lot of fighting, right? Even right now in Burkina Faso, there are brothers who are making donations to Ibrahim Touré just so he can keep the French off his back. Now, y'all over here worried about what we got going on. And just to the south of you.
See, that's the crazy thing about it. You talk about Shabaka, you talk about that man all the time, but at the end of the day, that nigga's fighting the French in his country and his people is fighting the French in their country. What are y'all niggas is doing in America? Y'all niggas is not even fighting in America. Y'all niggas is complying. This is why I have to this is why I have to talk to y'all like that, you know? And y'all not doing nothing. It's a wrap.
Burkina Faso is down there fighting for his life, getting ripped off by the Russians, by the way. And I'm asking you, what are you doing for them? Because I can sit here and name countless examples of what foundational Black Americans have done for people in Africa. And now we're asking you, what are you doing for your fellow Africans? What are you guys doing right now for Burkina Faso? Because they need most of your help right now.
Fine, we've brought many of the things you guys have lost over the years. We've brought you back our traditional way of life.
You did not.
Look, there is an African American online. He is now an Ifa priest.
Sir, listen. I'm going to say this to you, right? We are a foundational Black American. You know what that means?
There's nothing like foundational Africa. You are Black. You are African.
We are a foundational Black American. Now we built this country. There's literally documents to it. They literally contracted us to build this country. The White House, all of DC, most of the architectural stuff you see in America was built.
Thank you, Ray Ray. Where are the Pan-Africans? Why aren't the Pan-Africans fighting? Because they don't want y'all in Burkina Faso right now. You know, it's they don't want you in Burkina Faso, you know, and like they're gonna be active again. The African Puerto Rican over there. So everybody, whenever we see Be Active, He's an African Puerto Rican. He's not Afro. He don't have heritage. He have culture. He have celebrations. You have more than just heritage. Oh, no, no, no. You have more than just heritage. You have information that leads you back to Africa. I don't have information that leads me back to Africa. I'm just being personally honest. Bullshit. It was the world who fought. No, 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 no. None of y'all fought. None of y'all fought. I trust me has been more subscribers. Oh, my heart's broken because of that ping fu. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Fucking bitch.
By
You
Foundation
got
of
more
Black Americans.
subscribers than
We're not
me.
saying, oh, we
Why
this
are you not
listen,
keeping your
this
community
is
now?
what
Why
this is
is your
what
community in
so what
war?
now? Huh?
Why is black community in war? Why are they killing each other?
We at
If you
war.
include America.
We at war.
Here we go. Here we
You say you
go.
from Nigeria, right? Do you really want to talk about what's going on right now in
No,
Nigeria?
I'm just
I'm
saying.
seriously.
You build America,
President Donald Trump has signed a major executive order withdrawing the United States from a controversial United Nations forum that he says promotes a global diversity, equity and inclusion reparations agenda. On January the 7th, 2026, President Donald Trump issued an executive order directing the United States to withdraw from the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, a body established to elevate issues affecting people of African heritage worldwide. According to US officials, the decision was prompted by what they describe as the forum's advocacy for race-based policies and a global reparations agenda, positions the Trump administration says conflict with the US Constitution's Equal Protection Clause and American values. The administration previously accused the forum of advancing racial grievances and having victim-based social policies. US officials also argued that the UN body violated the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause. State Department spokesperson Tommy Pigott declared that America will no longer lend its credibility to racist organizations. The United States is proudly withdrawing from racist organizations such as this forum. He added, radical activists who embrace DEI ideology and seek to compel the United States to adopt policies mandating race-based wealth redistribution in organizations such as the UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent will no longer be entertained. The UN Permanent Forum on People of African Descent was set up to address issues including racial inequality, discrimination, and historical injustices. Critics in Washington have taken particular aim at agenda items they claim to go beyond traditional diplomacy, including proposals for financial compensation for descendants of slavery and colonialism, as well as calls for reparatory justice in emerging fields like artificial intelligence. The body had previously argued that only reparatory justice can address what is described as technology-enabled racism in fields such as artificial intelligence. The forum's supporters argue that these discussions are part of a long-running UN effort to confront systemic discrimination and uplift historically marginalized communities, a message that's at odds with the White House's framing. This move is part of a wider rollback of US participation in international institutions, a strategy that has seen Washington exit dozens of global organizations and treaties this week alone. In the same executive action, the Trump administration also pulled the US out of 66 international bodies, including climate, health, human rights, and development organizations that the White House labels as contrary to American interests. Senior officials have defended
because it does not represent Black Americans. Not only sound. Now, here's the thing. I support and agree with President Donald Trump and the Trump administration on this. Why? Because it does not represent Black Americans. Not only that, it does not benefit Black Americans for even having these organizations in the UN in the first place. So here is Secretary Mark Rubio. And this is what he posted on X. President Trump's withdrawal from 66 international organizations sends a clear message that it is no longer acceptable to invest the American people's hard-earned tax dollars in institutions that cannot demonstrate results, accountability, or respect.
Shabaka, I'm gonna say this. It didn't help Black Americans. It helped Africans. It helped the African continent get money, not Black Americans in America. So at the end of the day, it wasn't ignorant. It was a must need thing, and that's why we did a show about that. We did a show on that, Shabaka, and you know that was wrong. You can't say that. We laugh all the way to the bed. Yo, crazy.
For our national interests. Absolutely. And I agree with that. Now, here's what the State Department posted on X. We are rejecting the outdated model of multilateralism that treats the American tax dollar as the world's underwriter for a sprawling architect of global governance.
Here we go.
President Trump's withdrawal shows that the era of writing blank checks to international bureaucracies is over. Absolutely. Because this was billions and trillions of dollars going out to these international NGOs supposed to be under the skies of United Nations to other countries benefiting foreigners and not the American people, specifically Black Americans. We weren't seeing none of this. We weren't going to never benefit from this. Now, I want to highlight the executive order. So this is the executive order that President Trump signed on January 7th, withdrawing the United States from international organizations, conventions, and treaties that are contrary to the interests of the United States. I'm not going to read all this. You guys could go to the whitehouse.gov and read it, but I wanted to highlight the list of the said organizations. So these are the organizations from which the United States shall withdraw. Carbon-Free Energy Compact, which is BS. Commission, Environmental Corporation, whatever. Freedom Online Coalition, who cares? But I want to scroll down, right?
So what, are they gonna deport me back to what? Zimbabwe or some shit, nigga? I'm not an immigrant. Ping Fu. What the fuck is wrong? This Chinaman's crazy. We're gonna end that one right there. It was a good one. We had a great time. We're gonna watch this one, and I'm gonna call it the day.
So I'm here to continue that conversation in my own way.
And I think this guy is from Vermont or Massachusetts. I didn't see this video. I just seen probably like 15 minutes of it. It looked like it was getting good, so I wanted to watch this with y'all. So I will be breaking this down. So what I'm doing right now, I'm doing it by the fly. I'm gonna be breaking this down on the fly. So you'll understand what I'm doing after I do it.
Okay, and I appreciate Marquette for responding to my DM and allowing me to come on his platform to talk about this. So hopefully we can have a more articulate discussion this time.
At the least, I do have my pen here to take some notes and learn, because I always enter a conversation willing to learn.
Likewise.
And excellent. And also, I hope everyone knows that this is not Oxford Union, and we are not Europeans, and we don't have to follow what has been set forward, which is to say that so often you have people who typically are not formally educated. They've been educated on YouTube, and they've learned some of the logical fallacies. And they try to shape the discussion.
Be active. We already talked about it and I already named like 4 or 5.
That we should not analyze the speaker. I'm very big on analyzing the speaker, because as we have this,
I'll say this, Ray. With me with Marquette, it's kind of a hit and miss with me. I usually listen to his debates Best thing you do, don't listen to his lectures. His lectures with me is a hit and miss as well. But his debates, it's always great, especially when he's dealing with people who are talking about black Americans, from the white supremacists to black immigrants to, sellouts. So it's all, like I said, it's a hit and miss. Um like I said, he's an educator. He was an educator before he started doing this, so definitely, like I said, it's a hit and miss. With me, I always know when it's a good video or when shit's gonna go left. Or best thing, I'm gonna say this, Ray, best thing to do if you have an Instagram, definitely go on your Instagram and see if what's going on, Robin? See, this is annoying when they compare us to Europeans all the time. Give me a second, Robin. I'm gonna answer your question. Um, I'm gonna be personally honest. I like Marquette because it's different. I don't like it because, oh yeah, he's teaching something and stuff like that. It's just different to hear a different perspective. I might not agree with his perspective, but it's great to hear the perspective. So, like, that's why I would say salute to Marquette. I remember when how he first got lit because he asked Adam 22 for a fade. Adam 22 turned down the fade in front of mad women and tried to take the women and leave. So yeah.
Arid intellectual contention outside of academia. We're having this for the public, everyday people, the lay people who will take guidance from the conversation. It will impact their
But we
life,
gotta go.
intelligence, and more for you.
So I'll repeat verbatim.
Gambit or establish. Moreover, I yield the phone, and that is a standard that I will continue to reiterate. Moreover, I yield the floor for you to provide gambit or establish your argument.
Sure. So I'll repeat verbatim the same argument that I gave you on Instagram.
Oh yeah. I will say this, Robin. There is a difference between American immigrants and French African immigrants, or French immigrants in a whole. The difference is that those African immigrants, they're like black Americans. They will fight for their rights. They will pack out the police. They will put hands on people. You know? And this is why I say they are different from the ones in America. The ones in America, they comply. They don't fight. They hide. They yes sir people. So there is a difference between Europeans and American immigrants. Yes, they are. The immigrants stick together, especially the Africans. In America, they don't stick together. They are tribal. The tribal beefs in French is non-existent. I'm telling you, it's non-existent. So, and this is why I always give shout outs to the Africans in France, because they're resilient. This is why we're talking about this now. African immigrants in France are resilient. The African immigrants in America, they're not resilient. And I'm talking about most of these African immigrants here. They're not resilient. They're not trying. Let me ask you a question, Robin. We're seeing a lot of deportation happening. Are these deportation happening because they're fighting to stay in America, or because they got caught? Then after that, once you find your answer, you can tell the difference between those immigrants in France and these immigrants here. Them immigrants in France will fight to stay in that country because they feel like they built that country. In America, they just reap the benefits in America. They are entitled. They're entitled kids in this country, or entitled delinquents. That's the difference. And I'm not trying to shit on nobody in America who's doing what they're supposed to do, but those ones in France, they are fighting. We're seeing the propaganda that's going on in France right now about Africans. They got caught. but I don't agree with anything these politicians and crooks do. Yes, but these people in France are fighting. These people in America are not fighting. They're not fighting. That's the difference. That's what resilience is. That's why those Africans is going to stay in France. That's what I'm gonna say this to all immigrants. That's the blueprint. What they're doing in France. They're fighting to stay in that country. They're fighting to say, you know what? I'm French. I'm French. I'm the real French. They're not doing that in this country.
Put it down word for word so that the audience could know it as well. So I'll just read it. If Christianity began in the Middle East and the disciples of Jesus spread his teachings throughout Asia Minor and the Roman Empire, that origin doesn't begin with white supremacy, since the disciples and early followers of said religion in the Roman province of Judea were not white themselves. That's my stance on it.
Very good. Do you have anything else to add to that?
No.
Okay. All right. And I'm not precisely sure which conversation you're continuing because I've had a few conversations on the topic of religion, although it's my least favorite topic. But because religion is so widespread, and I think the initial purpose, had greater meaning, I have to deal with it, even though it's really a fool's errand. So you posit that Christianity started in Judea. Is that what you said?
Judea, Samaria, the prefecture, yes, where the early disciples of Yeshua, or Jesus as we know, came from.
Uh-huh. Okay. And you are Congolese?
Yes.
Are you 100% Congolese or mixed or?
Both my parents are from Congo, but I was born here in the States.
Wow, that's impressive.
I think he's
Are they
from.
from Kinshasa or more so?
I think he's from Vermont. Yeah. There's a Congolese population in Vermont, Burlington, Vermont. I used to live an hour and a half away, and I had that's the white girl that I do talk about. That was 21 years older than me. She had a place out there. She was lit. I didn't have to work. I could be a bum and be taken care of. That's cool shit like that.
On the outskirts.
My dad is from Kinshasa, yes. My mom's from the outskirts. That's very good.
Okay, very good. Have you been to Congo?
No, my parents never wanted to take me, unfortunately. So now I've taken it upon myself to plan a trip on my own.
I recommend it. It's somewhere to check out. Do you speak any other languages, French or Swahili or any tribal language?
Un peu français comme ci comme ça. A little bit of Lingala, but not much to get around, unfortunately.
Oh, I think you'll do just fine, especially among the young people. It's not, say, the most stable and safe place. That's primarily due to the Western powers, a couple of Arab countries, and the Chinese. But you can get on just fine. All of these places are described generally as more scary than they actually are, especially if you're sticking to this.
Ping Fu, you don't know nothing about DMX shit. You're a Chinaman, bro. What are you talking? Bro, you don't know nothing about DMX.
City, and I trust if both your parents were raised there, right? They have some connection to Kinshasa and probably to the government. In fact, I would think. So you're arguing that Christianity is not a white supremacist religion. Is that correct?
No, what I'm actually arguing is that though it has been used by white supremacists as a tool to manipulate and to spread harm, and
I also do believe that. I've been saying that for the last 12 years that Christianity is a white supremacy culture. You know. He was a freedom fighter and he got killed by his own people. Ping Fu. Patrice Lumumba got killed by his own people. They were radicals, but he got killed by his own people. And they put him on the firing squad. So they put him on the wall and popped his ass. So you could say rest in peace, but at the end of the day, he got killed by his own people. He didn't get killed by the white supremacists. So yeah.
Basically demonize and to, you know,
Hold on one second. The most powerful Puerto Rican in the world. All right, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it is a white supremacist culture. And the reason why it's a white supremacist culture is because a lot of people got genocides under the name of God of Christianity. They killed for Christianity. That's why a lot of black Americans turned away from Christianity. This is why we don't listen to Christianity. They'll tell us not to do something or not to say something, but they killed nations, cultures, races under that flag of Christianity. So, yeah, it is a white supremacy culture. I will say that. That's why, like I said, a lot of black Americans turned. That's why a lot of black Americans went to the Islamic belief. So don't forget that, they lied on God. They changed the Bible when they talked about Christianity. When you asked about where did this word Christianity come from, because Jesus Christ or Yahweh, he was a Jew. He didn't practice what y'all niggas practice. He was a Hebrew. He was a Hebrew. You know, he didn't practice Christianity. So now I got to ask you the question, Robin, where did Christianity come from? It didn't come from Jesus Christ because he was a Jew. Jesus Christ was a Jew. He was Hebrew. He was black, but he was a Jew. He was a Hebrew.
Subjugate black people for a long time. I wouldn't argue that, though that's happened, the beginning and the origin didn't stem from that whatsoever. But it has morphed into something that is a bit, disturbing, even to me as
Okay.
a follower of Christ. Yeah, it's very disconcerting to see. I
So
will admit.
today, you would describe yourself as a Christian.
Yes, a follower of Christ, yes.
What would be the difference between a Christian and a follower of Christ?
So, talking to many different Christians, I've noticed that I'll talk to a Catholic and they'll say, "Yeah, I'm Catholic, but I'm Christian." Or I'll talk to a Mormon and they'll say, "Oh, yeah, I'm Mormon, but I'm Christian."
I never heard no shit like that. I don't know if that's from Vermont or he might be from Massachusetts, but I never met a lot of Congolese in Massachusetts. I met them more in Vermont. They have a community in Vermont where there's like probably 50, 60 of them, probably more than that. And they live near UBM, University of Burlington, Vermont. UVM, University of Vermont. That's what it is. I will say this. I think he's lying. I'm gonna be the first person to say that. I think he's lying.
Or I'll talk to a Methodist or a Baptist or a evangelical or a Presbyterian and those, "Oh, yeah, I'm Christian, I'm Christian." But then when I ask them, "What is your theology? What are your beliefs?" I notice they're all distinctively different. And
Yes.
for me, being on my own journey, I've come to have a conundrum with that. I've always had a bit of an apprehension to that. And I've always wondered, well, why that is. Why is it that all these different groups, Christian denominations from face value, yet they all disagree with each other and they all seem to have contention with each other? And
What?
I've kind of been on a journey to discover why that is. And maybe it's because they've gone so far away from the roots of what.
I'm gonna say this too, man. Them immigrants in France, they dress way better than y'all niggas in America. All jokes aside, yo, you be seeing how like even the fat niggas in France, they getting bitches out there because they know they got swagger out there. Like, yeah, it's kind of black culture, but they throw their own little ump into it and shit like that. So yeah, y'all niggas, yeah, y'all immigrants in America gotta step y'all shit up, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. Y'all niggas need to step y'all shit up. And like I said, they don't have. Don't forget, all the immigrants in America, they have black influence because they they they're near us. You know, they're in our society, in our groups, in our social groups and stuff like that. No, no, they dress better than these immigrants in America. Yes, they do. Oh yeah, I'm being personally honest. They dress way better than them. You know, France don't have better swagger than the U.S. immigrant. I mean, than the immigrants in America. Yes, they do. Big times. They got way better style than these immigrants in America. Not better than Black Americans, absolutely not. But better than these immigrants in America, absolutely. Like, I'll give you an example. We'll do Zesty Buster Rhymes. Buster Rhymes, I don't think can dress at all. I think he dresses sassy. You know, the only immigrant I could give swagger to is probably Slick Rick. Slick Rick, man. And Slick Rick is from the UK. He's a Jamaican Brit. He's a Jamaican Brit. So it's like I say, y'all niggas need to step y'all game up, man.
Their beliefs were supposed to be, that they've now been morphed into some sort of man-made theology with their own spin on it, and then they present it out to the people. Whether it's a Kenneth Copeland or a Joel Osteen or even a Jim Jones, if we're going to go down the rabbit hole, that's the conundrum, I think, for many people who are Christians, even like me.
So do you object to the idea that at the beginning it was as well man-made?
So different manuscripts of the Bible, when it was written in Aramaic and Hebrew, they were written by men. Obviously, someone had to write the ink on the parchment with the quill. Obviously, I'm not going to
Is that
deny
true?
that. The writings in the beginning in
You
Aramaic
stated,
and Hebrew.
so I posed a question. I said, do you believe maybe at the beginning it was also man-made? And then you have stated, now mind you, you're a believer in the supernatural.
Robin, you in New York. You shouldn't be
You stated
dressing
that
like
someone
that.
had to write down the teachings on parchment. And I said, well, is that true? Because you
He's in
believe
jean
in
jacket
a
with flannels.
God, which is supernatural. You believe in a Jesus who died, came back to life, which is very supernatural. So why is it that something so fundamental and human had to happen for the Bible to be recorded? Why couldn't it just be written on our souls? Why couldn't it be embedded in our memories like pre-installed software? Why couldn't it be just given to everyone in their own language? Why don't we speak all the same language? You said it had to be written by a man, is what I'm challenging.
It had to be written down by men for sure and passed down from generation
Facts,
to generation.
Convo. You're right.
That's the question. Did you get my point about why didn't God just pre-install it on our mind and have us all know it from memory?
Sure, yes, I can answer that. I think it's because there was some kind
Nigga
of
said Ricky
supernatural
Martin.
force that wanted to give free will. So if God wrote it down in our memory and in our
Everybody, give me a second. I'll be right back.
There would be no free will, because then we would be.
Can I find that explanation in your scriptures?
Which scriptures in particular?
Whatever scripture you use as a follower of Christ. The explanation you just gave, can I find that in your scriptures?
Well, I think if you look from the beginning, from Genesis to Revelation, what you can find is human beings are very fallible and very primitive by nature. And
do you have a verse I could look up? Because I have actually read from Genesis to Revelations many times. I actually used to teach on the Bible. And so I'm yielding to your understanding. If you could point me to a chapter and verse that might validate what you just said. I'm trying to separate your guessing and your speculation from that which is the truth, the word of God.
Sure. So if you go to the book of Matthew or the book of Luke, there is a verse towards the end where Jesus is on trial before Pontius Pilate, who was the governor of Judea. And basically Jesus says that there was a purpose why I came, and the message I'm delivering to bear witness to the truth. And he says that all those who are on the side of truth hear my voice. And Pontius Pilate, who is a Roman agnostic who doesn't believe in any faith, he says, what is truth?
Okay, so let's break that up. There's quite a bit of information there. So if we can take it piece by piece. So Jesus is a component of God, is that correct in your understanding?
So I believe the symbolism is in some terms that he represented something, that something in terms of being a certain higher power being, you could say that, yeah.
So is Jesus God?
I believe so.
Okay, all right, Jesus is God. And I'm just saying within the framework. I think 100% of your
Jesus is not God. Jesus is the Son of God. That's why they say he's the Son of God. Jesus Christ or Yahweh Shai is the Son of God. So he's not. I I think, and I'm gonna say this to Christians. I was like, y'all need to get that shit. I think y'all need to get that shit fixed. That's why when Jesus Christ died or Yahweh died, he said, "Father, why have you forsaken me?" You know, Jesus is basically a prophet, so I agree with the Moses. I would say that he's the Messiah. A prophet? No, I think he's the Messiah. You know, I will say that it's just SDS. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll say that. I'll say he's the Messiah, Robin. So this is the thing about I have went to like immigrant churches when I was younger. I just wanted to see how it was. It was something I wanted to try out. And it was nah, it's not my thing. I don't like that. I don't like white churches, great white Christian churches. I feel like I'm in a Ku Klux Klan meeting. And there's nothing wrong with y'all. It's just I don't feel comfortable in those churches. And it's just me. That's how I always felt. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, right there. That's how I always feel. Like I be feeling that way with certain things. So don't mind me. It's just that's just how I am. Yeah, it is. I'm gonna be personally honest. I've been around black people most of my life, so at the end of the day, that's where I feel comfortable at. And other ethnicities, but I feel most comfortable with Black Americans. That's why sometimes I'm just quiet. It's not that I don't like people. It's just like I don't know how to act to with people, so I'll stay by myself or I'll try to distance myself. So it's not that I don't like them. It's just I always felt comfortable by myself or with my own people. Yeah.
framework is representative of what human beings have done throughout time. Religion is a fill gap where we lack understanding or the ability to explain something. And those of us who cannot deal with the fact of, I don't know, we hold on tight.
Robin, Jesus Christ was a alpha male. He was an alpha male. He did talk peace, but he did call a white woman a bitch. Yes, he did. You might think I'm joking. Oh no, he called her a bitch. He called her a dog because she asked her father for she asked Jesus Christ to help her daughter because I guess she was sick and he called her a dog and said like, "Yo, you don't see my people struggling in the world and you're going to have the audacity and ask me for help." So Jesus Christ was an alpha male. So yeah.
Fearful, which is typical of human nature. We hold on tight because the Bible plays on fear very heavily. Fear thy God. But then you have the ruler class, and the ruler class is able to use this tool very strategically to modify behavior, and behavior modification has been one of the chief aims of the ruling class since time immemorial, and this is a fine tool. It's highly effective. And so I understand it as such. Every group of people have their own mythology and creation story, kind of like the Romans have Romulus and Remus. The only comedy is that blacks, such as yourself, I should say Africans, you take on the origin stories of another people, or you take on the mythology of another people, which is only representative of the foolishness that ails your group. And apparently not much has changed in
Damn,
half a
Robin, what are
century.
you, a
But
vampire?
anyways, so I say that to say, when I speak with
Hey, yo, Robin, what are you, a vampire? How you almost die in a church twice? That nigga Robin only comes out at night, man.
in the context of Christianity or the Bible, I'm playing in your sandbox, but
I'm just joking with you, Robin. Salute to you.
As in, given the fact that it's all falsehood. Anyways, so you say that Jesus is either God or a component of God. And in as much as that's the case, he lowered himself to human form, which is itself bizarre, but makes perfect sense. If you're trying to influence people and teach them how to behave, you have to give them a model that is representative of them. So it makes it easier for them to conceive of how to act, yes, to example things. It's the basic in pedagogy. I do, we do, you do. So example, I do. So you teach the people. So Jesus was the example, living, just walking around like a man. But in terms of actual like theology and ideas, it's really bizarre that God lowers himself to being a human. Then what's even more bizarre, you say Pontius Pilate, who presumably was not supernatural at all. He was just a mere man like you and I. Is that correct?
Yes.
So he lowered himself not only to being a human, but then being judged by a human, then being abused by humans, and then murdered by humans. And then he dies and comes back to life. And that's the most important metaphor that we have to understand. And it's really important because, as I stated earlier, human beings are very fearful animals. And our greatest fear is what?
Well, if you talk
you know,
to...
you know it. No, it's simple. It's one word. Our greatest fear is what?
Death.
You know it.
Is it death?
You know it. Everyone knows it. Smart people know it. Dumb people know it.
Sure. Can I answer?
Yes.
Fear of the unknown or fear of God?
Unreal.
Or...
Unreal. Let's see if the chat is any sharper. Folks, in one word, what is the greatest fear of an individual human? What is the greatest fear?
I think it's
death.
death.
Okay.
Oh, I was right. Yeah.
I
think I was right.
And as I noted in my last talk, anytime you speak with a religious person, you know, fundamentally, they are dishonest because you cannot be honest while saying that you hear voices. You also can't be mentally sane while saying that you hear voices. And most importantly, you cannot have high EQ, emotional intelligence, while being psychologically dependent on this thing. As I stated previously, rather you stated for me, that death is the greatest fear of the human being. With that being the case, then the Bible says, okay, well, I understand the cheat code to ruling the human mind and psyche. It's death.
Hey, yo, you know who that guy is right there, right? Everybody? That's Shabaka. That's Shabaka right there. Yeah, my nigga look like Steve Harvey right now. My nigga look like an African Steve Harvey. That's crazy.
And we take this Jesus figure, put him on earth like you, let him walk around, give you an example. This is all story because no one's ever seen this. Let him walk around, give you the example, and then he'll die and we'll bring him back to life. He escapes death, the biggest fear. And then we'll incentivize good behavior by saying we will give you eternal life, which is impossible, if you obey and are a slave to us, the royal we, God in this Trinity. So obey and we give you eternal life, but disobey and we give you hell and constant punishment, which is a basic in psychology, which is that people seek reward and they avoid punishment. It's a basic in psychology. And so we see that this book is a very simple torture method on controlling the masses. I yield the floor.
It can certainly be used as a tool to control the masses, or it can be used to bring great good in the world. If you want to look at an example, you can look at the abolitionist movement with people like William Wilberforce, who used Christianity and
You don't find that to be a comical example? You're basically saying Christianity stopped slavery, but you'd have to also acknowledge that the Christians started the slavery. And in fact, there was a slave ship named Jesus. I find that to be the most bizarre example. It's almost like just setting yourself up. You don't find that to be possible?
Yeah.
Well, no, because
This is why, Robin, remember I was saying that like people killed under the flag of Christianity? This is why, you know. I wasn't trying to disparage you of not going to church, but a lot of stuff, a lot of racial, a lot of hatred happened under that the teaching of white supremacy Christianity. That's why, and I'm gonna tell you this. This is why the Ku Klux Klan was never attacked by the government because they were under the cloak of a Christianity organization until the early 2020. Well, until 2020, 2015, 2015, 20 and up 2020. No, 2015 and 2022. That's when they became on the FBI list. So yeah, that's what I was explaining to
you
you.
read in the book of Exodus, chapter 21, verse 16, it actually talks about what should happen to someone who kidnaps a man and tries to sell him.
Well, if we're going to give references on slavery, we can look in both the Old Testament and the New Testament, and there's no major condemnation of enslavement. I think if you've read the book, you actually know that there's in excess of 6 references that clearly state that slavery is okay and good business. In fact, there's one group, and let's see how well you know the good book. There's one group that was in bondage. They were in slavery. They escaped slavery. And then they, in turn, made others slaves. Do you know what story I speak of? This is your
Yes,
book, not mine.
the Hebrews who were enslaved in Egypt for 400 years.
And then?
And then they were set free, and then they went and enslaved other people.
That's what. So what he's saying is when Jesus Christ came back, that's when they became slave masters because that's why they said, what is it? The people who call themselves Jews, they're not Jews. They are the synagogues of Satan. He said something about blasphemy and they will become it was crazy. It was there was a synagogue of Satan and they will go into slavery and stuff like that. That's what Revelations was about. Is that the new I think that's the New Testament, but people got to understand that what I'll say this. What Marquette is doing is kind of disingenuous. I get what he's saying, and it is true. But the reason why it was okay for them to go into slavery because they put people in slavery. So that's why they say if you live by the sword, you're gonna die by the sword. You know, so that's what an eye for an eye was. Yeah, he's called the small hands. They say what to say. Yeah, no, he was technically talking about white people. You know, and the reason why because the race um the um the ethnicity of white people in the Bible were Edomites or Esau. The forefathers was Esau. This is in the Bible. This is not me saying this. This is why if you ever listen to the Hebrew Israelites and stuff, they're giving you all these titles. I mean, all this knowledge of the Bible, and this is what they're talking about. Like everybody has a race. It's just the white race is not separated. You know, all of y'all are brothers and sisters, technically. Even the small hats and y'all, the Hispanics, the Spaniards and stuff like that, because technically your race is fairly new. You know, Black Americans has been on the earth for probably a few million years, and and the white race is probably, and this isn't me. This is genetics and um information saying this. Y'all are like a few 100,000 years old, if that. You know, Um, I'm actually cut for time, Dorsey. I wish you would have called in earlier. Niggas was going crazy, but I can't right now. Because I got stuff to do. So and plus I got a show tomorrow. I might do a show tomorrow. So sorry, Dorsey. I wish you was here earlier, like 2 hours ago. Yeah, definitely. You could have been called in. Yeah. Yeah, the white race is fairly new compared to other races. That's why I tell y'all that's why I tell you all the time. That's why I was telling Shabaka Robin. I was telling him that White people are technically Africans because y'all came from Africa. Y'all have to come from somebody. You didn't grow from the ground. And Black Americans, I mean Africans that or the black race or the African race was here, was the first ones here. And everybody came from somewhere. It's just we all blacks or Africans migrated everywhere. That's why you have like fucking Nelson Mandela who looks like he's a fucking a black Chinaman. You got Nigerians that look, Asian sometimes, or you'll have like Fiji people that have the skin of black people or like a certain type of black person, but curly hair. So it's you have to come from somebody. It's all about migration, it's a weird thing, but I'm gonna speed this up where we get to the good stuff.
Were they condemned for that?
Well, what do you mean by condemned? In
Were they
terms of what
condemned?
happened to
For
them?
example, if you look at
This
the
is why
story
things
of
being
Lot, you look
disingenuous.
at certain instances, you find that people are condemned. They suffer death. They suffer drowning. They suffer punishment. What was their punishment for enslaving?
Well, some historians would argue that their subjugation by the Romans and their loss of their own autonomy could have been a punishment. Some might argue.
The punishments that I just referenced were punishments direct from God.
So I'm gonna tell you their punishments was. So this is why I said Marquette was being a little bit disingenuous. It's because the Hebrews already had punishment. They were put in captivity and spread all again twice and spread all around the world. So that was their punishment and lost their culture and their identity. That was their punishment. So this is where it was Babylon. They were put back in Babylon or the new Egypt, you know. And that's why a lot of people consider the 12 tribe of Israel when they say, oh, blacks, natives, Latinos, Caribbeans, Haitians, Native Americans. This is where you get the 12 tribes of Israel. And I think that's where he was being disingenuous when he said, oh yeah, they had slaves after. Um their slaves were the people who put them in slavery or who had something to do with slavery. That's why they said those people, the Israelites, will control the world. There will be a hierarchy of Israelites who control what they want to do with the world like it is now. The world will go back in order again.
God. Do you see the difference here?
I see the difference, but I
Okay, very
think
good.
in terms of punishments by human beings, I think you can also include that in the equation, could you not?
No, because that wasn't the parameter. The human beings are not the all-knowing, all-good force. That would be God. So when God condemns something, we know for certain that it is bad. As you stated earlier, human beings are fallible. And so we can know most
Three
definitely that
times?
something is bad.
Thank you, Dorsey.
If God condemns it. And there are several instances in which God not only condemns, but murders in mass. And so what I'm pointing out to you is that
they're not Robin. They're not part of the Israelites. There was a collective few that was a part of the Israelites. That's why when people always say, "Oh yeah, I'm this I'm a part of God and stuff because I got Abraham blood." No, it's not like that. It's the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob line. It's not just Abraham. Abraham had like a whole bunch of kids, and all of those kids had different. They were a new batch of different people. Some were Arab, some was um Asian, some was Kush, some was white. Like that's why they say Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know.
this is something that God did not condemn. And I could go into other examples of how slavery is just fine in the Christian faith. You'd be and here's a stone. I've seen you as you. I think it's really important that we understand who we are. You see, I have a 3-sentence Bible. Number 1, be yourself. Be yourself. Number 2, be good to yourself. Number 3, be good to good people. The challenge is you. Like, no, Congolese here are. You're here arguing against Christianity being white supremacy, and I'm here to prove that you are the perfect person to argue that, because you yourself are a white supremacist and you're a victim of white supremacy. If you give me a moment to teach, let's take a look at this. You're Congolese, right?
Yes, I didn't know we were doing ad hominems now.
No.
Yeah.
We haven't done an ad hominem.
Well, you're pulling up my Instagram.
Yes, and I'll pull mine up if you'd like, but give me a moment to teach. I'd like to teach you about yourself. I'd like to teach you about yourself. You are Congolese. You're a real African. You're 100% African on both sides. You have, and I really want to tell you, like, at some level, Black Americans, we really admire you guys who are real Africans.
Is dirty for this.
You could have spoken your own language.
He's dirty for that.
Dress like who?
Marquette is dirty for that. That's a dirty move, bro. That's foul. Marquette, that's just bad foul what you just did, bro. Nigga pulled up his Instagram, bro, and this shit looks like it's about to go left, man. I'm gonna be personally honest. This shit looks like it's about to go left.
You are from your tribe. You could have your own religion instead of the white man's from your tribe, but instead you speak like a white man, you dress like a white man, and you praise a white man as God. Now let me show you what I mean. Pay attention to this. Let me prove to you, really to the audience, because you're beyond help. But let me prove that you're a white supremacist, and that's why you're here to defend your whiteness. So watch this. Mind you, I want everyone to know. The difference between you and I is my ancestors were probably taken advantage of. I may have European blood in me because we've been here for 400 years. You're pure African. You're Congolese. You probably are pure blooded. You probably don't have any European in you. But yet so badly, you wish you did. Now watch this. Watch this. Let me show you who you are, who you've become.
Yeah.
And if you'd be kind enough to help me learn just a little bit as we move through. Is this one of your relatives here?
No. Oh,
nope.
That's my brother. Yeah, that picture.
Okay.
Yes,
of course. Okay, that's your brother. I knew it was your brother because I figured you guys kind of look similar. Good-looking young man. Both of you guys, good-looking young men. You guys both dress like a standard white frat boy. But let's go on. Let me teach you something.
He's dirty for that. He's
ad hominem.
Dirty for that.
Observation. So we have a picture. You're here with a white guy. Here's your own family. Guess you can't avoid that. Here you're with a white woman. Here you're with a white woman. Scroll up next one. You're with a white woman. There's your own family again. Okay, fair enough. Here you are with two white men. Okay, that's your own family yet again. Scroll up.
Dirty, man.
That's your own family. You're with another white woman. Here you are with a group of people, mostly white. Here you are with another person, Caucasian, white. Scrolling up more. Playing lacrosse, extraordinary. Then you're with your own family, scrolling up more. You're with a white woman, haven't seen a black woman, haven't seen any black guys one-on-one with you. Here you are with your arms around two white guys. Here you are with a white girl, carrying on. More of the Caucasians, whites. Here's one black guy. Are you related to this guy right here?
No, that's a childhood friend.
Okay, very good. So there we are now at one of 38. One of 38.
Here
you are with a white woman. Is this the same guy from the last photo?
Fucked up.
No, that's a different guy, actually.
Okay,
He's
great.
Congolese too, actually.
Okay, very good. We're at barely. None of you are Congolese. You guys are all white. You're white on the inside and white in the mind. So the Congolese thing doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, that's fucked
so this is
up.
2 of 39. Here's another white girl coming back. There's a black guy. So that's 3 of 40. That's 4 of 40. Here's more white.
Oh man,
here's
dirty, man.
Caucasian, white. white. Caucasian. There's your brother again. Caucasian, white. There's your family members.
That's fucked up. He's
white.
Caucasian,
white, overwhelmingly white, but I thought you were black, overwhelmingly white, white, I thought you were African, white.
Oh man.
Now, just from a data standpoint, I'd have to ask myself, why is it that this black guy, when I say black, I really should emphasize black, because you're about the
Oh my
extent of what black could
god.
be. You're from Congo, which is a landlocked country way deep in the
That's
heart of Africa. That's
bad.
what
You
you
did him
actually are.
dirty, bro.
You're from Congo, a landlocked country deep in the heart.
Yo, he did him dirty, bro. That's Yo, he did him dirty, bro. Oh man. Nigga said you're not even African. Nigga said you're not even African. He's like, you're just white. Yo, wow. And this is why I tell y'all all the time, like, yo, these Africans and French are different from these Africans in America. I tell y'all all the time. Don't forget, when these people come here from other countries, the common denominator and the common denominator is that they have the same enemy, and it's always us. It's always Black Americans. That's why you have Shabaka talking shit about Black culture. That's why you have Black King talking about Black people. That's why you have um Ping Fu talking about Black people because they want to be with the majority, and that's the white supremacists. That's why it has nothing to do with us being brothers. It's where they can fit in, where they don't have to get picked on from in America. That's why when you go to France, they'll treat you like a brother because at the end of the day, they're niggas. They don't have a common enemy. Those Africans' common enemy is the Frenchmen that don't want them in that country. That's their common. That's most of those people's common enemies in America, in France. But when you get to America, it's different. It has always been different. Now, this is why I put this video on because I wanted to explain the topic. The topic. The topic. The topic title is um African immigrants in France are more resilient than Black immigrants in America. And I'm talking about as a whole in America. The whole diaspora, the whole Black diaspora's enemy has always been Black Americans. Their bread and butter was Black Americans, but at the end of the day, they always treated us like an enemy. And this video is showing you that we're their enemy. We have never been their friend. There has never been no coalition. This is why I was explaining to be active. There is no coalition. What coalition are you talking about? Your coalition was with other Black immigrants. Black Americans, y'all didn't fuck with us. Cause y'all was on the same. The thing about it, you could connect more with a person who came from a different country because y'all can have the same immigrant experience. But you can't have a Black experience. This is why you're microaggressive. You have a microaggression against Black trauma. Yeah. You're very you're microaggressive against Black trauma. This is why when we say, yo, we built America, you're gonna say, this is the next thing you'll say. Well, what else did you build? What's the latest thing you built? Like, nigga, I help you come to this country. You still asking me, what am I still building? Why do I have to still build more stuff? This is why I say they don't fuck with us. These Africans from France are different from these Africans in America or these immigrants in America. And I'm talking about collectively all of them. They're different. They don't know what unity is. Those Africans in France, they're united with Arabs, fucking Indians, and they all work together. They have to. They don't have what y'all niggas, y'all immigrants have in America, and that's Black Americans fighting for you. Black Americans stop fighting because they're tired of being disrespected for helping you. Or you see one person doing some nigga shit and you say all of us do it. This is the thing, and it is what it is you can't get mad. We're looking at it right now. We look in our comments. We see Mexicans saying, "Oh yeah, you're niggers." You see a China man calling black people monkeys. Like we're seeing this. We seeing a fucking Pan African who can't have a conversation because he's so fucking sensitive and he's a feminine about when we start talking about what the fuck is going on with the Pan African community. Why aren't you helping these immigrants stay in this country? Why are you always looking for a black American handout? These are the questions that we're asking. And he gets sensitive about that. He talk about you niggas don't know anything. Now we don't know anything.
Of Africa. You're as black can get. It's hard for you to not be black because you would theoretically have less contact with foreigners because Congo doesn't have a port, right? Or am I getting my geography wrong? Because I'm kind of white like you.
It's a landlocked country.
Oh, okay, great. So I'm as smart as I thought I was. So what we can notice from your profile is that for whatever reason, maybe it was your parents, wouldn't be surprised, probably your own choice because you chose to post those photos and you chose to make those associations. There is a preponderance of whites. You dress white, you talk white, you worship the white man's religion. You don't have your traditional dress, you don't have your traditional speech and language, you don't have your traditional religion. You are a white supremacist. And you're here arguing on behalf of masses' religion. That's what you fail to understand. Do you at least acknowledge that in a country as diverse as this one, with you being a pure African, you don't find it strange that everything about you is so white? You don't think you're a victim of white supremacy?
So just because of my pictures, you're saying that I'm a white supremacist?
Are you going to play dumb? Everyone can see. I just real quick before you play dumb.
This is why I said, yo, Be Active does the same shit. Watch what he's going to say and Be Active. You do the same shit. Watch.
I just want you to know tens of thousands of people will see you. Right now, 1,000 people are watching you. Before we're over, tens of thousands will see you. Are you going to play dumb like you don't understand what I'm saying to you?
No. I just thought we were going to debate Christianity and white
We're debating white supremacy and Christianity. Right now, we're on the white supremacy part. Don't run.
No, I'm not running. I'm right here.
You are running. You're asking me if we're debating the right thing because you don't want to debate this. And what I'm telling you, and this is not unusual. What I'm telling you is that you are a walking, talking representative of white supremacy. Unlike me.
Be Active. You're the same way, man. I was asking you earlier, why don't you call yourself African Puerto Rican? Because you have lineage that goes back to Africa, and we could see what tribe you from. You can't do that with Black Americans. I said, why don't you call yourself African American? Why are you calling yourself Afro American? First, you said it was the same thing. Give me a second, everyone. I told you it's the same. You told me it's the same thing. I said, no, it's not the same thing. I said, there's a difference. And you're just like, no, it's the same thing. He said, me calling myself Afro Puerto Rican is the same thing of calling myself African Puerto Rican. And I told you, and I said it 3 times. I said, yo, I'm not saying calling yourself Afro Puerto Rican. I said, why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican? African Puerto Rican. African Puerto Rican. You gave me the same thing to deflect answering the question. We had to look it up. We had to look the shit up. We should have never said that. You should have said, yo, I feel more comfortable. I would have been cool with you even saying like, yo, you know what? I feel more comfortable saying Afro Puerto Rican. I would have been comfortable you saying that. Or I don't know. I'm so used to saying Afro Puerto Rican. This is the thing. Be active. If you don't know, you don't know. You know how many times I told you I don't know something? I tell you all the time, yo, I don't know that shit. You know, I might have to do some research on it. I'm not gonna act like I know because when you act like you know, you look like an asshole. This is why you look right now. You're looking like an asshole, like you don't know what the fuck you talking about. It looked like yo, somebody stepping on your dope. I'm just being personally honest. Now he's Tahino. Now he's Tahino, everybody. He said, I have African lineage. You have African traditions too. That's the thing. Be active. You have African traditions. The Day of the Day, the Day of the Dead, Cinco de Mayo. Where you think those traditions came from? Dalia. Where did you think those traditions come from? Be active. You think it came from the Spaniards? The Conquistadors? No, nigga, that shit came from Africa. The tribal Africans. That's why sometimes when y'all wrap y'all little skirts up and stuff like that with the headpiece on and stuff, that shit come from Africa. We don't dress like that, my nigga. Yes, that shit comes from Africa. That's African shit. Now again, answer the question. I know we went down this rabbit hole today. Why don't you call yourself African Puerto Rican? That's the question. Why aren't you calling yourself African Puerto Rican instead of Afro Puerto Rican? You have more than just heritage. Heritage of Puerto Rican. You have traditions, you have culture that come from Africa and from these other tribes that you can basically attach yourself to. We don't have that. We don't have that. We don't have that be active. You have it. You have you have that stuff that connects you to West Africa. And the same thing goes to Jamaicans. Why don't they call themselves African Jamaicans? They have shit that connects themselves to fucking Nigeria. But you know what they use? They had an ethnogenesis. And it's not just because I'm trying to make fun of niggas. It's just, yo, this is what it is. This is what connects y'all from to Africa. It's y'all tradition, y'all cultures that y'all still do to this day. I'm being personally on the things that y'all cook. Remember what y'all said? Rice came from Africa. Who is the biggest rice eaters? Latinos, yeah. Rice and beans, nigga. I can't say Afro. I can't say African American. This is what I've been trying to explain to you. I can't. This is why it's offensive when you call a Black American an African American. It's very offensive. It's a very offensive. But the difference is be active. You can connect yourself to Africa by your traditions and your cultures. And there's parts of Africa that you can connect yourself. We don't care about the DNA. We care about your culture, your lineage, no, your culture and the traditions that you do. We could connect you to Africa. You can't connect me to Africa. What part of Africa you can connect me to? What type of culture and tradition that my people that you know does? My people were all mixed in. Your people were all put together. All of y'all have damn near the same genetics. And don't forget, hold up, don't forget, y'all try to erase the blackness out your culture. And you know that's true. Be active. It's called a genetic genocide. The Argentinians did it. That's why there's only 4% of African African Argentinians. Because what they did is they left the men in this piss hole part of their life and let them kill themselves off, while all the African women went with the European men in Argentina. So there's a lot of colorism that goes on in your community. I'm just being personally honest. The only difference is the Afro Latinos are put in one community where they can't be genetically genocide only if their parents tell them to. Like, yo, you can only mess with a white man or a lighter skinned Latino. I have seen people that do that, and it's also in the Caribbean culture as well. Take a DNA test, so you know. But again, be active. Technically, you can't tell me what part of Africa I'm from. That's the thing. Not even my cultures or my traditions can't tell me what part of Africa I'm from. Your traditions, I can tell you what part of Africa you're from. Oh, jokes aside, am I right or wrong? You can't tell what part of the Day of the Dead that you have, the traditions, the culture. Yeah, you have African culture. There's nothing wrong with that. You're making it seem like it's a problem to have African traditions. I just don't have African traditions.
It's been 400 years since those who share my blood knew that which they came from, since they had their feet on the soil that is our own. It's been 400 years. Easy to forget where you came from. Easy to forget your language, folkways, mores, and religion.
My parents
But
never
you,
let me forget where I came from.
yes, you
They
have.
remind me of it each and every day.
Let me ask you a question. Since you're sitting here lying. When I scroll through your profile, if you didn't have a Congolese flag, do you believe that there's any way for someone to assess that you're Congolese?
Well, it depends who you're talking to, I guess.
You're talking to someone who is very well traveled. In fact, I would even challenge that unless you know Bill Clinton, I'm probably more well traveled than Bill Clinton, but you get the point. I am the most well traveled person that you've ever talked to. Ever in your entire life. And I surmise that you will die in that state with me having been the most well traveled person you've ever talked to. And this would include some places that are in active war that you probably shouldn't go to, like Yemen or Syria. So if I look and I can't tell that you're Congolese, how could anyone tell? Doesn't it seem like I know a little bit about Congo? Doesn't it seem that way?
Well, I always like to tell people I'm Congolese. I'm not ashamed of it.
Do you know when the Belgians took over Congo? What year was that?
King Leopold came during the 1800s, I believe.
Well, that's a 100-year range. Was it 1801, 1802, 1840, 1885, maybe?
I can't remember the
Yeah, I think it was
year.
maybe 1885 is if I had to just ballpark it and guess.
Sure.
See, but that's your history.
I am aware of King Leopold and what he did in Congo, yes.
I don't think you are, because you didn't even know when he showed up.
But I know that he did something there, for sure. And we can get into that if you want.
Who was there before the Belgians?
What European power was there before the Belgians?
Before the Belgians, yes.
I think
Who had influence
French.
in
Was it the
your
French?
country, your territory before the Belgians?
Was it the French?
Was it the French? Was it the Portuguese? Are
Mm.
you asking me or are you telling me?
I believe it was the French.
Because you're a Christian, and I would think you might be interested in, like, maybe, well, how did Christianity first come to Congo? Was it forced? Was
Hey,
it
what's
imperial?
going on, Miss Ramirez? Salute, salute, salute.
I don't know. Is that true? Who brought
I'm
Christianity
watching.
first to?
I'm watching
Congo?
your show. How are you doing tonight? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I did this show. I was only going to do 2 to 3 videos, and I didn't know. And the thing about it, I've been doing something new. I've been just breaking down the video, and just instead of watching the whole video and just breaking it down that way, I just been breaking it down from like point to point to point to point. This guy right here, right now, is Congolese. I was explaining to Be Active. I was like, why don't you call yourself African Puerto Rican? Because he's Puerto Rican, and he said he has African genetics. And he was saying African and Puerto Rican is the same thing. I was explaining to him, I don't think it's the same thing. I was like, I wouldn't, if it was the same thing, people would say African Puerto Rican instead of Afro Puerto Rican. So they've been arguing. With me for a long time. So we looked it up, and we found out there is a difference. It's just heritage. But the thing about Puerto Ricans is that they have culture, they have traditions, they even have events that come from Africa, apart from Western Africa, like the Day of the Dead. Africans have a Day of the Dead, and that's in Benin, January 12th. Or 10th, one of those days. It's called the Day of the Dead. You ever seen those things when like a little bush look like it spins around and looks like it goes up in the air and stuff? They call that the Day of the Dead. Everybody goes back to Benin, and it's to support I think the loved ones that passed away. I was explaining to him, I was like, yo, you should call yourself African Puerto Ricans because you have more culture, you have more traditions than I do. I don't know any traditions that if my family ever came from Africa, that I could say, yo, this is attached to like Benin or Nigeria, like Jamaicans. They're attached to Nigeria because the way how they talk, because what do they call it? Pidgin? Some of that stuff came from Nigeria. I have no connections to Africa. And I was explaining to him, I have no connections to Africa. Be Active don't want to, he don't want to admit, but he's now talking about take a DNA test like I'm on Maury or something, but shout out to Miss Ramirez and Be Active and Dorsey. Salute to all y'all three.
Which ones?
And Ray Ray. Salute to Ray Ray.
The Belgians, and then before that, apparently another.
I swear, I could have sworn I thought it was the Portuguese. I could be wrong. Let me check because I haven't.
He's mad at me now. He's mad at me right now. So
maybe it was the Portuguese.
Okay, maybe it was. So my whole point is that you came on here to tell me about the history of a European book and European people and European religion, also European, also known as white. But the bizarre thing is that you don't know your history. And even more sad than that is me, just a random black guy who's certainly not Congolese. I know your history better than you know your history.
Oh yeah, everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. But the only way you could comment in the live chat is if you're a subscriber. So subscribe. And also share to all your platforms if you can. And if you want to donate, I put the donations up there. One is for Streamlab, the other one's for Cash App. And if you can, salute. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have the old school joint on, so I wouldn't know who gives the Cash App. So I do got the Cash App things open. So thank y'all if y'all do. I'm just trying to get through this real fast with y'all.
And I think it's because I know your history. That's why it saddens me so much to see that you are such a white supremacist. Because of what the whites did to you guys, which was far more brutal than what they did to us. I know your history better than you know your history. And I think it's because I know your history. That's why it saddens me so much to see that you are such a white supremacist. Because of what the whites did to you guys, which was far more brutal than what they did to us. Often Africans will say things like, you guys were enslaved. But, some of you guys suffered worse than us by far. Do you know what the primary pursuit was there in Congo?
Cut your hands off.
A natural resource they want to exploit.
Yes, the resource was used to make tires.
Rubber. Yes, rubber.
Cut your fucking hands off, man. They cut your hands off, man.
Do you know what they would do to your people when they would not work and make quotas?
They would cut off their limbs.
The limbs. Do you know they did that to the children?
Yes.
Do you also know the people who were cutting the limbs off were Christians?
Yeah.
Are those Christians?
Some might say they are. Yes. Some might say
Hold
they
on.
Some might say.
Hold on. Everybody,
Playing
look at my
word
man's
games.
face. Look at my man's face.
Off
Watch
the
it.
limbs. Work
Watch,
and
watch,
make quotas.
watch his face. Watch his face, everybody.
The limbs. Do you know they did that to the children?
Yes.
Do you also know the people who were cutting the limbs off were Christians?
Roman Catholics, yes.
Are those Christians?
Some might say they are, yes. Some might say they are.
Some might say. We're playing word games here. Fascinating. And we're playing word games. Would the Roman Catholics say that they're Christians?
If you talk to a Mormon, you ask
Well, Mormonism is not very old. It was created in the United States, and so it's very much so out of line with mainstream Christianity. So no one would ask a Mormon. A Mormon wouldn't even come up in such a conversation, if we're being honest. Whereas the Catholic Church is actually very well institutionalized and internationally respected.
Oh my
Not
God.
to say that the Mormons don't have
That shit
significant
is
missions often
crazy.
to Africa, which is ironic because they used to view Africans as evil inherently, which is a bit of irony for Europeans to view any group as evil. But I'm asking you about the Catholics, who do have a very clear orthodoxy and are well respected the world over. If I were at the Holy See and I asked, well, are you guys Christians? Do you think that Catholics would say, yes, we're Christians, or no, Marquette, we're not Christians?
Yes, they would.
They would say they're Christians. Okay.
Yes.
So why do you feel the need to play then when we both know the answer? Why lie? Like, why lie?
I'm not playing with you.
Okay. I think the reason you didn't want to say, yes, they're Christians is because you would then have to let go of the cognitive dissonance and accept the fact that your Christian brothers have been consistently brutal, vicious, and deadly throughout the whole planet Earth, but particularly in your home. And when you want to make an argument about Christianity not being white supremacist, I find it challenging to even deal with or entertain such an argument coming from a white supremacist. We looked at your Instagram and we can't assess anything that shows us that you are Congolese. In fact, if I snatched your black body out of all of those photos and all those preppy white guy clothes, we could easily switch in a white guy and we'd be none the wiser because there is no mark of culture on you. And that only shows to the complete erasure of who you actually are. And that's because not only you, but also your parents hate themselves enough that they passed on no culture to you. I yield the floor. And I say that all just as a point of fact, not to be disrespectful.
No. I don't take it as disrespect. You're entitled to your own opinion.
It's not an
I'm
opinion.
actually-
It's observable fact. I'm referencing things that we all saw with our eyes. Like, for example, if you were Habesha and I looked at your profile, I might be able to see women with a particular hair braiding style that's used at weddings. I might see a particular dancing, which I find to be pretty comical and pathetic, but they do this little dance right here. And I can see culture if you were Habesha because the Habesha have never been colonized. You know, the Italians were there for a time, but the Ethiopians have never been colonized. And it's very evident when you look at their social media or anything about them because they still have culture and they have self-regard and self-respect. Conversely, with you, all I saw was whiteness. And it's like you're lying about it. That's the weird part. It's like, why lie about it?
No, it's not that I'm lying. It's just that you don't know me aside from my Instagram.
Is your Instagram created by someone else?
Don't do that.
Your Instagram managed by someone else?
Oh, no.
Do they say a picture's worth 1,000 words?
Yo, this is horrible. Yo, this shit's going left. I'm going to say this. This is why I wanted to watch this video. I was like, yo, I'm going to say this. I told you I only seen like 15 minutes of this. And I was like, yo, this shit is already going left. Yo, I already told you I can't drop the link right now. If I just died, then I just told Dorsey I can't do it. Why would I let you drop the link on for you be active? Come on, man. You just gotta you're gonna have to catch me Friday, all right? So be active. I told you, man, I told you this is gonna be a very interesting show, man. I told you it was gonna be very interesting. But that is his coach. He's basically just a yo, be active. Yo, be active is crazy. Give me a second, everybody. Oh shit. So yeah. Yeah, be active. I mean, yeah, Robin, yeah, they caught that nigga off guard. He's going on. Oh, yeah. This is why, yo, the thing about this is why I was telling Ray Ray, I was like, yo, with Marquette, his show, I mean his commentary, if you're looking for like blackety black shit or FBA shit, it's a hit and miss, because he does a lot of teaching with people. Because this is, I think, even the white supremacists, they get confused when he's like, "Oh, yo," and I think he be setting niggas up. And this is just me. I think Marquette sets niggas up and say, "Yo, I'm a white supremacist." So a white supremacist is gonna go on his show and start talking crazy about black people, and he has to educate him. And like, it's a great trick. I wish I could. I would actually no. I don't wish. I'm glad. I know I can't do no shit like that. I'd be like, what, nigga? You sound crazy. But yeah, Marquette. Yeah, it's like it's a hit and miss because he's too calm. Yo, he's too calm. Like he's too calm. Like I don't. And sometimes to me, just like listen to him, I was like, yo, is this shit real? Did he just pay for this nigga to say this shit? But dealing with Congolese people in America, this is how they talk. They'll deflect, 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 and you have to actually like doing what Marquette is actually doing. You have to explain, like, yo, this is what actually is going on. Watch.
Yes.
Is it not a photographic documentary of what you've been and what you have chosen to highlight?
Okay.
I'm asking, is it not a documentary of what you have chosen to highlight about yourself?
Yes, but I am quite proud of my heritage. I don't know why you think I'm
Have you
not.
been to Congo? Have you even been next to Congo? Like Rwanda or something like that? Or like maybe go to Kigali, get close to it?
I've actually been thinking of Burundi. That's quite neat.
Have you been to any of those places?
Not yet.
Okay. But you're quite proud. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yo, oh my God.
So this is fake, you see, because you're as Congolese as I am. And in fact, I might be more Congolese because I know the history more than you. And I've been a lot closer than you. And I probably know more Congolese people as a result of choice as opposed to like circumstance of birth. What if I'm more Congolese than you? Like, what makes you Congolese? Like, I'm trying to figure out.
The cultural connection with my family who are Congolese.
So it's like if I was like white and I have like a lot of black friends, then I'm black too.
Your friends aren't your family.
Okay, so if I'm white and I'm adopted by a black family, I'm black too now?
Well, I wasn't adopted by Congolese.
Oh my God, yo, this shit's going left. I told y'all this shit. This is why Ray, I always tell you, shit goes left with him. Like, yo, you can find real good, like content with Marquette. It's just sometimes you do have to look. If you're trying to look for the bullshit, like me, I be looking for the bullshit all the time. I'm looking for the bullshit. If I'm doing something, I'm like, yo, let me see what this nigga got out. Let me see what apologetic got out. Let me see what these other people got out. Like personally, like I said, I watch all y'all shows and stuff that who does content, and I just listen to y'all. I don't go by what y'all are talking about. I just listen to y'all. I was like, yo, you know what? That would be a great topic to talk about. Like this topic right here. Actually, Dorsey, you actually influenced this topic. And the reason why, because we started talking about Africans in France, I think yesterday or Monday. I think it was yesterday or Monday. Um, I was like, yo, you know what? We should really talk about that. And this is why I was telling people Africans in France are more resilient than Americans because these immigrants in America are entitled to. They're too entitled to what Black Americans has got and what Black Americans has done. You know, they think one nigga from their country was doing something or was holding up a fucking sign and saying like, "See, we were all fighting." You know, they do some shit like some shit like that.
I am
You know,
Congolese. My parents are from Congo.
No, you're not Congolese.
You
That's
can
my
say
point.
that, sure. You can
Like,
speculate that.
you're saying you're Congolese because of your blood, is what you're saying. You're saying literally the only thing that's Congolese about you is your blood. That's what you're saying. Do you realize that?
No, my blood, my culture, my heritage.
What culture do? Oh gosh.
The language my parents still speak in their home to this very day.
Okay. Here's this is so bizarre. Do you speak a Congolese language?
My parents never taught me.
Okay, I'm gonna try that one more time.
Give me a second.
See, this is again with the Christians, no integrity. Do you speak a Congolese language?
No.
No. Why couldn't we just start with the truth, which would be no?
Because I know a little bit of Lingala, but I'm not fluent.
I have a feeling that there's a huge gap between fluent and where you are. I have an eerie feeling.
There's a huge gap. You're
Okay,
right.
yeah. I figured as much. So only thing that I'm pointing out to you with love is that this is a far cry from being Congolese. Not only are you not Congolese, you are as close as one can get to being white without bleaching their skin.
Oh shit.
Yes, I get it. You were born and raised in America. Yeah, me too. As were my parents and my grandparents and my great-grandparents and my great-great-great-grandparents and their parents and their great-great-grandparents.
This is bad.
I'm 1,000 times more American than you are today and 1,000 more times American than you could ever be. Because we were here before America was America. And still, despite that, I am not as taken and snatched by whiteness as you are. And this is typical of Africans. Very typical of Africans. They come here, hate themselves, try their best to get in with the whites.
Crazy.
And this is no hatred to whites. I surmise I probably know more white people than you, and I certainly have more white people in my family than you, voluntarily or
I'll say this, Bomb's legacy. These people come on this show with this education, and I don't think they know what they're getting themselves into. I believe that Bomb's legacy. I don't think they know what they're getting themselves into. I feel like Marquette didn't have to go so hard on it. He had to. He had to, because like I said, these people know what they're getting themselves into, Robin. So we can't feel too bad for them. I feel like Marquette. I mean, he learned towards the Red Pill front. I will say that, yeah, he has some Red Pill ideology, but I think he's more a Black manosphere. Or there's a name for that. He's not really. He's the Black manosphere, but he's more. But he is red man. He is Red Pill too. Like for example, it is when I think of the name Bomb's Legacy. When I see you next time, I'll tell you. I don't remember what. I don't know. He had never ever been. He never been to Congo, man.
involuntarily. That being the case, so what I want you to not understand, because you understand, what I want you to stop denying is your discourse. Discourse with a capital D. Discourse represents a number of things about a person, not only how you speak, but how you exist in the world, how you wear clothes, how you choose to wear them. Like, for example, this right here, you have these probably Oakley sunglasses on a strap. You see, that is something that is deeper than just sunglasses on a strap. It's a style that a Black guy would never wear. It's chiefly white. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just pointing out to you that there's 1,000 markers that someone who is sharp can see that shows what culture you have selected into.
Bad.
And the fact that you pretend blindness only doubles down on the fact that we couldn't trust what you're saying. And your parents or you routed you into sports that are chiefly white. Like this one right here. What is this, lacrosse?
I wasn't good at basketball, so I had to pick lacrosse.
So this is lacrosse. Gotcha.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. As a white supremacist, I'm a part-time white supremacist. You Africans are good at everything. I mean, after all, that's why we enslaved you Congolese, because you're strong.
This is why I say, yo, this is where he gets niggas at. Don't let him fall for. Don't let y'all. This is just me. Don't fall for the okie doke. This is the okie doke. Him saying that, yo, he's a white supremacist. This is to suck you in and say, like, yo, I'm one of you. And the thing about it, the white supremacists fall for it every time. Hey, I'm one of you. I'm one of you. Then after that, you start talking to him, and he starts calling you a victim. Like, yo, you're a victim, bro. You getting beat the fuck up. You know, you can't defend yourself. You keep on blaming the small hats. Like, yo, what are y'all gonna do? What are y'all gonna do? Yo, I'm telling you, he sucks y'all niggas in with I'm a part-time white supremacist. That's like me saying, yo, I hate niggas. Fuck them niggas. Fuck them black people. Then you come and talk to me about black people. Like, whoa, my nigga, what is your people doing? Why are you smoking meth in a movable fucking home? That's like, I just you like, yo, whoa, hold on. This shit just going left. Why are we talking about white people and we both hate black people? Like, yo, he just sucked this nigga in. And he just told him, he's like, yo, I don't like. He said and the thing about it, this is what he fucked up at. When Marquette said, like, I personally, my least favorite is talking about Christianity and religion. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get this nigga with that. Nah, nigga, he got you. He got you banana in the tailpipe.
And you work hard, not strong in the mind, but strong in the body. So the idea that you couldn't play any other sport is ludicrous. You play lacrosse because it's the white guy sport, and you don't have to be around a bunch of black guys playing football or playing basketball.
Oh man,
you play the white or running track. So you play the white guy sport. Lacrosse is one of the whitest sports you could ever play.
I did run track in high school, actually. Yes.
Well, let me see if I can find the track pictures real quick. Let's see if I can find those track pictures, something a little more black.
Man.
We tend to think of Jamaicans, Ethiopians, and Kenyans, blacks, when we think of track. Let's see. So I'll start from the bottom again. So there's lacrosse. Okay. More whites.
I think he's from.
There's another laucrosse photo.
I think he's from Vermont.
Whites, Caucasians, whites.
Yo, that's fucked up. Yo, he's doing the dirty
stuff with the black runners, the sprinters,
yo, he's doing
long jumpers,
dirty.
And whites. Where is that? You didn't show any of that? I thought you said you were a track guy.
This is horrible.
I never posted any pictures of it. No.
Oh, okay. So what you've chosen to do, which is in line with my thesis, is that you've chosen to highlight that which is quintessentially white.
This is bad.
That's my point here. And you see,
sure, if you can speculate that, sure.
No, there's no speculation. We're literally looking at a primary document. In history, it's called a primary source. We're looking at a primary source. There's no speculation here.
Yeah, it is horrible.
That's called a straw man. You're arguing against something that I've not posed as an argument. No, I'm not suggesting you didn't run track. I'm suggesting that even if you did, you chose not to highlight it.
That's be active.
It reek of whiteness as lacrosse does. That's what I'm saying. Do you understand now?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you understand
this is bad.
My fundamental point about
this is
the very
horrible.
reason that you're driven to be here right now and defend whiteness is because whiteness is so embedded in your brain and in your skull. Like, I couldn't find one photo on your profile, which is actually quite extensive, to be honest with you. Like, you have an extensive profile. Let me see how many postings you have. 192 postings. I think I got 270, which is extraordinary that we have such a similar amount because I have 270,000 followers, right? So, like, kind of makes sense that I got to make posts. So,
yo, this is
you have an
bad.
extensive profile, yet I don't see one place where you're wearing cultural garb from any culture other than white culture. That's my whole bit about white supremacy. Does that follow?
Yeah. Yo, this is what I'm talking about. Yo, be active. This is why I was explaining to you. This is why we had this conversation. I'm gonna tell you, know what? I never, like I said, I only seen 15 minutes of this video. But this is what I'm explaining to you. This is what I'm talking about when it comes with Africans in Or immigrants in America. Immigrants in America, y'all don't wear y'all traditional clothes. You look at immigrants in Africa. I mean, immigrants in France. They do wear their traditional clothes. Like if they're going to church or if they're going to go see family, they wear their traditional clothes. They don't wear what they wear outside. They might wear it a few times, but they do wear their traditional clothes. Like this is where I was explaining where French African celebrities or rappers, they have videos, they have rap videos of their traditional clothes and they use their traditional culture in their videos. They don't always just use Black American things or foundational Black American things. They like when they're doing like a club beat or something like that, they use their traditional clothes or they do their traditional dances towards their music. You know, a big figure who does do that is Naza. Naza does that a lot. Naza does his traditional Congolese dance. He's from Congo. His family's from Congo. Like they show you that they're from Congo. We know that they're from different countries because you know why? They show their tradition, they show their culture, they show their flags. And the thing about it, they just don't show their flags. They show that, like I said, they show their lineage. Now, Robin, now you understand why I said, yo, the French immigrants are way more stronger than our immigrants in America. Now, the question is, what happened? We switched those immigrants. We take the African immigrants that France have and we switch them with the immigrants that we have in America. You know, we would have been got reparations. You know, you know that those Congolese, all those Albanians, them Turkish people, niggas would have been lit over here. That's unity. That would have been a coalition. But y'all people here, there's no coalition. Y'all were for self. Y'all bring y'all tribalism. They didn't bring their tribalism. Does it not exist? It does exist, but it's rarely over there. We just make everyone the same. No, we don't make it as the same. It's just everybody's trying to get in where they fit in. That's where they fuck up at, Robin. They want to get in where they fit in so they don't feel like, okay, yo, we heard this about Black Americans. We don't want to fuck with them. We don't want to be these people's enemies. They hear about the slavery part. They don't hear about the revolts. They don't hear about motherfucker. They don't hear about the one of the freedom fighters called the Grim Reaper from South Carolina, or Nat Turner, or John Horse. They don't hear about the guerrilla warfare that these Black indigenous people have, or these so-called enslaved people. They don't hear about that. You know, and I'm gonna end it.
Or no.
So you're saying I'm ashamed of my culture?
I'm gonna do 5 more
I'm not
minutes of
saying
this,
that.
and then I'm
I'm
done.
stating that in observing a primary source, which you were actually the author of, we observe not one single hint of culture. Conversely, if you were to observe mine, which it would make every bit of sense for me to reek of whiteness. My family's evolved alongside white people for 400 years, you see. We never had the chance to pass on a language. But you can see me in Moroccan garb, jalabiya. You can see me in Indonesian garb. You can see me in African garb. But in your case, you really stick to the whites. And that's my point, is that that's where you want to be. And it's okay. I'm just saying, come out of the closet with it. Like, don't lie to us and act like you're a proud Congolese. That's a lie. You're not a proud Congolese. You're just as much a proud Congolese as you are a proud Vietnamese. I found as much evidence of you being Vietnamese as I did of you being Congolese.
Oh my God.
And that's my point. Is this is a come in, to put it in your Christian talk, this is a come to Jesus moment. I'm the first person who's ever brought this before your eyes and said, look, you're a white supremacist.
Thank you.
Well, when I'm around my cousins who are Congolese and speak the language of Lingala, I don't feel like I'm detached from my culture. Actually, I feel quite close to it the more I'm with them. And especially when I hear my
Oh
parents
my
speaking in
gosh.
Lingala, or if I hear other Congolese friends speaking in Chiluba or Kikongo, to me, that draws me more closer to my culture than anything. Just to
That's you,
hear those
homie.
dialects and those
Get him,
languages.
Marquette.
So I can understand how
I'm
you
not going to
feel
answer
that
that.
since you see my
Don't try
Instagram
to
and everything.
trivialize and say how you feel. We're not dealing in feelings. We're dealing in facts and evidence here.
Well, I'm trying to give you facts
So,
that I feel connected to my culture, but you're
yes, but
dismissing those facts.
no, you're dismissing the arguments, in fact, instead of validating or dispelling the
Oh
arguments, you just went on
man.
to things that are unrelated. So you've not dealt with the argument at all,
So
actually.
the
You've
the
not conceded at all. You've not said, Marquette, gee, that's a really good point, actually. I have no hint of my culture whatsoever. Like, you've not conceded anything. You're not even a reasonable person.
Yo,
Well,
this is
sure. Can I
crazy.
speak?
You were
Are
just
you
speaking, and all you did was go on a red herring. You
Oh
literally didn't
my
address my arguments.
god, this is
what
horrible.
is the red herring? If
A
I
red
may?
herring is when you go away from the current topic.
No,
It's
no,
your
no.
third logical fallacy that you've
No.
highlighted
What is the
in
red herring
practice.
that I was going into? That's what you're saying, specifically.
So we were looking at a primary document, which was your audio, excuse me, it was your video, audio, and photographic document that you created, which recounts your life over time. It shows a preponderance of being among whites, using white styles, speaking a European language, and doing everything exclusively that whites would do. It. The only thing that would indicate that you're not white would be the fact that you're clearly black, which is your skin. But if I were to like snap my fingers and replace your skin and your phenotype to that of a
Yo, this is
European, no
horrible.
one would find your Instagram to be any more, it wouldn't be strange at all because everything about it is white and European.
Yo, this is
And the
bad.
fact that you
Oh my
have not acknowledged,
god.
like, damn, like that's a really good point. I never thought of it that way. I never noticed that I have a huge disproportionate overrepresentation of whites and Caucasians, which is a fact. I never noticed that you're right. There's not one mark of culture on me in the whole nearly 200 photos that document my life.
Or no? Well, would you say that someone's upbringing from their culture is a mark, or no?
Apparently not. I mean, look at how your parents did you. If it was something that was a strong cultural anchor, they probably would have passed it on to you. I think they were looking to get rid of it as quickly as they can, and they produced you as a result of how they felt about their culture. It's
Well, would they still speak in their native language around me if they felt they were trying to get rid of me from it?
Did they teach you their native language? Are you fluent in it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not. They didn't.
Okay, so I rest my case. For example, here in the United States of America, even in Los Angeles, where Spanish is not looked well upon, unlike, say, Miami, where it's looked well upon, you have people whose first language is Spanish, and their kids, their first language is Spanish. They learn English at school. When they go home, they speak their native tongue. Your situation has been different, and that was due to the choices of your parents. And the fact that you won't concede at all that your parents have made every effort in a practical sense to eradicate all of your culture, yeah, I find it to be quite sad. And here's something for you to observe. If I wanted, and I'm sure of it, within the space of a week, and I mean that in a literal sense, not to be hyperbolic, within the space of a week, I could learn enough that if we both were dropped in Congo and people were blind, you'd be no more Congolese than I am. And I can do it in the space of a week.
Which language in particular?
It doesn't matter because whatever you know, you don't know that much of it. And I'm smart enough that in the space of a week, I can surpass you in terms of history of your country. I already know a lot more than you, not a little bit, but a lot more. You don't even know the history of your country. You don't know the history.
Congos speak different dialects, so it actually does matter. So
Oh, he's
No, it doesn't matter.
hypotheticals.
Deal with someone of average or below average intelligence for these petty tactics to work. You're trying to skip over my main point. It's going to be very hard to distract me and trick me. Let me give you two pieces of advice. People who are smarter than you, you can't lie to them. People who are smarter than you, you can't trick them. So the best bet is just to be honest and humble. That's the best thing. I learned that the hard way. So I'm giving you good advice.
what specifically have I lied about?
Do you know how many times we had to redefine words that we all know the meaning of, like the word Christian? Do you know how many times we had to go through petty things because you didn't want to concede the argument? Like I said, what's the number one fear of every individual? And you didn't want to say death, but everyone else in the chat knew it was death, but you didn't. Do you know how many times there have been these petty things that you would not concede? Sky
In the sky, that's your sky daddy in particular.
Has been translated and modified and done so by Europeans primarily. That in their millions.
We're gonna end it right here. Everybody, give me a second. Let me turn this off. All right. So I'm gonna land this. I'm gonna answer both of these questions. This is why I always tell people all the time: Africans, immigrants in France are more resilient. They're more resilient than the people in America. In America, you're just entitled. You know, you're eating and tasting the milk and honey of America. You're seeing the greatness of America. You're having the American dream. In France, you got to work for everything you get. Second, you're not going to be treated the best. So at the end of the day, what are you going to do? And 9 out of 10, most of that racism shit that goes on in France is accepted. Did we forget about Charlie? Remember the Jesuit Charlie? And the Muslim nigga ran up in the fucking journalism place and shot and killed everybody? And he was like because they were making fun of the Prophet Muhammad, or I think no. Yeah, the Prophet Muhammad, putting a face on him and stuff like that. And this is the guy who drew a picture of Barack Obama as as King Kong climbing up the Eiffel Tower with a white woman. So at the end of the day, I don't feel bad for these Frenchmen or what's going on in their country with these immigrants. I personally hope the immigrants win. So, because I love the bullshit, and I'm going to be personally honest. I love the bullshit, and those are the people that keep their culture, that keep their tradition, and still can adapt to French culture. The only people who can't see it is the white French people. They're entitled. They're entitled to that. They're too entitled. So now let's go back to America. What the fuck are y'all niggas doing wrong? I know it feels like I'm kicking y'all niggas back in, but at the end of the day, when I have to do 3 shows and I tell y'all niggas, get your fucking shit together, y'all niggas just laugh and say, oh, Rochelin don't know what he's talking about. Now, when I compare you to the real Africans in France, where they're fighting, they out here mobbing out. They're packing out the fucking police officer and the ICE agents and white supremacy. They're acting like real niggas and African real warriors, that the shit that y'all niggas talk about in America. We don't see that shit here. We see motherfuckers that's gonna comply to white supremacy. If these niggas say, yo, they're gonna put y'all in slavery, y'all niggas is gonna flee. If not flee, you're gonna act like these white supremacists. You thought moving to America, all you had to do is act like a white supremacist, like the Andrew Tates and the Nick Flinteses and the Myron Gaines. No, my nigga. This is your ancestors telling you, yo, you forgot who you are. And I'm talking to all y'all immigrants here now. Y'all forgot who y'all are. You forgot your culture. You forgot your traditions. What the fuck happened? Where did your ancestors go wrong at? I think your ancestors did a great job. But at one thing I'll tell you what your ancestors never did, and I'm talking about your ancestors that told you don't bring the white supremacies into your continent. Your ancestors told you don't ever live on your knees. And you know what y'all niggas did? Y'all lived on your knees. You thought, oh, at the foundational black Americans, if the black Americans are my enemies too, I could get along with the white supremacists. They're not gonna pack me out. They're not gonna treat me like they treat them. And this is why y'all niggas don't get respect. This is why we decline of being called African American. It's offensive. It's very offensive. It is very offensive. All the culture, all the traditions, all the unique things and fashion and inventions that we have happened in this fucking country. We innovated the world. We innovated the world so much that niggas want to be us. We innovated the world so much that you cannot talk about what's going on now without talking about a black American. And I'm talking about inventions, culture, traditions, fashion, lingo. We could talk about anything and we succeed everything. We are the bar of everything. We haven't seen nothing like that ever since the pyramids, my nigga. Ever since niggas built the pyramids. We never talked about a collective people like that. The fucking Spartans can't hold a fucking candle to us. So now I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna end it. What y'all niggas gonna do now? Cause like I said, y'all made Africa look bad. Y'all niggas in America, y'all were too entitled. You don't act. You don't have no. After once you move to America, you lose your tradition. You act like a white supremacist. Not even a white man. You act like a white supremacist. So now I'm gonna say again, what y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna have to figure out your shit and get your shit together again. This is the third and last time I'm telling y'all get your fucking shit together. But I'm gonna give my shout out to everybody. We had a great show today. Shout out to B Actor, Rando, Pink Fu, Shabaka, SP, Dorsey, Convo, Greatness, Miss Ramirez, Bomb's Legacy, Gullery, and my man Ohio. Salute. Thank everybody for the cash app, for the likes, for the subscribes, from the shares. Thank y'all for everything, everybody. We did a great job today. I did not know we are gonna do 6-7 hours. I thought we were just gonna do 3 hours, so we doubled our time. But it's cool. I appreciate talking to y'all, and I will see you probably Friday. I'm gonna take a break, get some paperwork done, clean up. Look for some more endorsements and stuff like that. So and brands. So thank y'all, everybody. I'll see you Friday or maybe tomorrow. I might pop out with a surprise show, but most likely no. Y'all had a thanks, Ray Ray. Salute, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I got some more clips coming in. I think I got like 15 or 16 more clips. So be ready for that. I got y'all. I might do like 2 every 4 hours tomorrow. So thank you. I appreciate it, Ray Ray. You did your thing too, man. I appreciate. Oh yeah. Also to my man Robin from Kick. Thank you. I appreciate it. Salute to you. All right. But everybody take care, and I'll see you Friday.